She got £50, I'm afraid.
She weighed 1,000.
Suck on a mama. Suck on a mother. Fuck off. Yo, gatekeeper, play me blood clot, you.
Suck your mother 1 million times.
Depressed music! Oh Lord, Trauma made another one. DA got no hope.
Depression took it to 10.
Yo, Pierre, you wanna cry out here?
When I was a young boy,
You don't have future here. You don't have future. You can never make it. You're supposed to be a dinner man, serving dinner to the students in the secondary school. Because you cannot do basic 1+1. You are here breathing heavy like a dog. Think about your life. You are a failure. You are a failure. You can never make it. You know you cannot make it. You need to be cutting grass, making this place fresh for the actual footballers that want to use this place. You are tired, you are here. What have you done? Useless. Me with my pregnancy, I'm better than you. Idiot.
February, March, April, May, July, September, October, November, Sunday, March, April, May, July, October, January, February.
Give me wife, give me children, give me this, give me that. Kill my enemy, kill my enemy, kill my enemy. Give me, kill my enemy, give me. Anyone that doesn't want me to succeed, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire. Give me this, give me that. Kill my enemy, give me that. Give me this, give me die by fire, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire. Give me.
If it's me, your mother, you get a scar on your chest like Saga. She fighting, that's something bad. My thing working. Come through in the beat up Honda. Give one the under slap like Yonda. Give it the mic and I'm ride the rhythm, cause I spit the fire just like Douse him. I'm a Liverpool invader, climbing to the top just like Vega. You be me, nobody can save ya. On the mic, man, I way too major. Shocking them teeth like Blanca. I got money in the bank, I'm a banker. You got money in the... Look, hit with the hooks like bullrock. Get the ravers jumping like a bullfrog. I've been doing it for more than a while. In the game, I'm a soldier like Gaio. So, cause they're big like Zangief. Dope when you get ever tried it. Now you don't wanna get into no big man beef. I'm here, if you want the lyrical, I'm the guy son. Stuck in a prestige like a dice. I'm like a big man if you wanna come on.
Top with a thing in your face like
What did he say?
Yo, I know why I never got the award, cause I'm still putting man up in a hospital ward. If I pull up in a Honda Accord, long clip teeth so big enough to floss with a sword. I don't know why they wanted the... Yeah. I know why I never got the award, cause I'm still putting man up in a hospital ward. If I put up in a Honda Accord, long clip teeth so big enough to floss with a sword. Don't know why they wanted the war. I ball out with hooligans, scrapping at home and abroad. You went there, you was home with your broad. Tell him I'm messing when I'm chefing this beef. Good Rams, good to handle the sauce. Big boy set surrounded by 20 dead MCs, feeling like I'm trapped in a morgue. Turning to a corpse, sperm and alive with a fantastic four. Would you expect when you man gassed up a torch? Sets on my own mic, on my left blade, on my right. Never ever got my back to the door. Luke Skywalks when I cut man with force. You don't want me battering. Grab a stake and rattle it. Firing so many shots from the top, the ground looks like a gravel pit. Wanna see what I got till I unravel it. Look how they starring babbling it. You and I'm backing it. When it gets messy, they don't tackle it. Take who's chain aboard, you ain't having it. Never caught that line, but claim you're trapping it. Fool, it's not that in it. You ain't got the belly, you're grabbing it. If I left the money, you're grabbing it. Snakeboard MC. You been in the ground for years with that stacking it. Every year attacking it, that's why I'm busy. Summer after summer, you man know I'm busy. They don't know Dylan. So every MC that I span knows what it's. Yo, live on the...
yo. Been
Been a hot girl from Paul's Boutique and a slick side part in my rolled up skirt. I pass round in no industry, your favorite MC gets swerved like curb. There she thinks she can chat for me, you ain't even a freak, you're just a little dirt. Come against me, you must be absurd, like I'm the hottest chick in here, no jerk. Who better you for suck, your mother them coulda never reached Big B more thorough. I just wanna ball like I need more gala, or should I be a wife like I need a more seller? We were outside, you was not outside, you snapped the wheel, that is not your right. Said he wants me to be his ride or die, but I'm just a girl, I am not your wife. Raised in the era of Gully and Gaza, so you know me, I could just switch it, reverse and flip it. Thinks that she bad, them girl are just timid. I'm not just bad, me, I'm coming on wicked. But you knew that already, my friend them few, I don't roll with many. I don't trust Nige man, but I still love Temmie. Just said hi and I gave him a nasty with it. I got crafty lips, where I fuck up the beat, I get archy with it. I can back my chat like yes, I said it. I got the juice, I'm too acidic. Why does my man think he's the shit? I've saved his name as weirdo, don't pick. He hits women, you call that a bitch, I'm real from my forehead down to my them girl have a new friend every week. I can't trust it if we ain't 10 years deep. I don't want your man, I heard is a creep. Them man to pictures of feet. Fine babes don't hate, and I hating bitches ain't fine. If he ain't giving me his die, what time? I swear that nigga ain't mine, trust me. Yo, I'm like, trust me. Yo, I'm live, and I just done did it. Do the dance, Mickey bounce with it, I'm live, and I just done did it. Do the dance, Mickey bounce with it, we're live, and we just done did it. Do the dance, Mickey bounce with it, we're live, and we just done did it. What? AG, Mickey bounce, Mickey bounce, Mickey bounce.
Out to the ladies. Beach settings, infinity. Outside the birthday gang. Outside Shannon. Outside Amber. I am a money maker, hand to the edge, I'm a money maker. For one time, you're a money maker. If you're on this train, money maker. Hand to the air, money maker. For one time, money maker. On this thing, money maker. You see us terminal. You see me, you see me. I ain't watching you, I ain't watching her, I ain't watching him. I got to dance and bubble and sing. Terminal 4 with a terminal 3. Terminal 4 with a power goes. When you come to my house, just respect my house. Don't let my house, somebody out of my house. When you come to my house, just respect my house. Come on, to them. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? Hold on, hold on. I'm like, no. I'm like, yeah. Hey, sleep hop, hold on. Hey, wiggy, hold on. I'm like, no. I'm like, yeah. Can I please have your attention? I said, this is the captain's weekend, and I'm in the terminal 4. Can I please have your attention? Early. Oi! Brother!
standing taller to fill the darkest and the hardest of time. Hope your vibes makes sense. Yeah, so and we're making care all the children there, and if required, we'll be on the front line. Cause you can call me by my name, I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the call me anytime. Lioness is on the rise. Never say never, willingness together to fight and be strong. Once it's for better, I'll every letter and moving right along. Hey, I roll with the punches, accept the changes, work with the formula, do what I have to do. Cause you can call me by my name, I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime. Lioness is all the rise. Big up Stella, big up Ames. Call me by my name, by my name. Once, bloody yeah, we're smashing the lights. Thank you for the lights, guys. Remain the same. Call me anytime. Lioness is on the rise. Guys, I'm gonna do my recent one and then I'm gonna just jump off. Call, but you don't answer.
So much emotions running through my veins, the pressure building up. Hey! Vision I can't say, it's such a wonder. There's no words to explain, and no words can hide. Come on, take my hand now and lead me to that place, the one you promised me and never be erased. So much emotions running through my veins, the pressure building up every time you say my name. You draw me away, child, the pleasure I get when I'm lying in your arms. What? I wanna see you moving, I wanna see you grooving, yeah. So much emotion.
What you mean? You got day into the Benz like Spragger, one bag of weed and bomber clout, grab up. Come on, you telling me? Yeah, man, the G blockery up in this biatch. Oh, go on. Yeah, man. Yo. Yeah, man, big up the morning gang, man. Did everyone catch the video earlier, yeah? Oh, mate. Oh, man. Yeah, man. So the GDO try sneak over to my lefty brethrens on TikTok, yeah? And have a little word, yeah? Oh, mate. And got a draping. Mad. There's a mad one still. Still, you hear me? Raw. Yeah. Yeah. Lioness is on. All right, yeah, man. Sorry, someone just pulled up right close to my shit, man. All right, man. Let me shout out the people them in the place real quick, yeah. So, all right, real quick. Let's start. All right, number one, no. Shout out man like Simon Harris and Daya. Come on. What can't band me? Mad. Is that Adam S here? What did you get banned? I don't even know. Have a little look in the
in the shot. Oh yeah, shit, god damn, all man, that bunga bunga's in there as well, you know. God damn. Shit, my bad, bunga bunga. I need to free up the man them, you get me? But yeah, my bad, my bad. I'm gonna free you up still. Yeah, yeah. Alright, shout out we man, girl, let me pray, man. Come on, John Bubba. I want them feel like old type RG Yorkshire Princess. They are, man, like Carl Homo. Hey, you don't remember that one? Carl Homo. Say nothing, man. Zara Bizzle. Come on. Oh, go on. Come on. Come on. Old type Louise Geffen. They are. Yeah. Oh, God, come on. Oh, my days. All right. So we're there, yeah? So you ready, yeah? Yeah, man. So, you know what, yeah? You know, obviously, I come from Mind Game Street, innit, yeah? Mind Game Street, you get me? Cuz, like, raw. Something just don't seem right. Obviously, you know, Ketamine Karen's going mad. Talking about Nigel Farage needs to leave reform and blah, 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 blah. All that sort of talk there. I'm like, are we getting finessed here? You hear me? Is this a elaborate plan to make Mr. Farage seem like the moderate guy? Oh shit. Yeah, yes. You can hear me, yeah? Mad. Yeah, man, so I'm like, alright, there's a good side and a bad side there, yeah. So the good side is that the right people voting on the right when it comes to politics have had conservatives have the mainstream right wingers and then a small fringe party at the side. No one ever really to vote for, right? So more times the majority of the right wingers would just vote conservative in it. Yeah, but this time round, like you see, like on the left side, there's been different people pulling up like Lib Dems, Green Party, Labour, so and so. So it splits the vote a couple times, but this time it seems like the right wing vote could get split in it, yeah. So that's the pros of the what's it called in it, yeah. But the cons is yeah that obviously, you know, the majority of British voters don't support like a man like Tommy Robinson in it. I know the Tommy fans are gonna go mad. Oh, well, he's got loads of fans. Yeah, he's got loads of fans. He's got more fans than me. Yeah, I'm not saying that. Yeah, but I'm saying that when it comes to voting time, innit? Yeah, like where the people are saying that they want to vote for the people to run their country. I don't think the party that's incorporating Tommy Robinson is really getting a majority vote like that still. Yeah. So, you know, and obviously, you know, like Ketamine Karen's going mad, innit? Like, he's like, I don't think he knows that. I don't think Elon Musk actually knows, yeah, that. I don't think Elon Musk actually knows, yeah, that Tommy Robinson actually pleaded guilty to his contempt of court charge. Like, so this free Tommy Robinson talk, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know. Where am I going with that, man? You know? Yeah, not happening, mate. Yeah. But what? Tommy Robinson's only got till this summer, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. Man's like doing a Goku, innit? Charging up till the summer. You know what I'm saying? Might come out with a couple new gains and shit. Yeah, because when you can have a strict routine in it. You know, when you don't know in it. Yeah, well, most of you don't know in it. Yeah, but if you're in something like that, you can have a strict routine, right? You can have a specific eating times that you're eating at on the dot, specific sleeping times that you're sleeping at on the dot, specific training time. Yo, hey, man could turn into a Goku still, so mad. Yeah, obviously, if Tommy Robinson gets hench while he's in jail or whatever, yeah, then the fans are gonna get mad, innit? You man are gonna get gassed. They're gonna, oh, Tommy, God, mad, oh my days. Hey, so also, yeah. Also, yeah. Like, the people that look to American politics and see how wild their shit is, yeah, ain't really trying to get their politics to go like that. You know me? Because like conservatives are really trying to make it like the American style of politics. Like Liz Truss is trying to send shots at Jess Phillips and so and so. When the old school MPs was like, right, if someone like a foreign businessman with influence makes a full statement about a member of parliament, even if they're not on their same team or whatever, like they would have shut that down, innit? Like right now, these men are coveting full statements, misinformation and that. You know what I mean? Like, right, they ain't learned from what happened with the riots. Yeah. You know what I mean? Saying it's these men are your issue, 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 these men are your issue for 14 years. Ended up in the 14th, 15th year, the man them said, listen, all right, these men are actually the issue. We're going to go and burn down hotels and that. Yeah? So, you know, you're careful with that. Yeah, of course he's getting gym time, man. He's not down the block. He's just on the solitary safety thing, innit? Like, so you have specific exercise times, man. You know, a man can do like fucking cell workouts, innit? Like body weight shits. You know what I mean? So you got a little shred on, you know what I mean? Like the shredder. Yeah, I heard that still, man. I heard Justin Trudeau of Canada's resigned as well. So, you know what I mean? Nah, I mean. Nah, man. So, boy, let's peek out here still. But, alright. So, let's see how Nigel Farage quickly dashed away. Hey, listen, yeah. I don't know what it's like. It's a bit mad still. It's like, alright. You know there's a lot of right-wingers that don't support Tommy as well, right? There's an anti-right-wing Tommy gang as well still. Right? But the pro-Tommies ain't on the way Farage is dealing with my man, you know what I mean? Mad, yeah, cell workouts, man.
Now, a lot of people are saying, because Tommy Robinson, you know, he's a very vocal character on X, they're saying, why won't you allow Tommy Robinson to join Reform UK or let him join the party and be a more prominent role there?
Look, we are a political party that's on the up. We've just gone through 170,000 members. We put in place a rigorous vetting procedure for our candidates, not just for general elections, but for local elections as well, recognising our failings from the last general election. And, you know, Tommy Robinson does his own campaigns. You know, he's been in prison numerous times. And by the way, for those of you at home who think he's in prison now for exposing grooming gangs, he's not. He's in prison for contempt of court for the third time. He raises a lot of money off the back of all these appeals that he has for legal challenges. He can do his own thing. We're doing ours. I've made it very, very clear for many, many years.
Obviously, yeah. Obviously, the Tommy fans don't see it that way, innit? Yeah. But obviously, anyone that's like thinking like if Nigel Farage really wants to make his party make a challenge, because challenging the Conservatives is okay for them, innit? They need to be able to challenge like Labour, Lib Dems, and the people that they need to suck them voters as well, right? If they want to think up like so. Having a super divisive character like that is, you know, I don't think it's gonna work out well for them still, but you know, might have lost 100 mil from that one still. But yo, you man are forgetting, yeah, Elon Musk is Elon Musk, innit? Yeah, he's still got like fucking Nick Candy and them other ballers that are looking to bankroll reforms campaign or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, so he's still got some bread around it still. But like I was saying, this could be like one of them moves where it's like it might work out for man slyly because it ends up with like Nigel Farage looking like the more moderate of the fucking loonies and the right wing, you hear me? Because God damn, imagine that. Like, Nigel Farage is the more moderate out of these lunatics. Right.
Yes, I didn't want to have anything to do with him, and that position hasn't changed.
But he's also kind of expressed support for Tommy Robinson, hasn't he? Which is that worrying to you? You've met Elon Musk, you and Donald Trump. You're all sort of quite close in terms of your political leanings. Is that worrying that Elon is now almost seemingly to support Tommy Robinson?
Do you know, a lot of my American friends, including a very senior senator from Utah, Mike Lee, a lot of them think that Robinson's in prison because he exposed grooming gangs. And they're suffering under a misconception. That's because of the videos and documentaries that Mr. Robinson puts out himself. Look, you know what? I'm not in the least bit concerned about what Elon Musk says about Tom.
Yo, hey, listen, my man's basically saying that, like, he knows his thing's a little bit grifty, innit, without trying to say his thing's extra grifty, innit? He's kind of mad still. Yo, Tommy, mad. Let it play.
Robinson, I will, at the inauguration, explain to him that perhaps things aren't quite as they look.
Mad. And all that, you know, that interview there, yeah, that was before the Elon Musk tweet and the Farage isn't the right man for what's it called, innit? Like, it's right in them times there. I don't think man knew that the bread was at risk still. Let's dash with that one there still. I'll tell you what I see on Twitter though, yeah? Yeah. Are you man on Twitter? Are you man on Twitter? Because one big account uploaded this video, you know. Yeah, one big account uploaded this video and said, yo, Tommy Robinson and them boys there, some of their guys are involved in grooming and blah, blah, blah. So they went mad still. But yo, imagine, yeah, from the depths of the sea back to the black.
Absolutely fucking hate Danny Tomo.
They do now, yeah.
Because they know what some of the things he's done. All the women especially hate him.
Yeah, it was. It came to light that my daughter, who was a survivor, when he met my daughter, who was working in my office at the time, the minute he met her, he started texting her all the time, continually texting her. She went down, she drove herself down to his place, and then apparently him and his mate were there just doing coke all night.
Yeah, no surprise.
Nurse her into bed.
Yeah.
According to my daughter, that I don't know. But
groomed, simply groomed.
Yeah.
I have got the
Imagine this account uploaded a video with Danny Jones and Simon and lady's dad that said that that is mad. Oh my days. You know what's mad, yeah? Oh, you know what's not even mad though, yeah? But you know what I recognized from this, yeah, was that raw. I was wondering why all the big Tommy fans, or the ladies, the big Tommy female fans, the GDO and all them lots there say, we love Tommy, but we hate Danny. Yeah. We love Tommy, but we hate Danny Tomo. Yeah. Mad. Yeah. So I was wondering why, that the GDO was saying they love Tommy, but they hate Danny, because obviously it puts a stain on the thing, and they've probably seen that video from time, innit? Because that seems like an old video, right? Yo, so yeah, that one's mad a lie. Mad a road. All right. So obviously these men have been lying about Keir Starmer for a minute now, and Jess Phillips, and what happened with the grooming gangs thing. Like I said, there was recommendations supposed to be implemented from the grooming gangs inquiry that the Conservatives didn't implement. I don't know why they're trying to shift it over to Keir Starmer or whatever, because obviously he's head of CPS, innit? Like Crown Prosecution Service. So the only thing that his company's in charge of is once people get arrested and they bring the evidence to show whether these people are going to be facing or having going to be brought to court or whatever. You get it? So that's what has to happen first of all, innit? Like people have to get arrested with evidence for the team that Keir Starmer was a part of to be able to bring them to court first of all, innit? Yeah. So it's weird, isn't it? But no one's complaining about the Conservatives not implementing any of the recommendations that came out of the grooming gangs. That came out of the grooming gangs inquiry in the first place. I see JB tried to type something out like they implemented something in it, yeah. But even he knows that's gas, cuz. And what's funny about this though, yeah, is that that's how you know these men actually don't really care about these victim people or whatever anyway. Because like it's only until Elon Musk says, there's none of this sort of stuff, there was no inquiry or whatever, that any of these have even started saying, there wasn't an inquiry, even though there was. It doesn't even make sense still, man, but yo.
Private care going into the NHS. Some people watching might be worried about backdoor privatisation of the NHS. You talked about it being a partnership. Is this then a project that you will continue until you have cleared the backlog, or is this perhaps a permanent innovation? And on Elon Musk, I do need to ask you this. He called your safeguarding minister, Jess Phillips, an evil witch, a rape genocide apologist who should be put in jail. Does that sort of abuse of a minister make you feel angry? And what is your response to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Let me address both of those. Firstly, look, an element of private sector support for the NHS has been there for a very, very long time. This is not new. And clearly we need to make best use of it. The agreement that we've signed today is to make sure we can do it better so that it's not just the sort of cherry picking of cases, it's a more comprehensive use which will allow us to get the waiting lists down. Of course the priority today is waiting lists, but I'm not ideological about this. Where there's capacity that can be used that will help us deliver in the NHS, then we will continue with that partnership. On the question of Elon Musk, look, I think most people are more interested in what's going to happen to the NHS, frankly, than what's happening on Twitter. But you asked me a really important question that's been in the news for the last few days. I am going to, with permission, just answer it quite fully, because it is a really important cycle than what's happening on Twitter. But you asked me a really important question that's been in the news for the last few days. I am going to, with permission, just answer it quite fully because it is a really important set of issues. And let me start with this. Child sexual exploitation is utterly sickening, utterly sickening. And for many, many years, too many victims have been completely let down by perverse ideas about community relations, or by the idea that institutions must be protected above all else. And they've not been listened to and they've not been heard. And when I was chief prosecutor for 5 years, I tackled that head on because I could see what was happening. And that's why I reopened cases that had been closed and supposedly finished. I brought the first major prosecution of an Asian grooming gang. In the particular case, it was in Rochdale, but it was the first of its kind. There were many that then followed that format. I changed the whole prosecution approach because I wanted to challenge and did challenge the myths and stereotypes that were stopping those victims being heard. So we changed the entire approach, not without criticism at the time, I might add. And when I left office, we had the highest number of child sexual abuse cases being prosecuted on record. Now, that record is not secret. As a public servant, it's there for all of you or everybody to see. I also called for mandatory reporting of child sexual abuse. I called for that a decade ago. The Tories did nothing about that for those 10 long years, including when the J report came out nearly 3 years ago now. Central plank, mandatory reporting, still hasn't been done. We're going to do it. But let's just to bring it in closer, and I will answer you on Jess Phillips in particular, because those that are spreading lies.
All right, so like he said, yeah, and it's funny that none of these men haven't typed one time. Oh, the Conservatives was in at the time of the inquiry, so how comes they haven't implemented any of the recommendations? Not once. You hear me? But it's okay though, still. It's like, bro, obviously, the man them are making up lies about him, innit? Like, so, obviously, he's got to prove at what his time was in office. And you know what the weirdest thing is, though, is that you can look back on the stuff that he's claiming now and fact check it and see if that's actually true, because it should be in public domain, right? Because it's a civil servant. You hear me, cuz? Like, so, anyway, let it play.
And misinformation as far and as wide as possible. They're not interested in victims. They're interested in themselves. Those who are cheerleading Tommy Robinson, not interested in justice. They're supporting a man who went to prison for nearly collapsing a grooming case, a gang grooming case.
Yeah, that. So, how comes you lot don't have a complaint about that? Yeah, if anything, you man called Tom Robinson a hero for that, but he nearly collapsed the case. That case there, that's mad still. Hey, it's funny still, man, but can't let it play if.
These are people who are trying to get some kind of vicarious thrill from street violence that people like Tommy Robinson promote. And those attacking Jess Phillips, who I'm proud to call a colleague and a friend, not protecting victims. Jess Phillips has done 1,000 times more than they've even dreamt about when it comes to protecting victims of sexual abuse throughout her entire career. And so just as I took on the criminal justice system and the institutions when I was chief prosecutor, I'm prepared to call out this for what it is. We've seen this playbook many times, whipping up of intimidation and threats of violence, hoping that the media will amplify it. Now, Jess Phillips does not need me or anybody else to speak on her behalf. But when the poison of the far right leads to serious threats to Jess Phillips and others, then in my book, a line has been crossed. I enjoy the cut and thrust of politics, the robust debate that we must have, but that's got to be based on facts and truth.
Yeah, but Mr. Starmer, these men don't deal with facts and truth. Yeah. So, yes, you have to deal with facts and truths anytime these claims are made. This is what happens in it when we like what happens, right? So people will make a wild claim. We actually have to do research and find out what really happened. Go through the different report or publish and put screen share this, play this video of the actual person saying something else to what they said, and then all they do is go, oh, well, I still don't believe it because blah blah blah. It's like the hell. It's like hard work, cuz. But yeah. Yo, hey Dre, let me know, cuz man. You want to jump on, yeah? Let me quickly put a link in the chat still. See if anyone want have a little chatty patty real quick. Yeah.
Not on lies. Not on those who are so desperate for attention that they're prepared to debase themselves and their country. So this government will get on with the job of protecting victims, including child sexual abuse, mandatory reporting, accelerating the processes. But what I won't tolerate is this discussion and debate based on lies without calling it out. What I won't tolerate is politicians jumping on the bandwagon simply to get attention when those politicians sat in government for 14 long years, tweeting, talking, but not doing anything about it. Now so desperate for attention that they're amplifying what the far right is saying. So that's what I say about Jess Phillips.
You just
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Keir. Amplificating what the amplifying, sorry, what the far right are talking about, man. God damn, man. These far right lunatics keep going mad. You know what I'm saying, man? You see them wilding out in the chat and all that still, man. But I got a little low-key interview to play still, man, from around the times, you know, when they first done the Grooming gang sort of inquiry, right? People keep acting like there was no inquiry and all them sort of stuff there, you know what I mean? Like, so, yeah, man, let's see how that goes anyway.
Written that sexual abuse within the UK is rife. What do you mean by that?
So, child sexual abuse happens on an absolutely epidemic scale. And that was very much one of the main conclusions too of the recent independent inquiry into child sexual abuse. The precise scale of the figures is not well known at all because the vast majority of abuse doesn't get identified. And also the last kind of national prevalence estimates are really out of date. But the best available evidence we have are estimates that 1 in 7 girls and 1 in 20 boys are sexually abused as children in the UK. So, I mean, it's a huge scale. And the Centre for Expertise on Child Sexual Abuse estimates that 500,000 children are abused in the UK sexually every year. And again, on the offender side, it's estimates. There aren't hard figures. Again, only a very small proportion of offenders will ever be arrested, prosecuted, convicted, and so forth. There's a lot of attrition through the criminal justice system. But the National Crime Agency estimates that between 550,000 and 800,000 people in the UK pose varying degrees of sexual risk to children. So again, on a huge scale. And much of that risk is risk online. So child sexual abuse, it happens across all communities, it happens across all contexts. It's not particularly bad in the UK compared to other places. It's a massive problem nationally and globally. And there is...
Yo, yeah, man, that's enough of you bacon bonces are online, spazzing out. and all that. You know what I mean? God damn. Mad. It's crazy still.
Isn't a single type of victims, a single type of offenders, or a single type of abuse. It happens across all contexts, all our institutions. A lot of it is in families, in schools, healthcare settings, in the police, young offender institutes, care homes, sports clubs, I could go on and on. And another thing to note, especially given the kind of current construction around these sort of evil grooming gangs, which isn't to say what they're doing is not horrendous, it is. But it's worth noting that according to the police, a lot of what they're dealing with is what's known as peer-on-peer abuse. So that's when other children are sexually abusing other children. So yeah, essentially, if we want to actually prevent child sexual abuse and support its victims and survivors, it's really important to have an approach that covers all these contexts, recognises the sort of uncomfortable.
Hi, how you doing? You all right?
What's going on, man? Right, let me.
Yeah, no, I saw Keir's thing earlier on, and as I was pointing out earlier, why is Elon Musk so interested in our grooming when he's got a bucket full of groomers over there that he could be concentrating
His
on?
own dad is married to or had a kid with someone that used to be his stepdaughter or something like that. It's mad anyway, so.
Well, he had a kid with that Twigs at the same time that he had an affair with the woman in his work. So they've all got kids with him at about the same time. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's absolutely full of shit. Yeah, he's going on about the UK when there's so many more issues over in that America than there is here with grooming from what's coming out and what we can see. Hollywood. Yeah, he's worried about the UK. It's a bit weird.
Yeah, Elon Musk is an idiot still. But let me keep playing this, man.
No, I'm going to jump off now because I've got something to do, but that's all I was coming on because I can't understand what people believe in an American who isn't tackling the shit over there has got more interest in the UK. Bizarre. Anyway, take care. See you soon. Bye.
Yeah, see you later. Well, anyway, yeah, that on that is that it's what is weird is that so the thing Bob was 2 years ago, so 2 to 3 years. Not now, mate. Sorry, yeah. The thing was about 2 to 3 years ago, yeah. So none of the implementations have been implemented or whatever. None of you guys have cried about that and said, "Oh, look, there was an inquiry about the grooming gangs here." You see, like the way I keep bringing up the Casey report and all that. None of you have ever brought up none of the grooming gang reports, even though I've been through it. So,
No, don't get me wrong. If there was Labour local councillors in them areas, they should be nicked for it. No one should be excused. We don't need Elon fucking Musk. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, that's the point that Keir Starmer was making, was that obviously implement the recommendations and all that instead of doing a whole nother inquiry and then coming up with the same conclusions of recommendations that they're going to be implemented. Like, implement the recommendations first of all. They ain't even fucking implemented the first recommendations. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Anyway, I'll bail out on that note. I'm going to have something to eat. Take care. See you soon. Bye.
All right, big up.
Reality of just how widespread child sexual abuse is and sort of acts accordingly.
And you have written that Suella Braverman's recent claims about quote-unquote grooming gangs go well beyond mere dog whistles and into overt racism. What do you think is overtly racist about what the Home Secretary Suella Braverman is saying?
So I am absolutely categorically not denying that there have been horrific offences perpetrated by stereotypical groups of, often including British Pakistani heritage men or, other men that fall under this grooming gang stereotype. There is no question that the abuse itself is not a myth. The problem here is all the kind of claims making and exaggeration around it. So what Home Secretary Suella Braverman did essentially was she wrote this exclusive in the Daily Mail, right-wing tabloid, claiming that perpetrators in grooming gangs, which is a media constructed term that has no kind of sensible legal or social scientific meaning. So she said that these perpetrators are, and I quote, almost all British Pakistani. And she then went on to reduce victims to, again, I quote, overwhelmingly white girls from disadvantaged or troubled backgrounds. And she presented these claims as being facts. Now, the reason I describe what she's doing as overtly racist is quite simple. These things are not facts. And actually, they directly contradict the findings of her own department, so the UK Home Office. And we've had a lot of moral panic around so-called grooming gangs in the UK over the last decade or so. And in 2020, the Home Office released a report, which is kind of popularly known as the Grooming Gangs Report, but it's technically into a sort of more acceptable sounding euphemism, which is group-based child sexual exploitation in the community. And that report looked at the best available evidence overall, and it concluded that the majority of such perpetrators were white. And to be clear, that is not, as a lot of people often assume, just because the UK is majority white. It was because there was no kind of reliable, generalizable evidence, i.e. sort of representative at national level, to back up these deeply racialized stereotypes that have become so widespread. And the report also concluded that victims come from many backgrounds. They include boys, they include many children from ethnic minority backgrounds. So again, this kind of trope of white girls, or sort of in nationalist language, our girls that need protecting, it just doesn't stack up against the evidence. And actually, the Home Office also released a literature review that went with the main report, which was considerably better standard, in my opinion. And that explicitly recognised the dangers of racialising abuse in this way and the harms it causes, because it's really damaging for children, because it makes it so much harder to respond to abuse effectively. And it's also really damaging for communities that are sort of stigmatised en masse as being sexually deviant. So yeah, Braverman basically went out there with a massive exclusive promoting a dangerous, divisive misinformation. She then went on to make all these sweeping statements, like you said, around cultural values, which are deeply stigmatizing, essentially claiming that, you know, some groups are sort of almost culturally predisposed to abuse children. And that's been really common, actually, in the narrative over the last 10 years or so. This idea, Shamim Mir did some research on this, when the media present cases involving white offenders, the focus is normally on sort of individual deviance, whereas when it's cases involving groups of non-white offenders, it's much more around this sort of demand for collective responsibility and sort of blaming culture.
Yeah, you see that there? Like they were saying, like, when they broke down the numbers, and there's a copy of the chart as well. Yeah, I can post a link to it in the chat in a sec, that you can look at yourself. It shows like that the white British are overrepresented in that category in numbers and per capita. So, because I know that you and love to make this per capita argument in an argument or whatever, but it's mad still. Like really, the point of it is that like anyone that's a nonce should be getting fire fucking to their fucking face. Do you hear me? Like, no one should be supporting it or just be chasing down one set of nonces while letting a different set of nonces get away with being flipping super nonces. Like, that's what's happening when you direct it at these ones or these fake patriots doing this. We're coming to save our girls or whatever. And over 100 man then have been locked up for former members of EDL, BNP, and so associates have been locked up for heinous crimes to do with children. So it's mad still. Don't make sense to me. Crazy. But let
So yeah, so Braverman did this. She was then, I would say, at best, sort of weakly challenged in the media. Interviewers picked up on the fact that actually what she was saying didn't stack up with the government's own evidence. But she doubled down, and she started then to sort of point to cherry-picked cases or locations and be like, well, no, I'm talking about, Rotherham and Rochdale and Telford, which are places in the UK which have effectively become synonymous with the grooming gang scandal. Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, didn't go as far as Braverman did in her claims, but neither did he call her out or do anything about it. And he also defaulted to this kind of narrowing in on particular locations. And both of them did this very much within this context of blaming political correctness. So essentially implying that the UK being too politically correct is getting in the way of responding to child sexual abuse effectively. And it's tired.
Hey, wait, pause for a sec, man. How the fuck? None of you portals in the chat can't tell me anything about anything to do with who's out here trying to flipping save girls or flipping groom girls. Like, right, first of all, yeah, you man support a man that's talking about who's generational or flipping child abuse and all that sort of shit there. Yeah, number one. Yeah, and still fucking champion the dude. Yeah, so shut your mouths. Yeah, on that. Yeah, about fucking who can save it. Man, shut your fucking nonsense mouth, man. Are you mad? You man are real life bacons in real life cause wishing for actual real child abuse on people's kids and all that. You get me? Downloading people's children's pictures. All that shit, bro, man. Get the fuck out of here trying to tell me anything about any sort of moral high ground or high star or whatever. You got
It's selective, it's ill-informed as a frame. It completely ignores the fact that we have, widespread and long-standing evidence of institutional racism in policing. So this myth that the police somehow kind of selectively gave a free pass to brown offenders, and yet at the same time were absolutely perfect in going after white offenders. It's just not credible. Responses to child sexual exploitation and abuse have been poor in general. And again, that was a big finding of the independent inquiry. And also this political correctness angle, not only does it very obviously play into the broader political agenda of the ruling party, but it also gives this really easy excuse for inaction. So if, professionals haven't done their jobs properly, it's much easier to go, oh no, it was, political correctness, I couldn't do it. And it's also really insulting to all the people out there who have been doing their jobs properly and have been trying, desperately hard within a context of sort of ever dwindling resources. Then Braverman went on to write an article, I think it was in The Spectator, so another kind of right-wing title, claiming, oh, it's not racist to tell the truth. But again, what we need to stress here is she was not telling the truth. Or if she had any evidence to back it up.
Yo, hey Mark, you little dickhead. Hey, jump on the panel, cuz I see you always open up your mouth about black this, black that, black this, black that, man. You fucking dickhead. Who the fuck are you, man? You little pussy. Jump on the panel and open up your mouth, man. You dickhead. You little pussy, man. Suck your mum, man.
She did not show that evidence.
I mean, my personal feeling is that this argument of political correctness within institutions being a barrier to justice almost encourages vigilantism. And I think that is a real worry about what we're talking about. And we will, a little bit later on, go into the aspect of this, which almost implicitly encourages people to take action, and sometimes violent action, as we will see. Now, in terms of the construction of this,
it also, sorry to jump in, it also makes it a lot harder to challenge misinformation in this space, because then, and I have this happen a lot, it's then almost like, oh no, you're part of politically correct establishment, you're part of this cover-up. So it's quite powerful in that way as well.
So they construct a version of reality and then they construct a way of pushing back against actual statistics which better reflect reality with what is in a sense a conspiracy theory, if we are to say that there's a liberal, politically correct elite. It plays into a lot of this stuff around wokeism as well. It's really just to push everything to the right. It's just a way to push everything to the right, in my opinion. In terms of the way this idea has been constructed, a lot of it comes back to the Quilliam quote unquote study, I would say, which was able to conclude that 84% of quote unquote grooming gangs were Pakistani men. And this was verbatim reproduced in headlines by all of the mainstream media several years ago. And this was the point when I first became aware of your work, because you were one of the very few people that actually took this scarecrow to task in a way, and you really deconstructed that study. If you could tell us a bit, firstly, about the study itself, but then about what the problem was with it.
Yeah, so I agree with you that the Quilliam, I hesitate to call it a study because it was so bad. The Quilliam, let's call it a report. So I agree with you that the Quilliam report was a hugely important, in a bad way, intervention in this space. I wouldn't say, though, from my perspective, that that's where it really began. For me, I think the current moral panic traces back about 6 years prior to that, which is when the Times, which is a Rupert Murdoch-owned right-wing newspaper, had this big front page expose where they claimed to have uncovered this new crime threat, which they called on-street grooming, which then kind of rapidly morphed into grooming gangs. So I think the Times was enormously influential in taking what had previously been a bit of a sort of far-right trope and migrating it into the mainstream. And then it really picked up pace, and it's been sort of, I mean, I'm probably biased because I work on this stuff, so I notice it more, but I think it's probably fair to say it's been kind of one of the defining sort of panics of the last decade or so in the UK. But anyway, that's digression on that. So back to Quilliam. Quilliam Foundation is a controversial so-called counter-extremism think tank that has since closed, but took a while to close, to be honest. And there's been all sorts of issues around them over the years. And the other thing worth noting is that they've been very litigious. So it's been a difficult organisation to engage with and criticise for lots of people, because they've got, a history of bringing lawsuits against critics. And they tried that with me. I was very much kind of threatened and intimidated with legal action. But the obvious defence to this is, if you say something is rubbish, which is essentially what I was doing, and that is the truth, then you can't sue someone for that. So yeah, they basically released this report back in December 2017 that, like you said, their grooming gangs report, and it's the source of this statistic about 84% of so-called grooming gang offenders being Asian. And they presented their findings as, and I quote, conclusively irrefutable proof, which is, I mean, madness. Sort of anyone who knows anything about science or research would have alarm bells ringing at that point, because that's just not, you can never be that sure. And they also kind of repeat.
Vega, can you hear me, bro? Mic check, mic check. Fucking hell. Don't tell me the mic is fucked up. Bigger. No, it's your side, mate. It's your one. Your network is back, bro.
You try and stress that it's again.
Bro, press play bigger. Your network is back. Press play too. Your network is back still.
And I quote, academic
Why you not saying, man? Dusty far rights, man. Out here trying to promote your shit, yeah? Don't you not get tired of always promoting the same shit again and again, bro? Being laughing stock of humanity. We're a victim, you know. These migrants, these brown people. Where do you expect them to go? They ain't going nowhere. Big up, man. The more you better. Let's wait for big up, man. Never seen some low IQs like these people, bro. Going all the everywhere. Victimhood, victimhood. It's always about us, the so-called victim white people, you know. We need to keep our neck, you know. And I heard this as well. These law actually hate black people, you know. They're still talking about BLM and George Floyd. Yeah? You see the hate, you know. And this is not something that is unexpected. It's who you are. You're inherently racist. You inherit this from your ancestors, you know what I'm saying? But don't think that we're gonna have to accept your way of life, of your way of teaching. You know what I'm saying? I don't think people need to bow down, you know. This is why people actually don't respect anything you don't say. I think migrants. Who cares? I hope two boats come in here. Who are you lot, man? Are you not government or something? Who are you, man? Can't put no government together. You're never gonna get no reform. Elon Musk don't rate you. Elon Musk is a white South African. What are you talking about? How has he even got a right to talk about migrants in the first place? Elon Musk, you know, the same so-called invader of Africa that ran up from South Africa. He went to America as a migrant. You're telling me about Elon Musk, you know? That's what I'm saying, buff. You have no savior. This world is all about money, the Benjamin, you know what I'm saying? What do you have to provide? Yeah? Sit in your council house, you know, paying your Wi-Fi off your benefit from the government. So you ain't see nobody cares. Sit there and claim your benefit. Let the migrant come here and work. You work hard. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. It is what it is, man. The more the better. If it keeps you lot in check, why not? If it keeps the beg up, man, hope not hate, man. We need some more hope not hate. We're gonna do more. The someone is always gonna do more. Way more than you. At least we set humanity in pace. You know what I'm saying? The world is not the world had enough of accepting your savageness. You know what I'm saying? The real savage is you. When you know this Tommy Robinson talking about backward barbarian. Who's the backward barbarian who sets a wheelie bin into to fire into a hotel door? That's humans, you know. Far right, you know what I'm saying? Setting fire to a hotel and then still claiming victimhood. Crisis, I mean, we what are you talking about Elon Musk, you know? Elon Musk, you should not even talk. I think people have been arrested because they said some offensive stuff on Facebook. What are you talking about? What are you here? You don't even live here, you know. This is what I'm saying, you know. You think Donald Trump is coming here to be your white savior, white Jesus. Jesus with the, you know what I'm saying? Jesus with the white horse here. Let's see, man. Remember this though. I'm gonna tell you guys this for free. Our mayor is Sadiq Khan. A lovely mayor, man. Big up our mayor. Sir Sadiq Khan. Who does he hate? Donald Trump. What happened last time when Donald Trump tried to come into the UK? What happened? You think he was here peacefully? You know what time it is. Don't go me a thing at you. Our British justice system and our British po- our British Parliament, yeah, they're gonna stoop down, bow down to Donald Trump in American politics. Yeah, Keir Starmer couldn't give a damn about what Elon Musk says. Who is Elon Musk compared to Keir Starmer? Keir Starmer is our prime minister, you know. You low IQ fools, you know. But it don't matter. We would love to see you self-destruct. You know what I'm saying? This is self-destruct by himself, and you're cursed by humanity. You here blaming migrants. God is doing this to you. What are you talking about, migrants and boats? Go and talk to God. Have you ever prayed and asked God why all of these migrants? How are you gonna stop what God is doing? You know, you're low IQ, savage peasant, piece of shit, man. You're just a peasant. Why you even talking like acting like you're a politician? Who are you? Actually, migrants. So our country is NHS. What do you mean the NHS? Have you ever gone to school, bruv? What you know about numbers and money and national insurance contribution by the British citizen? How do you think less than 25 million people in this country and don't pay national insurance number or don't pay tax? That what you lot say. So how do you even that point of NHS crumbling come into prospect? Because you are low IQ. You've never been to university. You don't know numbers. Yeah? Only if 20 million people contribute the into national insurance number, NHS will function well. So what are you talking about? It's just your racism, your undercover racism. And it's not your fault. It's your parents' fault. They didn't teach you better. And I blame their parents and their parents. It's who you are. You're inherently racist. And this dusty Mitch, you know this Mitch? Luke, you know? Manhole. Manhole, you know? He's a real hole as a man, you know? He's talking shit, you know, all yesterday. Bruv, who are you, man? Coming here like, you think, bruv, we rate you because you got Wu-Tang album in your fucking house, bro. In your room, yeah? Nobody cares about you, bro. It's a waste, man, bro, to everybody. But you know what? At least, we migrants, you know? We're not like you guys. And I'm not saying for anybody. And what I'm saying, but what I've seen myself, what I've vision. Fire right can come around. What I've seen, I'm not saying this channel. Anywhere else, you know what? For what my observation, you can spread your shit, you can talk your shit, we can disagree, but we're never gonna mute you. We're never gonna mute you. We're never gonna hide you in a chat. We're never gonna deny your freedom of speech. But you fuckers, you privileged piece of shit. Yeah. Whenever you can't handle nothing, what do? Because your brain capacity cannot handle the truth. You know. Whenever your brain start twitching, yeah. What do? You dash people off your channel. You block someone. You throw them off your chat. And that's what it is. Think, you know, this is what it is. Far right. I've been saying this, you know. This is prophecy, you know. And I stuff, I'm not prophet. I used to say this 3 years ago, you know. Man, them, my immigrant brothers and sisters. That's the time you will see this. These people,
Big up, Askeri.
the beast can't hide. Wow, big up, brother. Who's that? Banda.
Your mic's working nice today, mashallah.
Brother, you know what it is, brother? It's man like bigger, man. I don't want to say too much. I found out, you know, it's working everywhere else, fam. Have you not heard me on TikTok?
Yeah, I heard
Like,
you on TikTok. I didn't even recognize your voice. I was like, raw, is that Askeri?
full effect, fam. I'm thinking, why today? You know, when I locked in, yeah, that thing went full green, the bar, you know.
Yeah,
But,
yeah,
bro, yeah, my brother, man, I'll be. You know what I've
yeah,
noticed?
yeah, yeah.
These
Go on.
far right, they brought their shit to TikTok, fam. See, when you're debating
Yeah,
them,
there's bare of them,
hold
dumbos.
on. You see, when you jump on here and you bring a like a proper normal point, you know, you're
Yeah,
not using their way of attack, the way of mind control and mind reading, yeah. You don't use that, yeah. But when you just say a proper point, yeah, what do they do, brother? If they don't like you, I've noticed they do the same thing these guys do here around here. They dash you off the channel, they mute you.
yeah, yeah.
Always, and the best weapon is what it is: over talking. As long as if they can talk as much as they can, they think they win the debate. What is that, Abi? Where does that come from? Where does that stem from? Like, look, you know that
At the
attack.
end of the day, you got to remember one thing. These lot are used to their white privilege. They're never used to being questions. They're never used to having to give evidence. They're just used to being able to just chat bullshit in the pub or in the breakfast cafe, just chatting shit, cussing off foreigners and getting away with it. That's what they're used to.
So when they come around the foreigners so they expect foreigners to be low. And I'm sorry, but accept their bullshit. They just naturally they believe you know what I can say whatever I want, but as long as that foreign disagree with something, you know what it don't make sense. It's not that what I'm trying to say, Khan. They do know they're fucking up in it. These lot, they're not that low IQ. They do know that
No, they
they're what
are.
they.
I think they are
Well,
that low IQ.
I think they're doing
I
on
think they're
purpose.
trying to say no matter how horrible life gets for them, no matter how poor they get, as long as they could turn around to a next man and tell him to his face that he's the N-word, this, that, then they're more
Yeah,
than
yeah.
happy. That's their perfect life.
And their failure in life is because the next man, because he's
Yeah, yeah,
the next
yeah.
he sees them in the NHS in the A&E, yeah. Because the guy sitting next to them with a broken leg, he might be some Muslim woman at hijab. That is what's putting burden on the NHS, right? That's what they're saying. That is what the problem with this country
Exactly.
is. Madness,
Exactly
brother.
that.
So, bro,
Madness.
so what I'm trying to say around here, because these people, they do one thing I do understand. They do understand. They and bro, with all respect, I have to say this. That we all know this, all empire comes to the end, yeah? They do feel in a way their British Empire and what the empireness, and the British, the imperialism and
Yeah.
this Britishness they have is coming to an end. Like all other empires fallen, right? Look at your empire,
No,
Ottoman,
no,
yeah?
no, no, no,
You
no.
you see, so they
When things get
so
tight for
what I'm
these
saying,
lot,
one thing, brother. So my last point is don't they understand that they actually like like this waste man look, this Mitch, manhole, yeah. Yesterday the way he was disrespecting Palestinian, that don't you understand? End of the day, the world is just gonna hate you, and it's only gonna be bad for you.
yeah, they
You don't
don't
want the
care.
whole. This is low IQ,
Look,
brother.
for years and years, all we've been talking about on these panels is about how British people done the Indians
What
dirty
hate them?
during the
How they
Raj,
gonna
done
survive?
the black people dirty during slavery, and these lot have just been saying, well, if you're hating on England, then you're just unpatriotic. Like at the end of the day,
What is
they're saying
patriotic
if you're
for?
on our team, you should turn a blind eye to all the disgusting things we've done because we're not going to take accountability for none of it. So what that
But
shows
then,
you is when
but
the money wait, Askitty, when the money situation gets tight again, they're happy to go on the war path and kill
yeah, yeah.
everybody just to make more money. They're gonna that's what
Well,
they're
I
showing
heard it
you.
clearly, brother. That's not to interrupt you, but I heard it clearly, and that Wasteman, Luke, yeah, that Mitch, yeah, he said yesterday, we need an ally in the Middle East. So he's happy with what's going on in the Middle East.
Exactly.
As long as they got ally,
Yeah.
and he's talking his way around all of this unaliving of these innocent children and kids
Innocent
in
people.
Palestine.
Exactly.
Yeah, but as long as so he's trying to play like this, and what does he say as well? One thing I do want you to actually remind you of saying, Israel is the last democracy of the Middle East, right? So when you unalive all of these people and you want to be the last, you do whatever it takes here to be the last ally in the Middle East and have control there. And knowing that unalive is that democracy, brother? I'm trying to understand that, bro. Is this now? Here, the democracy of these people have left democracy and there, and we have to understand, brother. White people, it's not. The, bro, they did come with that concept of democracy, real democracy. Only the corrupt one hijacked it, right? We have to be honest, brother. There is a big number of white people who believes in proper democracy. So what I'm saying, their democracy, they believe in, they threw out the window right now, yeah. But they're still hiding under it, right? Is that what you think, Rana? Do you think they're still
Yeah, yeah.
hiding under? We still liberal, not liberal nation. You know what I'm
Of
talking about, bro,
course.
yeah?
Of course, of course, of course.
But the undercover just now they're playing and those mercenaries that were sent to Africa and that back in slavery time.
Yeah,
They're trying
yeah,
to play
yeah, yeah.
them, yeah? That kind of tactic. So they're going back to the ancestors' way of finessing.
Yeah. That's it.
But this is inherently, right? Inherently
Yeah.
is risk. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank God, this is all I've been saying, bro. They know what I've been saying, bro. I've been saying this for years. And then one thing I wanted to say as well, Kanye, I've been noticed around immigrants, us brown people, yeah, people from outside, yeah, they come around us, yeah, they talk that shit, but we never dash them off. But when when we go around them and try to engage with their points, yeah, they don't like it. What happened, Khan?
Yeah.
They dash you off, innit?
Yeah.
What is that, bro?
Jupiter,
Is that the inner?
Dave, all these
No
free
name, no need
speech,
name for needed,
all
bro.
these
Don't
free
need.
speech
Yeah,
batty
yeah, yeah, yeah,
boys.
yeah. And not just them. People like them. People like them, even Danny Roscoe. But people like them. What I'm saying, like them, I'm calling them the international grooming Robinson gang. Yeah, all of them. Yeah,
Yeah.
they've all got the same trace, bro. But what is that, brother? Does this go under um, white privilege, or is it because?
White
Yeah,
privilege,
yeah, white privilege, and
yeah, all that.
what are you talking about? Basically, you're a black man. Get in your place, right? It's like that, right? Get in your place. What are you
Look,
talking
bro,
about?
bro, bro. These lot know that their position in the world is determined by their military might. It's got nothing to do with their intelligence. It's got
Yeah,
nothing
yeah.
to do with their culture. It's got nothing to do with their society. It's got nothing to do with their haq or their justice or their democracy. It's got nothing to do with none of that.
But
It's
brother,
just down to their military might. That's all it's down to.
but
And
let's
that
be
all
careful,
depends
brother.
on wait. That all depends on America. So
But
America
let's be
comes
careful, brother. But
first.
why is he?
America comes first. Then
Yeah, yeah,
comes England. Then comes
yeah, yeah.
France. Then comes Europe. And then after that comes Israel. These are all one family. They're all one
Don't
family.
forget
They're
Canada.
supporting
No,
each
don't
other.
forget Canada,
Oh
Australia in the
yeah.
same package. Right?
Canada's in there as well. Yeah,
Same package,
Canada's.
you know. But
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I'm,
yeah, yeah.
my point, forgot the point. Yeah. My point was here is, but and these people don't know that black people are working in a nuclear facility right now in Britain. Black
They don't
people is
care,
probably
bro.
part of
They don't
a
care.
black person is probably part of the the RAF. A black person, he might be the
Yeah.
captain of a
They
fucking
don't care.
U-boat or something. But what I'm trying
Yeah.
to understand is these people, brother. I just remember the point now. These people, brother, they're not politicians. The politician used
Nah.
to choose a whole different route. They don't
Yeah,
want
yeah,
to
yeah.
show the racism. They cannot afford to show.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But these man, they're
Exactly.
saying, let's
Yeah.
go back to savageness. We're gonna carry on
Yes.
keeping everything. We're not giving back nothing,
Yeah.
but we wanna go back to and this is why. But have you not noticed when these people always say that's you're a far lefty. That's a far lefty point.
Yeah, yeah,
When you
yeah.
talk about injustice and stuff like that, but when you're talking about when you talk about what what you mean artifacts in Benin, the bronze museum given back that belong to Britain. That's for them to say that is a strong right. How do I say this? You understand what I'm saying, right?
Well,
Trying
these
to
lot
make
are
you understand.
they're delusional. They're
They're
crazy
delusional, right?
people. They're all in a dream world. Tommy Robinson's in prison telling everybody he's a
Mm.
journalist. He thinks that
But
he's a journalist, and he
madness,
thinks that
mad.
going to prison is going to make people want to watch his film, the film that he
No,
made.
well, like, brother,
This
they
is
are
the
gonna watch first.
delusion. This is the
No,
delusion.
mate, our idiot prime minister, bruv, he gave him clout now, bruv. He done the biggest mistake, Keir Starmer, by even talking about him in the parliament. Why did he even mention his name? Now there's more people that heard about Tommy Robinson.
It's
But the
true.
point is, bro,
You're
yeah.
right.
But the point is, bro, yeah. These idiot. One thing I don't understand, Khan. You know this yourself. Elon Musk. Let's address this Elon Musk situation, yeah. Because I
Oh
hear these
God.
people believing Elon Musk is a savior. Khan, brother, is Elon Musk not from South Africa? Is he not a
He's a
invader?
scumbag.
No,
He's a
I know what I'm
scumbag.
saying. His father, no, I'm saying his
Yeah.
great grandfather. I don't know Netherlands people from Netherlands who invaded South Africa,
Bro,
white South
Elon
African, right?
Musk never worked a day in his life. All
No,
his
let me just,
money
brother. I'm just
came
trying to
from
understand,
Africa.
brother. Hold on.
All his money
This
comes from
same guy
Africa.
who's talking about immigrants. Hold on, let's hear this. This guy was talking about immigrants. Any immigrant himself, he's a white South African who left South Africa, migrated to America. You understand? This is the
Yeah.
guy they're talking about, and
Yeah,
who's
but
got problem with
in
UK.
the white supremacist
Oh
system,
yeah,
like
yeah,
as
yeah,
long as
yeah.
you're
White man.
white, you
You're
can go
right.
to you could be from England and you can move to Australia tomorrow. That's the
I
white
mean, brother, me
supremacy
and you understand that,
ideology.
but why do these people not accept that, man? These people, these some lower Q far right in the chat and that. Why do we not accept normal
They
point
just
like
want
this?
to argue. They
This
just
simple point
argue.
you
They
just
just
said
want to
now.
argue. They just want to
What
argue. They
is
know
it
the
on
truth.
purpose or is it inherently?
Yeah, of
Is it on
course
purpose?
it's on purpose. They're on purpose, bro.
So they know what they're doing.
Yeah, of course. What do you mean?
Back. I knew this as well. I'm just trying to, bro. It is what it is, bro. So what I'm just saying is, me, bro. A lot of people have got kids here, different generation. These people are gonna shit on the whole world. Well, imagine the world making back on this country. Imagine
Bro,
right now.
let's get it. Let's get it.
Yeah.
Let's not forget the
Are
first
you gonna press the
country.
button, bro, and nuke the whole world? Because
Let's
people
get
don't
it.
want to give
Let's
you
not
tea no more.
forget the first country to kick the Jews
Mm.
out was England. When
Facts,
times
facts,
get
facts.
hard in England,
Mm.
yeah,
Mm.
and you're a foreigner, don't think you're not on the firing line. Because these lot,
Uh,
wow, they'll put you on the
yeah.
firing line super
Brother,
fast.
after
Super
World War
fast.
II, why they did not accept the Jews? Why did they say the Jews? No, you can't come here.
Exactly. They didn't take
You
one
don't have to
vote.
go. What you talking about?
They
Come
put
here.
them on
Nah.
boats. They put them all on boats and then they didn't accept none
I
of the
said, come over
votes.
here. Nah. Go to Uganda.
Yeah.
Nah, you can't go to Uganda.
They're
No. We
bastards.
want Palestine.
They're
Go to Uganda.
bastards.
The English said, go to Uganda. No, they just
They're
said, no, we don't want
bastards. They're
Uganda.
bastards.
We
But if
want
you was a
Palestine.
Jew coming out of World War II, yeah, would you rather come to England or move to Palestine? You rather come to England, bruv, don't lie. But you're talking about
Facts, bro.
Palestine.
Facts. But bro, so
Facts.
my other brother, my other question is, why do these low IQ like Luke and that not seem to understand that point? As a Jewish
No,
pet,
they understand,
no, you
cuz
know,
everything that they do is
but
fake.
they do.
It's all
So why that
politics.
right now the super fan of the Zionists, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it's
yeah,
only because it's Muslim, right?
yeah.
Because
Of
the Zionists
course,
are
because
fighting
it's
Muslims.
against the Muslims. Yeah,
So okay, you talk about immigration coming to your country and that, yeah, you don't want migrants coming, so-called Great
but then
Britain.
they're in Dubai.
Why
They're
do
in
you
Muslim
hold on, brother?
countries.
This is this point. Why do you support the motion of people should go into their land, the Middle East, have a chunk over, have control? I've heard Luke himself said, we need to have control in the Middle East. So when you say you have to have control, you are no God. You cannot play God. God is going to open the back door, as in stuff. He's going to open the door for migrants to come here on a boat. What are you going to do about it? I like Han. These
Yeah,
people
and
are
obviously
arguing with
there's a
us.
correlation between
They're not arguing
immigration
with God.
and war, innit? Obviously.
But what is it that seem to not them
If there
people? They
wasn't
don't want
any
to accept
wars,
that.
why is people going to leave their own country and come here? Like,
Fact, bro.
it's only because there's a war, right? But these lot are so deluded in their little delusion. They're like, no, everybody wants to come here. Everyone wants to be us. Everyone wants to be here. No, but that's not true,
You're
though.
damn right. Everybody wants to be
It's
you
not
because
true.
you were there. You went to all their countries, bro. I was watching, bro. I don't know if you watched this new episode on BBC iPlayer. It's called Sign. The SIS is the life of the SIS, 1942,
Nah,
and that when it was created, yeah. Is it when they were
go
going
on.
around in Africa and in Egypt and Benghazi and killing obviously we know the Germans were there as well, yeah. But these people, what were they fighting over? Let's just be honest. When the Germans were there and Britain sent their mercenary and the SAS and all of that, yeah, to take control of the Suez Canal and all of that, I still have control of those other part of Africa, right? What was that?
Mm.
Was it not because of colonization, right? And having
Yeah, of
control.
course. Of course.
So this is actually, when you ask these British people, it's a proud moment in their history, for them to go all the way over there to some desert, dying by scorpion bite and some poison snake, and you sleep in the desert and you wake up with some snake on you. Lemons, you're leaving your friend behind. This is, the question is, you were doing it then. What you still doing it now, right? You understand what I'm saying, bro? Going to next man
Yeah.
country, right?
Yeah, of
So
course.
I don't understand, bro. So we both know these people lost humanity, right? Or they already lost humanity. But what is it that makes them think, you know what? These migrants coming to Britain and NHS is full and, bro, and the other point of the NHS is so low IQ. You know why? Only 30 million people pay into the national insurance number. The NHS is functioning normal. Are you
Velly,
telling
you've
me
got people in the back, Velly. I think Taffy's in the back, Velly.
there's low IQ and
The
cheap
lowest,
trimmer, man?
bruv, the
Cheap,
lowest
cheap trimmer,
IQ.
man.
Not low
He's
IQ,
coming here with
the
a fucking
lowest. The
that trimmer
lowest.
in his hand, bruv. And he's still holding the sheep's leg, mate. He's still holding the sheep's leg, bruv. Come here to talk with us, bruv.
This is what I mean about white supremacy. Anyone else would be
That's what I'm
ashamed
saying.
to even step into public and open their mouth and try and speak on
And
big
all because
subjects.
he's
But
white,
this
bruv.
white supremacy makes
Yeah,
them
yeah,
give
yeah,
them
yeah.
confidence, gives them
Fact,
confidence.
one. Fact, bro. Khan, when you're Turkish, yeah, and you say some dumb shit amongst your people, it's embarrassing, isn't it? They'll tell you, where siktir git lan. Kafe olmuş. Siktir git lan.
Yeah.
But here, fam, it's green light, fam. You know what? I'm just gonna come. Them ones, bro. This is embarrassing, bro. This is what I'm saying.
I'm
Thank
telling
God,
you,
bro.
bro.
Man, at least I speak more than three language, bro. Thank God. I can
Yeah.
switch, bro. Them ones, bro. But then,
Mm.
the other question is here. I want the far rights to hear this. If we all left right now, the migrants, we all understand. It's not about the migrants coming on a boat. Right now, it's about that migrant that was your neighbor that you used to see for the last 20 years. You've got a grudge on right now, yeah? So, Khan, if we leave all of us right now, how are these people going to survive? What will happen to the country if you try to put it in aspect?
To be
Say we
honest,
were gone for the first
I,
5 years.
I don't think
How long after would they start fighting each other? Civil war in their country.
I
But
don't
no,
think
eventually.
they don't realize this, yeah. Because
Mm,
like, if they was to make us all leave,
mm,
then when our countries turn around and make their people leave, they think that oh, we don't
mm,
care if you do that. But trust me,
Mm.
here, if we
Oh
kick you
my
lot out
days.
of Dubai, if we kick you lot out of
Oh
North
my days.
Africa, if we kick you lot out
Mm.
of Indonesia, if we kick you lot out of all the places where the money is, right? You're gonna be
Man, them
living in
from Turkey,
England.
bro.
You're gonna be back in England living on strawberries and fucking chestnuts, bro. Because that's all you lot got is strawberries and chestnuts, bro. You better think of
Exactly,
some
fam.
Jamie Oliver
Yeah.
recipes to do with
No,
fucking
even that,
strawberries and
bro.
chestnuts, because that's all you
Some
lot gonna be
serious
eating, bro.
packaging, bro. They got to
Trust
come
me.
with some serious packaging, bro, to import to the world. Some serious
Packaging,
packaging on that
massive
potato.
packaging. Taste
You
the
know what I'm saying? That
difference.
packaging has to
Taste
be
the
something like it has to have some neon light or something, bro, for the world, for
yeah.
the rest of the world to buy anything of them. But, bro, look, let's just be honest, bro. Yeah,
It's all
okay.
about the packaging, fam.
I big up themselves, you know. One thing, the dude say this, you know, and they say, Wasteman Mitch, look, he keeps saying, you know, and you guys took the white man brought all of this technology, right? All of that. Yeah, big up, you know. But you have to understand, you brought the technology, like the same way you stole our wealth. So what makes you think that we do not know your technology already, that we cannot,
But who's got the
you know,
technology now,
do
bro? It's
for ourselves?
China. China's
It's
got the
too late
technology
now.
now.
You know,
It's all
that it's
China.
not hit. You know, everybody knows everybody's secret now. So where are you gonna go? You know, that much, bro. If the world turns around and we know your technology, we know. Actually, I don't want to say too much, but you know, you see what I'm saying, right, Khan? Yeah, people know the
Mm.
technology. People can create their own shit now. You know, right now, if imagine Africa came together and said, you know, we want to put like they do. You know, like Donald Trump always say, we gotta put tax on that tariff tax. Yeah.
Tariffs and that.
Imagine they put 700% tariff tax on Congolese and coltan and cobalt and all of that. You know, we say, you know what are you talking about electric vehicle? In fact, the manufacturer has to be here. Can only be manufactured from here and imported out of here. But we can't do that, right? Because for what they've done to us, right? What
Exactly.
they've done to Congo, right? So yeah. And the problem is, brother, you have to understand. So that little kid right now in the mind, he knows what's going on. Because TikTok it's not like back in the days when we had 1998 Microsoft computer, right? Right now we got everybody got a computer in their hand. You know what I'm saying? That kid in that rural area can buy a computer for $50 if he wants right now. So yeah, man.
Well,
Don't
bro.
ruin your countries. Just be humble, bro. And bro, we have to actually be careful as well, you know, because it's only these lot that seems to want to ruin the country, bro. There's a lot of good white people there. Yeah, man.
Yeah. There's a lot of good white people, bro. Especially in England. England, British people are the best.
Especially
Fuck,
England,
fuck
bro.
them Germans and them French and all
Yeah,
them cunts,
England's
man.
got some of the best,
English
bro.
is the best, man.
Yeah.
Fuck them fucking Belgians and them fucking Bulgarians and all them cunts. I prefer England to any country, but I have to say
Hmm.
that the way things are going is like they're empowering these fucking bigots to open up their mouths and chat shit. And that's all they want to do is just chat shit publicly, just tell people to their
But
faces
can't.
they're P words and N words. And that's all they really want, really.
But can't. This Donald Trump the other day, him talking for president and that, yeah? In the way he was talking, bro. It got me suspicious, bro. I don't even think that guy is the president. You know that? I think it's a setup, man. He literally incriminated himself. He's incriminated himself. All right, hold on, mate. Go back to trimming some sheep, mate. Hey, Reggie, is that what you're gonna let him, bro? It's
know the definition of
no
stupidity?
IQ, Donkey Kong, man.
Yeah,
Do
we're looking
you
at it. A
know the
talking dog.
definition of
A
stupidity?
talking dog.
Yeah. Do you
Talking dog,
know
Why
the
man.
you on
These are
here?
definition of
not sheep.
Hey, Taffy,
oh
why you on here
oh
Go
profiling
back
as
to
a
your flock,
talking
man.
dog?
Is
Go
all
back
I'm
to your
getting out
flock,
to
man.
you,
You're
right?
not
Is
sheep. Go back to your flock.
Shut up.
that's petty. How far can I get my tongue up you a bum ass sketty? Oh yeah,
Why is it
that's
always have to
petty.
be
You
gay
Oh,
shit
really
to
want
be
Did you
whites,
petty.
hear that,
man?
brother?
And
You
you
see
want
the
getting
humor?
You
out to
whites
that
are
Albie,
always
did
on
you
petty.
hear
gay
that? The
shit
If you
humor.
all the
think you
You see
want
the
time.
kind
fucking
of fun
character,
Did you
He's
see how
always
he
on some gay
composed
shit,
himself
the
bro.
in less than in
painting
1
was
minute? You know.
fucking shit.
You see what he just done there?
The
This is their
painting
fun, you
was
know. This
fucking
is their humor.
absolute shit.
Listen to this
No, I'm
You
spastic.
saying.
should you. You should go back
Voilà.
and listen to
You're a
yourself.
This is normal, though. You can't
spastic.
help
You
them. This
You're a
is
clown.
normal
low
for them.
IQ
You're a clown.
spastic.
You clown.
You're a low IQ spastic.
Yeah. And the IQ gonna educate you, fucking con,
You
fucking
sound like
big
you got
bollocks,
teeth
yeah?
missing.
Con, you
You,
big
s-
bollocks.
you
You
sound like
can't
you
say
got teeth
no.
missing,
You
you
can't say
dumb
no to
schmuck.
athletes because you haven't got the fucking minerals to do it.
That's getting smarter than you, mate.
They might be, but I'll say no to him when he's
No,
fucking
I'm not,
wrong.
man. I'm
I'll
not,
say
bro.
no
Allow
to him
him, bro.
when
Allow
he's
him.
fucking
Taffy,
wrong.
Allow him,
let's
bro.
be honest.
I'll say
Taffy,
no to
how
him
many
when he's
countries?
fucking wrong,
I
will I?
guarantee you,
Yeah?
Asketty's been to more countries than you've been.
Who gives a fuck? Who
Right?
gives
Taffy,
a
Okay.
I
fuck?
can't.
Yeah?
Don't even
Number
mention
Who
that.
gives
one.
a
Just
fuck?
mention European.
And I
Let's
expect you
see
pledge
how
them
many
countries
European
to
countries he's
play
been to.
well.
All right, Taffy.
I
Point
asked him
number
about
two. Asketty can speak more
four
languages
countries
than
in
you.
Europe he's been to.
Countries, and he
Taffy,
hated the people, he
slow
hated the
down, slow
government,
down.
respected them, chewed them up, and spat them out.
Barely have a word with this
I
spastic.
bet some
Fuck up,
racism was set there,
fucking
man.
idiot.
Certain
Fuck up,
racism was
you
set right
fucking
there.
idiot. You're talking
I
like I
don't know
don't know what
what angle, but it definitely was
dickhead.
racist.
So go
How many, Taffy, how many languages can you speak?
I can speak 3.
Bollocks.
Yeah, that's not a language, cunt.
What, English and Wales and sheep? Come
Asketty
on,
can
man.
speak more
You
languages than
must
you,
tell me
Taffy,
one
and
Come
he's
language.
got
on.
and he's wait.
He can
Right now,
speak
bro, I'm trying to
fucking
learn Arabic,
gibberish.
man.
Wait a sec. Let me
Inshallah, I
let
learn
one more point.
Arabic.
One more
He can
point. One more
speak
point.
Right now,
right.
I'm trying to learn Arabic, bro.
Taffy, Asketty's got more kids than you.
Right, let's get it fucking
Alhamdulillah.
straight. Let's get it fucking straight. And only today,
I've
people
got
can.
more kids
It's
with
only
a white woman
today.
than you
It's
have.
only today people can understand the word that's coming out of his fucking mouth.
Okay, and I've been talking to him for an hour.
I know. Today his fucking mouth is fucking working tidy.
Well, go on.
You know,
What's
and
going
with
on?
your blood pressure and that, you know, with your shouting, don't you
Usually
think you
he's
put a
fucking
burden on the NHS? You
can't
talk
hear
on the
about
Veli.
migrants.
microphone.
You know, with your
Hey
shouting,
guys,
yeah,
Taffy, why
and
you
your
barling?
I
high
can't
blood
hear
pressure.
Veli. I'm trying to hear Veli. I'm trying to hear Veli.
Yeah,
Yeah,
big
why are
up,
you barling?
Valley.
Why are you barling, Taffy?
These days fucking chatting
Brother, he
shit.
left. He ran away from trimming sheep. That's why, bro. He's on a break right now.
Trimming
He
Yeah,
them.
still
he
got
was
one
just
sheep in the
going
hand, legs. You know, the leg
Trimming
sheep.
them.
He's holding it back
like a
from
fucking.
escaping.
Man said
And
trimming sheep.
you got a bigger IQ than me.
But that dog
I look,
that you're
Taffy, can I say something
representing
though?
has got more
You know,
IQ
and
than you.
Taffy, let's just be honest. You know, the Somalis in Cardiff. If you know so much, yeah, how long has these Somalis been living in Cardiff? When was the first
Oh,
Somali who landed?
long time.
Over 100 years. Would you say 100 years?
No, not 100 years, no.
No, 100 years.
No,
So
no,
was the
no.
Somali not there? 03? Was not there? You telling me they didn't come there
It's
and
not,
fucking traded with you guys? You know, you don't hate
no,
Somali. So why was
100
Somali
years.
coming there, but with their own
100
shits,
years, Asket.
selling you
100 years.
spices?
100 years.
While you lot was walking with
Somalis
sheep
have been
and
in
that, man.
Cardiff for 100 years.
They even told you don't leave the sheep outside. Don't sleep with the sheep in the bed. Take the sheep outside.
Somalis have been in Cardiff for 100 years. Is that what you're saying?
No,
He
they've
said
been there.
1910.
Yeah.
He said
They
1910. That's
what are you
100
talking about?
years.
Over 100 years, you little waste man, bro. What are you talking about, man?
1910. That's 100 years.
But I go on Google right now if I'm lying. Go on Google. Ask, check. You know what it is? It was Liverpool and Cardiff. Actually, they came from Liverpool. They settled there, but I think they left. They went to Cardiff after. But anyways, hold on. I swear the MP, no, the mayor in Cardiff is Somali, right?
Let's see the receipts for that. Let's see the receipts
Hold
for
on.
that. Come on.
Ain't the mayor in Cardiff?
Come
Ain't the
on,
mayor
let's
in
have a
Cardiff
look at the
Somali?
receipts. I want to see the receipts for that. Come on.
I swear there's a banana on the table of the mayor
Show me
in
the
the
receipts
what's
for
it called?
that.
What's it called?
Shit.
You know, banana and rice is for lunch in Cardiff
Again.
in the mayor's office.
You're talking shit again, bruv.
Come on, bro. We brought banana and rice on your national dish, bro. What are you talking about? We changed your Wales national dish to banana and rice.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb cunt.
And the halal sheep from Wales.
Shut up, you
Bro,
dumb
look for
cunt.
something. Hey, bro, I beg you, look for talk, man. I'm looking for. Where did I put the salad, man?
I'm happy your microphone is working good today, though. Yeah? God bless
Hey,
her.
are you on a laptop? Who's on a laptop?
That was you, Vinny, man. You messed up my mic, innit, wallah. How come it's working today?
How did I mess up your mic?
No, don't say it back.
Because you haven't had 15 bottles of fucking whiskey.
I think
you haven't done 15 grams of
that
crack.
guy, bro. I think he's finished his shift of true.
She got £50, I'm afraid.
She weighed 1,000.
Where's my fucking salad, man?
Oh, that's scary. Do you know how long?
Yes, man. Yeah. You're so
Fam,
predictable, fam. I'm telling
Is
you.
it
Velly,
my
I was gonna
fault?
tell you something, brother.
Man.
Velly, you know
It's
that what's
Wait.
man? What's his name?
Is it my
Luke,
fault? I'm
bro.
agreeing with him. Is it my fault?
Luke,
I'm
yeah,
agreeing
he
with him.
violated a lot
Man,
yesterday, bro. That
Sexual
guy, he said a
abuse
lot of stuff
Yo,
within the
you lot
UK
about
mute up,
black
man.
people, you know.
is
Mute up,
rife.
mute up.
What do you mean by that?
So, child sexual abuse happens on an absolutely epidemic scale. And that was very much one of the main conclusions, too, of the recent independent inquiry into child sexual abuse. The precise scale of the figures is not well known at all because the vast majority of abuse doesn't get identified. And also the last kind of national prevalence estimates are really out of date. But the best available evidence we have in religious. So it's been a difficult organisation to engage with and criticise for lots of people because they've got, you know, a history of bringing lawsuits against critics, and they try.
What the fuck, like?
Taffy, look at this bird on the
That is
screen.
the
Would you give
truth,
her what?
then you can't sue someone for that. So, yeah, they basically released this report back in December 2017 that, like you said, you know, their grooming gangs report, and it's the source of this statistic about 84% of so-called grooming gang offenders being Asian. And they presented their findings as, and I quote, conclusively irrefutable
Yo,
proof,
it's the sound god.
which is, I mean, madness. Sort
No,
of
I can
anyone
hear
who
it.
knows anything about, you know, science or research would have alarm bells
You know what, though?
ringing
I
at
might
that
wrap it up
point
in
because
this.
that's
I've got some stuff.
And you stopping at the
What
same
you gonna say?
point again. That's as far as we got last time.
Yeah, no, mad, innit? I can slap it on in the sense still. But yeah, man, you know what though, yeah, I did forget to chat about it still. God damn. Imagine I was just listening to my Will Smith CD. Man, I was just listening to my Will
Minding my own
Smith
business.
CD on a Sunday. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh mate, just chilling out on a Sunday, listening to a couple of lefties put in some work. Next thing you know, I see Wendy Wu on the panel. I'm like, God damn. Every other city week, bro. Every other radio. No matter where I go, man. I was like,
I'm
God damn.
seeing Wendy. Whoa.
Velly, big up. What happened yesterday, bro, on that liberal channel, man? That was embarrassing, man. I'll listen back to it. Yeah, but no need to say no names. Yeah, all right. Prop is real nowadays. You know the low IQ-ness.
Yeah,
Just because.
The low IQ-ness. You thought it was bad before with these lot. It's getting worse.
We are
Yo,
right.
I
We are
couldn't
right,
believe
and we
it,
far
fam.
right. You know, we are right, and we
Imagine
far
that,
right.
cuz. Yo, I was just,
We're
imagine
always
I was
right
just
because we
listening
far
to
right.
my Will Smith CD, chilling out, all cool and max and relaxing, shooting some pool. You get me? And a couple of guys, they was up to no good.
Up to no
Man,
good.
I said, oh,
Started
shit.
making trouble in
Next
my
thing you know,
neighborhood.
I see Jupiter jump on the panel. I'm like, God. An hour ago, you know. I was supposed to go bed about 9:30, 10. Yeah.
I ready. Brother, you still got that video? You still got that video of those far right? You remember those far right? The video I sent you on TikTok. Those far right talking about. I still call you the N word, but I'm not a racist. I beg you, press play, man.
I played that already,
They
man.
love it, bro.
I
They
played
love
it on
it.
there already,
bro,
man. What are you
please.
talking about?
Bro, like, it's jokes, man.
I played it
You know
on
what?
there already, man.
Just
I
show
played it on there about 10 times, cuz.
Oh, is it? I haven't seen it once, bro. Since I haven't even seen it once, bro. Ever play on here?
I played it on there bad times, cuz. Yeah, fam. So I was like, Ross, mad. Hey, you know what's funny though, yeah? Jupiter tried to pull a black card on the panel, innit? That was funny still.
Oh, yesterday.
God damn, they Uno reversed your black card.
These lot are
They Uno
wilding.
reversed your black
They
card.
Hey.
Real
He's
fast.
ambassador of Benin, man. Ambassador of Benin, man. Ambassador, African
Mars
ambassador
was a
to
black
Great
African. I
Britain.
said, oh shit, black card activated.
Oh yeah, I heard that. My nigga is African. You know, my nigga is African, you know. Bro.
Oh, man. Pause. That would have been peak still. Oh, damn.
No, fam, you know what it is, brother? It's,
Yeah, man. That
if
was a
anything,
mad
man,
debate still,
I know
man.
what it is, bro. If anything, bro,
Hey,
look,
you know what it is though, yeah? You see
not
how
all of
hey,
my
you see how
killing people,
everyone's
but some of
you
them.
see how people sound on TikTok, innit? Because you can't spaz out too hard on TikTok, innit? You'll
Yeah,
get a
exactly.
violation or
You get dashed out,
Yeah,
man.
you
yeah,
get
yeah.
bananas, you get dash off, you get muted,
Yeah, you
all
get
that.
You
So
know,
bananas.
fake, man.
you get me?
But
Yeah,
I
see,
make
your
TikTok like
people
that,
as
bro.
even if you're getting battered up, you still got to talk in your telephone voice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
at
yeah.
all times.
Even the
Office
worst words,
voice,
man.
man.
You gotta
It's
know what word
true.
to use
Wait,
as well.
bring that. Wendy, what's happening?
Aye,
Yeah,
aye.
you know,
Oi,
I,
oi!
I,
Lady SIS,
I
Big up,
lady,
honestly
the
didn't,
xenophobia,
great SIS.
Wendy.
yeah,
What's
yeah,
going
I
on, man?
honestly didn't think that people like them existed, and they are
What
the
about
Don't
you, though?
lie.
downfall.
Don't
They
lie.
are
They're
the
your mates.
downfall of this country. They are the
Oh,
They're your
ready.
reason
mates. They're your
Oh,
this
shit,
mates.
ready,
country is
bro.
in the
Ooh,
mess it's
those are the
in.
people that make me
Allow
proud
ready,
of this
bro. Why you
country.
gotta do us like that? Why you gotta do us
Yeah,
like
them man,
that,
they
man?
make me proud of this country, cuz, because,
No,
you know,
no. Well,
this makes me know
Belly,
that there's
maybe you've got a
definitely,
right to
we're not
feel
full
that,
of
but
far-right lunatics, man.
no,
You
I
know?
did
God
not
damn, you got
know.
a couple people that like to use
No, no,
facts,
no. It weren't.
knowledge,
No, they don't
sense,
deal with facts,
dictionary.
Belly. Belly,
But,
they don't deal with facts. They deal with mute buttons.
but you
They
know,
Yeah.
do
yesterday,
Hey,
actually.
yeah?
hey, do you know
Yesterday,
what they
bro.
don't deal with? Hey, Wendy,
Oh,
you know what they
she's
don't
gone.
deal
Where's
with?
Wendy gone?
Xenophobia.
All right.
Oh,
No,
shit.
look, I didn't honestly believe that people like that existed, and
What do
to
you mean,
me,
Wendy? Explain.
we
What do you
got to
mean?
like change their minds. They
What do you
can't be
mean,
allowed
Wendy?
to
Huh?
walk
Who you
about.
talking about,
No.
Wendy? Who you talking about? Is that Philly?
Them on
Far,
TikTok, those
what,
idiots. I mean,
what, far,
unbelievable
what
people.
are they far right people, you mean?
Hey, nah,
No,
they
but
beat
they're
Wendy up
far
on
left.
TikTok still,
Far left.
man.
Oh, they're far
They
left.
drapes her up a little bit still, man. You know,
No, they
rough
didn't
drapes
do
up her collar,
anything, Belly. What they
pops off
did
a
was
couple
they,
buttons.
oh my God, Belly, they use the mute button far too often. They don't
Hey,
like
they
other
popped off a
people's
couple buttons,
opinions.
boy.
Yeah, they don't like
You
other
know what I
people's
mean? The thing I get
opinions.
out in
You
a
know what's good about
Babylon.
TikTok? The mods can
It
do
now
muting as
stuck in
well.
a Babylon. Gone.
No, I mean,
Did you know that?
yeah, it might be good that the mods can use the mute button,
Yeah.
but you can't get a decent debate going because if you go on a far right channel, right,
Mm.
they'll use the mute button
Nah,
there.
they do the same shit. They do the
Yeah,
same shit. They
I'm
mute
saying
you and they
they'll
kick
mute
you off as
anyone who
well.
comes on that's from the far left, and if you go on the far left, they mute everybody, like people like me and Jupiter. So all you get really is a one sided debate. You never
Nah,
get a
you see
two
what it
sided
was,
debate.
Wendy? When you was getting muted, yeah, you got muted anytime you started to gish gallop into anything that wasn't to do with whatever the question that they was trying to ask you in it. Because, you know, round here or on YouTube, people were allowed to make some wide expanding answers that actually probably don't even answer the question, just gasses up a couple people in the chat or whatever. So they're like,
It's
yeah,
true.
yeah, you're telling the truth. Yeah, it's like, no, we're not doing that here. Right now, I'm asking you a question about what A is or whatever. So
Well,
now you
what
need
Yeah,
to
they
I
know
was
want a quick
quite
answer.
shocked
They want
about.
quick answers, isn't it?
Yeah, what I was
Mm.
quite shocked about, there was a few people who went on there and they called themselves patriots, okay?
Go
And
on.
I literally I was shocked because these lefties would say, "So who's our head of
Who's the head of
state?"
state?
And they didn't know. I was so
Wow.
shocked.
Shocking, isn't it?
Yeah, it is
Oh,
shocking. Yeah,
shit.
one was asked, what is the king's official residence in this country?" And he
Ain't it
didn't
Balmoral?
know. He
I don't
didn't
know what it
know.
is. I don't know
It,
what it is.
well, it's
Buckingham,
Buckingham
is it
Palace.
Buckingham Palace? It's
But
either
you're not
Buckingham
claiming. Hang
Palace
on, you're not.
or
But
Balmoral.
you're not claiming to be a patriot, are you? This guy
No.
claimed to be a patriot. He didn't
What's
And
know.
Wendy?
you
What's
didn't know the second.
Balmoral? What's is it
Wendy,
his
do you know
holiday
the
home or
second line
something?
of the national anthem?
No.
I
Well,
do.
that was part of the patriotic test that they wanted to give
Yeah,
out.
but I would never go on there and claim to know such. I mean, no, but hardly anyone knows the second verse of the bloody national
Oh, the
anthem. We all
second
know the first.
verse. I thought you said the second line.
No,
Second
no.
verse, yeah.
They asked him what the second verse of
That's
the
the second
national.
verse right there.
Nobody knows
Yeah.
what that is.
Long live it.
I don't know. I know the
Yeah,
first
the
verse.
second.
Not. I don't know the second verse.
Ever
The second.
victorious,
That's the first
happy.
verse.
That's the hell I
Is it
know
still the
it, and I
first verse?
well.
Ah.
I know it, and I well.
Huh?
Yeah, the
I
head of
know
state
you like
question
them, and
was
I
funny.
well.
Still, I'm like, yo, how is man calling himself a patriot and he don't even know that the
And he
king's
didn't
the head
know.
of
He
state?
really
It's like,
didn't know.
man,
In fact, he said it was the Conservatives. I mean, I was.
he said the conservatives. Yeah,
I thought.
he's like, raw. These times here, he's talking about Rishi Sunak. Yeah, he don't even know that Keir Starmer's in number 10 right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
who's
man.
the head of state?
He confused.
The Conservatives. Honestly, it was. But that was embarrassing. Yeah. But I didn't know that people like them not existed. I'd never found that channel before. I only found it last night.
There
And
you
my
go,
Is
God,
that
bruv.
who, is
if
that who
they're
you
the
been
sort
with?
of people that
That's
are
my
wandering
brethrens.
around,
I'm a mod on that channel, you know.
well, are you, Helen?
I'm a mod on
Are
that
you?
channel. Big
For
up
real?
Pick
Jen,
up there,
yeah,
you
man.
got?
That's my
Pick up there.
brethrens. What are you talking
So
about?
hang on. So
I added you on the panel.
people
I'm the
like
one
that
that
are
added you on
literally
the panel
wandering
when you was
around.
backstage and
You
when
need to
Jupiter was
educate them,
backstage.
bro.
I
You
had
got to
both views on the
educate them,
panel.
man, bro. You got to
Oh,
educate
Yeah,
I
man.
didn't know that, really. I really
I
didn't
was
know. But
well happy. Yeah, I
to
was happy,
think,
boy. I added you on the panel quick. Quick.
oh well, why didn't you join the channel? Why didn't you join the panel then?
That'll
You
take
need
away
to
all the fun,
educate them
wouldn't
with the
it? That'll take
Nah, it
away
was a
the
basics.
bit
fun.
late, innit, man? Like I was saying, I really needed to go to bed, innit? I needed to go to bed like about 9:30, really and truly, yeah. But like these times here, I'm still recording at 11:30, typing in the chat. It's mad.
What are you doing being a mod on that channel? They're nutters. I mean, no wonder the countries in
real,
the state is in with them lot of
real
them.
life lefties, man. Real G's. You get
Yeah,
me?
they are real life
Hey,
lefties.
listen.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what was funny? Yeah, an Irish lady jumped on the panel and said, "Let me ask you a question. Do you think people can be racist to white people?" Yeah. And the guy goes,
Yeah.
"Yeah," and she goes, "No, they can't." I was like, "Oh shit!"
But yeah, they can.
Oh shit!
Now,
Yeah, but then
people can be
she
racist to
kicked
white
Christine.
people,
I was
but
She
surprised
kicked
you didn't
institutionally,
go
Christine.
you
off on the
can't have
panel on that
racism
one.
towards white
Still,
people.
that would be funny. Still,
Yeah, but she kicked Christine, and she shouldn't have kicked Christine. Christine wasn't doing nothing.
like
This
Christine's
is
a
what I
nutcase
mean.
though, man. You know, she's always angry though, man. Like she's the
How did
angriest
he
lady
manage not to get kicked,
in the
right?
whole of fucking YouTube. You know, not even the whole of TikTok. She's just
No,
like an angry
I
China
honestly didn't
werebird.
know that people like them existed. I mean,
Well, now
wow.
you know.
But no
Tell him,
wonder,
man.
Khan, no wonder the countries in the state is in with that lot hanging around. I mean,
I
how
told,
many of them is there? That's the
look,
question.
Wendy, I've been telling you for years, the silent majority you think you represent is non-existent, love. The
No,
majority of
there are
England,
silent
the
majorities
majority of
on it.
England are lefties. The majority of England are
No,
lefties.
no,
I
no, I'm not
guarantee
having
Yeah,
you.
that.
man.
These
Yeah,
Guarantee
yeah.
you.
Beautiful,
these
man.
people need to suffer a bit, right? Because they
What are you going to
they
do?
are
Put
the
them in
most
camps?
ignorant.
She's going to put them in camps like the Uyghurs. She's
You
going to
know,
put them in Uyghur
they're so
camps.
You're
ignorant
going
and
mad.
deluded about the truth. They are so brainwashed about
I'll definitely
everything.
send
It's
the Jen this clip, man.
unbelievable.
Yeah, but Wendy, what star sign are you?
Why is that important?
I know. Yeah, I'm a Virgo,
Nah,
love.
Jen loves
Yeah,
a star
yeah,
sign, man.
Virgo.
Jen loves a star sign, obviously, you know.
Mental.
But still, the rest of
What
it's
about you,
on
Jukes?
point,
What
though.
are
Like,
you? I guarantee you're a
Jen's on
Taurus.
point, though. Galahad's on point. H is on point. Like, they were.
Galahad,
Like,
H.
H
I'm telling
weren't
you,
there anyway.
H is a
Yeah.
homosexual because his boyfriend came
A
on the panel.
homosexual?
Yeah, and his boyfriend came on the panel. And he had a fucking panic attack. Yeah.
Oh, shut up. Oh, I missed that one, Wendy.
Yeah, it was before you came, Dukes. Yeah. He literally had a
They're
panic
nuts.
attack.
I found them because I was
Oh, what are
looking
you
for
saying?
you.
Yeah. Are you
I found them through
anti-LGBTQ
you.
now,
I
yeah?
was looking for you.
Oh, wait, do you know what's funny about you guys? You switch teams quite a lot still, Carl. You know, when the Chelsea administration them lots was there, you lot are pro-LGBTQ. Yeah, now there's a H and Galahad that might not be on your side and so and so. Jen and all them, yeah? Now you're like, wow, do you know what? Yeah, he's a homosexual. You're like,
No, I'm not about Galahad. I'm on about that guy called H. The guy called
yeah.
H. He's
She's saying
definitely
his actual
weird.
boyfriend come on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He come
yeah.
on as somebody else, and this H was going, "What are you doing on here? Oh, don't you dare say anything about us! Don't you dare say anything about my name! Don't you tell them my name!" He was having a fucking panic attack.
So is that not the reason why you've gone mental, Billy?
What? Are
Me?
you all right? They
No,
was
that's
slapping the shit
racist.
out
That's
of you.
racist.
Hey, they
Billy,
slapped you
Billy's
to a
gone
back
mental
for
anyway.
ages.
That's
Oh,
racist.
yeah. No, Belly's
Hey,
far left. Belly's far
can't.
left.
Watch the video.
Hold on,
Can't.
he's
Watch
a
the
mod,
video
he's a
from
mod.
earlier.
He's a
These
mod
lots
on
were
it.
slapping these to a back.
No,
Yo, it
it
was so.
wasn't. It's called the
It was
mute
I
so
rewatched
funny.
that and I was like, what the hell is Velly seeing that we don't see?
He's a mod on it. What do you
You've turned into Ghost, where you say it's a win even when you're losing.
fucking mod on it?
Are you crazy?
Don't
Do you
they
know what's
use
funny
the
though?
mute?
Yeah.
They
Hey,
use the
listen.
mute button
Hey,
every
hey, hey.
time you
Do you
open
know
your
what's
mouth.
funny? Yeah, was that they was reading from the court papers, and you're just reading from fucking Tom Robinson's X page. Like, I don't mean that's what we're talking about when we're talking about
Nobody
facts. Like the
read
actual
from Tommy's
facts.
X page. What are you on about?
Oh, I love that. I was in the gym on the treadmill listening to Jupiter's
yeah.
thing, Tommy Robinson's speech from inside.
Hey,
I'm a
Jupiter, that was
journalist.
fun. Hey,
I'm a
Jupiter,
journalist.
do you
I
know
was
your
cracking up.
your funniest
That was
part
so
was
funny.
when you tried to pull out the black card on them. Still, you tried to pull the black card on them. Still, and it was like,
What did she say? I've got an husband.
What's
my
pulling the
husband's a
black card?
What?
My husband's a black
Oh.
African. My husband's a black
Yeah,
African.
My
she
husband
hadn't
is
say
black
that.
African. It's fucking true.
Look, if she hadn't said that, she'd have been called
Pulling
a
rank. She's
racist
pulling
as
rank
well.
on them.
I can't. They asked Wendy, "What's xenophobia? What's does it mean to be xenophobic?" She's like, "What do you mean, like a Zionist?" One
Wendy,
state
you
of
crack
Israel.
me up.
Yeah,
Wendy, she's
Okay,
always
so what
questioning
would
your
you?
vocabulary.
They reckon you a Zionist is somebody that doesn't like people who've got a different coloured skin. No, it's
No, that's a
they're
xenophobe.
wrong.
Oh my
They're wrong.
God.
They
That's a
said
xenophobe.
xenophobic. They said xenophobe, you nutcase. That's what you got confused with Zionist and xenophobe.
Oh well, that's because I
hilarious.
don't really care about the colour of people's skin. I don't look at words to do with it. So
Hey Wendy, do you know if we ain't got fucking like 6 years of recordings and shit, yeah, we would actually believe you, innit? You know?
well, if you play, hang on, wait. So if you play those recordings
Remember, you
in
got a
context,
mixtape out there, you know.
no,
You got
if
a
you
always
mixtape
play
out there,
those
you know.
recordings
He's
You're
in
always
right, Chris. You gotta behave
context,
yourself.
no, if you played those
Man.
recordings in context, it wouldn't be the same, would it?
I'm with Wendy on that one. I'm with Wendy.
You've always got to play your things in context, and that
But
last night.
Wendy, while we're here, tell us what a xenophobe is.
Well, obviously, it's something to do with skin colour. I didn't know.
No.
Well, I don't think it is to do with that.
Xeno in
I
Greek
thought it
means
was
the
to do with
others.
religion.
Xenophobia is
othering.
a phobia of the others. So they could be white and you could still, like, for example, Polish people, you could hate them just because they're not English. That's xenophobia.
So what?
That's
Hang on.
xenophobic.
So there's xenophobia then, and there's being a Zionist, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I've got to be
Zionist
honest.
is named after
How often,
Mount
how
Zion.
often on a daily, like on your daily life, do you run around using the word xenophobia?
It's a common word,
Well,
xenophobia.
that's the issue, right? Because like you were speaking to people that are like professional, innit? These like people.
No, I'm speaking to people who are professional lefties.
You were speaking to
that
people
use
that work in
that
professional
word
jobs.
every day.
You were speaking to you were speaking to people
I
that
am.
work
I
for
don't like
the Home
rappers.
You
Office.
are.
You were speaking to people that work in legal spaces and other people that work in other professional spaces. That's what
I
them
don't
lots do,
believe
innit?
that for a minute. I don't believe that for a second.
I do, Wendy. That's the state of our country at the moment.
I'm telling you, Jupiter, I
get
was
out of here,
shocked.
Jupiter, man. You
I
tried
was
to
shocked,
finesse them with the
Jupiter,
African lawyers.
that there's people like them that actually exist. I can't believe there's people
I got
like
me
them that
African
actually exist and live in this country.
They're all privileged little
Oh,
fuckers
man.
as well.
Yeah.
Listen,
They've got
man.
no clue what goes on in the real
Chris
world. No
Lazy.
clue.
My G. Oh, my days.
Oh,
Big
he's
up the
one of
man
them
like
right
Lazy
now, look.
Tiger.
Here
He's
he
one of them
is.
right now.
Here he is,
How
old
you
lazy
doing, bro?
ass.
You ain't got no fucking mute button
Hey,
here.
wait. Listen. Yeah, Wendy, Jupiter, give him a chance to speak, man. Let him, remember, he's new to the panel and all that. We can't hear
I
you, though,
spoke
bro.
to him yesterday, so of course I will. Oh, go on then.
Lazy
Yo,
bar.
Lazy, you there, bro?
Can't hear
You
you,
sound
mate.
terrible.
Your mic sounds a little bit bad, man. Sounds a little bit bad.
See, this is what happens with these leftists. They lose their confidence.
Yeah.
Hey, Lazy, you might want to rejoin, yeah? Refresh the page. Refresh the page and see if it comes through a bit clearer.
This explains now. This
He ain't bottled
explains
nothing, man.
belly
Behave yourself.
change.
Remember,
This
yeah?
explains
having an
belly
anxiety
change.
Wait. Let me big up the TikTok gangsters that have made their way over here. Yeah, 'cause obviously Andreas was in the chat earlier. I'll big him up, you know. Old
Oh no,
Lazy
not
Titan.
Andreas. Oh Christ. Oh.
Yeah, man.
Andreas is on the right and don't want to admit it.
Yeah, I know.
The what?
Yeah.
He's right leaning. Everything he said was basically right leaning.
How long have you been listening to these people, Valley?
Hey, me. I just linked these up a little while ago, man. Not that long.
Really ain't been on TikTok that long.
Why don't you go onto the right
My account
channels?
was lost.
There is
I've been on
whoever
there.
comes up.
Oh,
It's whoever's there. How did you end up on the left channel?
Because
I've been on bare channels.
I just go on a lot of them. But yesterday, I was looking for Wendy for a reason, but I couldn't get a hold of her. And there she was chatting away. And then I was like, oh, I like this. This is funny. Wendy's winding them up. So I went on there.
Yeah.
I seen her. I thought I'd let her get on with it. I thought let her have her fun, innit? I just went somewhere else. I've seen her on there. I think me and you friends on TikTok. Is that why you keep coming up on my thing? I think me and you are friends. That's why every time you go live, you come up on my thing, on my list of people that I've
your
done.
friend without my knowledge?
You're not my friend because you don't come up on my thing, but Wendy
thank
comes
God
up.
for that. You mean Wendy?
Yeah, I probably followed you to wind you up, catch you on a somewhere.
No, but
and
what I'm
jump on
saying
there.
to you, Wendy, is every time you go live, it comes up on my list of things of people that I can watch.
That's when you want to catch
I
Khan.
follow. In fact, I think
You
I
want to catch
follow
Khan on
Valley as
Sabida
well.
stream.
No, I don't know.
When he's wilding up.
Do you know
You've been
Jupiter?
watching me.
He's a
You've been
mod.
secretly watching
He's
me,
a
yeah?
mod on that channel.
Secretly watching, guys.
Oh, do you know how much money I make out of that shit? I'm telling you, people sending me diamonds, mate.
Sorry, I know I
Diamonds
get
they
loads
send
of
me.
diamonds. I don't even
Do you
know
get
what they're for.
diamonds? I'm trying to work out how many roses go into one diamond.
I
I keep
don't
giving
know.
people roses.
I don't know.
I don't know.
What all that's
I don't
about.
understand none
I
of
don't know
that
shit,
shit.
man. I don't know shit.
They
about
don't buy it. They give it to you. They gift you.
I went on X the other day, got told I won a prize, and I've got to fucking message someone. I was like, I don't know who the fuck you are.
Nah,
I
don't
even know how
trust
to
it,
message
mate.
you.
My old dear gets them all the time. Don't trust that shit.
I was like, I don't even know how to message you. I've only just started coming on here. Leave me alone.
You've won a prize. Fuck
Lazy's
off.
back.
Stick your prize.
One sec.
Don't trust
Yo,
none of that.
Lazy. You can hear us, bro? Can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. We can hear you now.
Yeah. Sorry,
man.
I was just
Welcome.
Hello. I thought I just spotted you alive and stuff, sort of having conversations following on from last night. So I thought I'd
Yeah.
join us,
Why do you use the mute button so often on your channels?
I don't have power of the mute button. I don't have mod privileges on that, so it's not on me.
Okay. Well, they need to learn to stop it. 'Cause you're not getting a fair debate, are you? Really, when they do that.
Part of the reason why they use it quite often is it's quite often that we have conversations with people that it's so easy for people to just kind of go off on a huge tangent that's unrelated to like the question they've been asked. So they use the mute button pretty easily to try and keep things in line and keep things condensed. It's more so become a habit at this point.
Yeah, but that's not true though, is it?
No, it is. I mean, it depends how many of these lives you've watched.
Well, what I observed
every time your answer started to go off into a direction.
The one person, it's mental.
No, but every time your answer started to go off in a direction that wasn't an answer to the question, they'd mute you, innit? Because they want you to get back onto the point.
Yeah, but some people elaborate to come back round to the beginning.
Yeah, but they got short attention span on that.
They often don't. There was one person we had last night, I think, after you guys left, and he just started talking about his own personal life. Which is fine.
Yeah, you get a lot of
but
that.
It was it was completely irrelevant to the question he was asked.
Wait, what was he telling you about his husband?
No, just talking about how he's got like a mixed race son and that he loves his son, but there's too many.
No,
see that?
No. Is that what you really said? Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Did
the
he try to
problem
pull a
is,
black card on you? Yeah.
yeah, exactly, yeah, straight away. He's got to
Black
show his
Putin of a
N-word
black
pal.
husbands.
Yeah,
Oh man, you had 2 in one night. Yeah, mad. That's crazy stuff.
Oh
Man.
my
yeah.
god.
Catching black
I
cards
mean,
all over the place.
generally, I like to be as constructive as I can be with these conversations. It can be difficult, especially if it's like if you're so differently opposed to the other person that you're talking to. But there's always going to be a sense of common ground and stuff. And for me, I feel like for a lot of people's views, when it comes to really radical sort of like anti-British characters like Tommy Robinson.
Oi, Lazy, where are you from in England? Where are you from?
I'm in the northwest. I'm a little working town. I won't say
What's
directly which one it is.
northwest? What's northwest? Northwest is
Greater Manchester. Yeah, Greater Manchester.
Okay, yeah, like Chester, Manchester. That
So
side.
did you just call Tommy anti-British?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What a liberty.
See what I mean?
No, he's right. I agree with him.
Yeah.
How can he be anti-British when he's British?
He's
Because
harming the country.
Yeah, because I think he stands everything against what it means to be British, like what are British values. I think he stands against all of those.
What, you mean sticking up for girls that have been groomed up and down the country?
But he hasn't.
No, I don't think he does that, and I don't think that's the values of Britain.
I think the values of Britain.
I think the values of Britain are much wider than that. I don't think it just comes down to whether you protect girls or not.
Well, I think that's one of the main things that you're supposed to do as a fucking parent, let alone as a citizen.
I don't disagree. I suppose parents are supposed to protect their children, but what it means to be British, this is a much wider thing. Like, I'm not talking specifics. Like, protection of kids is a very specific thing comparative to like what you consider to be British or what is part of British culture. And I think
So
Tommy goes against that.
what else has he done then that's wrong that makes him anti-British?
I think he sows dissent in the country. I think the fact that he is quite content with turning around saying that anyone that riots and says that they're a political prisoner, I think is categorically wrong. I think his attitude towards certain demographics in the country is anti-British.
No, he's allowed not to like Islam. You can't force him to like a religion.
I when I said that, of course, I don't like any religion. I don't hold any water for any religion. I'm an atheist myself. I don't care about Islam. I don't care about Christianity.
Oh, no wonder Veli found you.
But my whole thing is like, my issue is that I don't then go out in the street and start blaming all my problems in life on the fact that there's people that practice or worship Islam. Like, that's not my bag.
Good point.
Yeah, but neither does he.
Yes, he does. He pins all of Britain's problems on the fact that Muslims basically exist.
Well,
no, he doesn't.
Right.
No, he doesn't.
Exactly right.
I think that's
nutshell.
the way that you interpret it. Because
Okay,
what he actually does
what's Tommy's views? What's Tommy's views on? Okay, really quick. What's Tommy's views on education reform then?
On education reform, well, the way they're going through what they're proposing now, I would imagine he's against it.
Well, what are they proposing there?
None of us want all this wokeism that's coming
He's
in.
against. Wait. He's against education reform.
What Tommy's views are on education reform?
Yeah, not if he's for it or against it.
Have you heard the latest stuff they're proposing to reform the education system?
Go on, tell us.
Well, they're going to take away the rights of the parent to go to have any say against what they're taught in school. They're going to take away the rights of the parent to do homeschooling.
They're going to take that away. Oh,
yeah.
No, they're not. Can you find me the legislation on this?
Well, if you go and look at that bloke Andre, what's his second name? Wendy.
No, I'm looking.
On it.
I don't care what anyone's saying on. I don't care what anyone's saying on X or TikTok or YouTube, or I don't care what anyone's saying on social media. I'm looking for like actual policy positions or actual policy descriptions. I want to see if it's in the King's speech.
No, it's not actually been put through. It's not been put through. They're proposing.
It's going to be put through.
I said they're proposing it. So I would assume that the reforms of Labour. I would assume that if they get their way and that goes through, and I can see them doing that. I've heard them talking about it before, but I can't remember where. But I've heard them talking about it, like Labour politicians suggesting that they want to stop homeschooling because they think that that's how the right wing radicalise their kids. It's mental.
Where do you hear this, Jibs? Down the Witherspoons? Where do you hear this?
On all different platforms. I go on a lot
so
of platforms.
Lazy, what's your view?
So just gossip, basically, and conjecture.
Wait a minute. Lazy, what's your view on little kids of 5 being taught sex education?
I don't think it's taught at the age of 5. It's normally taught at year 6 is when it gets introduced.
Oh, so okay, the kids of 6 then.
They're not 6 in year 6.
Well, yeah, how old are they in year 6 now? Let me think.
She
Oh,
don't
right,
know.
10,
She
10.
doesn't
Oh, yeah, I do know.
No,
10 or
at that
11,
age,
10 or 11. Hang
no,
on,
at that
it's not
age,
year 6, though. It's
no,
not
stop.
year 6. That's
It
a
is year
lie. That's a
6.
blatant lie. No, it's not.
Wendy, up until recently, England was the capital of 12-year-old girls falling pregnant. Now, if they
All
give them
right,
sex
you need to
education at
fucking
11,
shut up.
wait,
You need to shut up
slow
right
down,
now.
slow
No,
down,
no, no.
slow
You
down,
need to shut
slow
up now.
down. Let me finish
Yeah,
my point.
probably because they were all the
If
little girls that
12-year-old
had been
girls,
raped by
listen,
Pakistani grooming gangs.
no, we're
No,
talking
Yeah,
about
Wendy,
yeah.
children.
stop.
Yo,
Listen,
you lot, you guys, go one at a time, man. Let Khan finish
No,
his
he
point, then
can't
Wendy
all right,
shut
after.
cool.
up.
Let me finish
I
my
asked
point.
this guy
No, but
a question and he interfered.
Up until recently, I'm talking about before the
Yeah,
Pakistani
because
grooming
all the
gang
girls that
situation.
were
Up
that were
until
raped by
recently,
Pakistani Muslims, they are the
no.
girls that got
Oh, so
pregnant.
they changed the statistics on
Yeah,
the
yeah,
whole of
yeah.
12-year-olds, did they? Those
They had
those
to.
girls
They
there.
had to tell the little
Listen,
kids.
listen,
They had
Can I?
to.
listen.
No,
Can I
no,
just land my point,
no,
please? Wendy, you're
no.
being silly. You're being
Because I'm talking to
babyish.
this other
You're
guy,
being
not you.
childish.
I want to
Listen,
talk
Hey,
to
one
this other
sec, you
guy.
guys, yeah?
if up until
This new
recently,
guy.
England was the capital of
Yo,
12-year-old girls getting pregnant in
Khan,
Europe,
hold on a
right? The
sec.
highest
Hold on a sec.
statistic.
Khan, hold on a sec, bro. Faith,
You,
what's going
what
on?
part of London are you from? And would you help me go on the run?
What's that?
Would
What
you
part
help
of
me go
Scotland
on
are
the
you
run from
from?
the feds?
What part of Scotland are you from?
Me, I'm from Fife.
So why do you want to come to London to go on the run? Stay where you are, mate.
No,
You
bro,
say what
gotta go
part of
for
London am I
wilderness
from on the
estates.
run?
You get me, man?
Faith
Wilderness
was
estates.
Faith was on TikTok last night. Yeah.
Go to Easterhurst in Glasgow, Glasgow.
Yeah, no,
Why
I'm
can't
all
I
over
talk to that
TikTok,
other
bro.
guy? What's wrong with you, Khan?
What do you mean?
Alright,
I'm
yeah,
saying to you,
let's forget about
12-year-olds are
it, man.
getting pregnant, then
Let's have
obviously
normal people in a
11-year-olds
minute.
can do with a bit of sex education.
But it's not 11-year-olds, is it? He's lying
You,
there.
Sorry, Wendy.
what is it then?
I'm just really quick. How have we got from sex education in school all the way over to talk about Muslim rape gangs? How have we made that connection?
Exactly. This is Khan's fault, right? You'll get
No,
anyway.
no.
Look,
You made that connection. You brought up. We talked about
no,
sex
I didn't.
education in
No, I
school,
didn't.
and then you
Khan
started bringing up
said,
about Muslim rape
right,
gangs.
okay, Khan said, right, you did, I don't know if you heard him or not, but Khan said that, this country used to be full of 12-year-olds getting pregnant. And I said,
I
yeah,
s
that'll be the little 12-year-olds that were raped by
No,
Pakistani Muslim
no,
gangs. Yeah.
they
no. It
weren't, no.
wasn't. There's an expansion of sex education, which saw a dramatic drop in teen pregnancies. I should know. The town I live in was the capital of teen pregnancies in all of Europe. There was about 6 or 7, sorry, 6 or 7 girls in my year in high school alone that never finished their
Yeah.
GCSEs in year alone because they all got pregnant.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, comparatively, when I started working in a school, there was like no teen pregnancies in the 5 years that I worked there. We made a
So
dramatic.
you'd agree with this telling little children about their sex education at a very young age? You'd agree with that?
Yeah, because it's had a positive effect. Do you not think?
But do you think they do it so that
Wendy, stop.
You're not
Do
going
you
to. You
not think
think
it's had a
I'm going to
positive?
go?
Do you think it's had a
I'm
positive
not
effect
going
or
the way
not?
you think I'm going to go. This is your problem, right? So
I
would
don't
you
think you're going
agree?
anyway. I just need to acknowledge if you think it's had a positive
Would you
effect or not.
agree that making little children aware of certain sexual things that aren't allowed would also stop what used to go on fanatically in this country? Children getting abused by relatives, uncles, aunties, because kids are now aware, no, auntie or uncle is not allowed to touch me. Do you think that's good or not?
I think generally it would help. Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Yeah.
But that
So
wouldn't be
now you're
the primary
agreeing,
aim, would
Wendy.
it? Yeah, that wouldn't be the
Well, no,
primary
to
aim of
me,
it.
I think it's a good thing because I think too many children who are now adults have grown up not realizing that it's wrong for anyone to touch them in any way like that. And now the kids are being taught, no, it's wrong for anyone to touch you in certain places. And I'd agree with that.
Well, there you
The
go.
thing is, the thing is at the moment is that we have gone It's gone so far, like it's to the point where kids are hyper aware of whether something's been inappropriate or not towards them, which is probably, you know, is a good thing.
Yeah, it is a
and
good
this
thing.
comes down, it comes down to sort of educational standards and stuff. This is why, and I point back to where we talked about Tommy before. What frustrates me about Tommy Sports and Tommy Robinson, because this is when we talk about the cases that happened in Rochdale. Every single time I'm talking about this, people say, "Well, Tommy broke the story. Tommy broke the story." It wasn't him. It was people within social services and the victims themselves that came forward. And it feels like all these brave women, young girls that came forward to talk about their experiences has been taken away from them. And the credit's only given to Tommy, who did nothing about it.
What Tommy did was Tommy was able to get it out to the mass working classes. You can have 1,000 people come forward, but until someone is willing to go on and on and on and on about it, till people sit up and listen, no one's going to listen. And that's what Tommy
No,
did. So he did in a way.
He stole the
So I
story
want
of
to
the
pick up
leader of the
this early
BNP.
education stuff.
It wasn't
I want
that.
to actually
It was a
make
whistle.
point. Before
It was
we
a
move on to
whistleblower.
Tommy, I want to make a point. Actually, we looked at the lesson plans for that, Wendy, and I don't know if you've forgotten, but when we looked at the lesson plans, they was encouraging children that would have been in Key Stage 1 to talk about how it makes them feel to touch themselves.
No,
So
I don't agree with none of
I
that.
do
No, I
think
don't
there's
agree.
some stuff that was in those lesson plans that was absolutely abhorrent. Whether they actually applied them, I don't know. I didn't stick with the story to see if
I'll
they
need to have a look at
actually,
the. I'll need to have
and
a look
whether
at
they're
these
still
lesson
doing
plans
it now.
because.
But if
I
they
need to have a
are,
look at
that's
these lesson
disgusting.
plans.
Yeah,
I need to have a look at these lesson plans because these things will be
Yeah.
dictated by like on a national level. Like the curriculum is not something that a school decides on its own unless it's
Yeah, and I don't like the fact that they outsource it to a lot of these companies that are a bit weird.
They don't outsource sex
What do you mean,
education.
love? What do you mean?
Well, they were bringing in outsiders, not the school teachers and not people that were familiar with the children or the parents. They were bringing in
Oh, they'd have
outsiders.
someone coming in to talk to the.
Friends and
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Do you know what these outside? I think I know. Do you know what these outside agencies are? They generally tend to be part of the local authority. Like they'll work with like youth offending teams and stuff like that to kind of educate these things because who are their kids generally tend to like, you know, the
A
kids who are
bit
most
like when they're
vulnerable
getting that
for teen
ex-drug
pregnancy
addicts go
exploitation.
in and talk to them. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Do you not think that's a good thing?
Yeah, I
No.
do. That's well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we find common ground there. Like, it's not particularly a bad thing to have people that might have more sort of speciality in this field or like actual like face-to-face experience to talk about these things.
But I don't agree. I don't agree with what I don't agree if what Jupiter said is true. I don't agree with that. That they were asking the children different kind of silly questions. No, no.
Well, the main thing is here is that the curriculum for schools, primary and secondary, is decided on a national level. This is something that's decided from the Department of Education. No
But
school
it's
can
not
go out on
in
its own.
just secondary. It's not just in secondary. This is what I don't understand.
That's what I said, primary and secondary. But I don't think it's an issue that there's some level of sex education in primary schools because there needs to be some sort of awareness. Because you even said before, there might be a situation where a child's not even aware they might be exploited in a situation.
Yeah.
With that sort of level of sex education that's been in there, this exploitation can be sort of rooted out from a very early age. We can catch these monsters earlier.
Yeah. So another thing I'd like to ask you, because it is a lefty thing. So do you agree with these people, the what they called trans people going in and teaching, reading stories to kids? Do you think that's good?
The drag queens.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it matters at all. I think
Oh
it's a red herring. It's a red herring. Like, all I can guess is the people that are pushing this thing forward either don't have kids or have never worked with kids.
Right. Okay.
It's true. Like when I worked at a secondary, we had a transfer coming in year 9, and it was a young boy transitioned from a girl. Young boy transitioned and came into the the population, school population after transferring over. And I don't think in the 3 years that he was at the school that they ever
Hold
faced
on,
any
this is
sort
a
of
false
bullying.
premise here. Drag queens aren't trans.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying that the drag queen. I never made that claim.
Yeah, but she's talking about the drag queen. She's talking about the nutcases.
Yeah, I know. I know. My umbrella. Yeah, my umbrella point is that kids generally don't care as much as what you think. There seems to be this perception that kids are this like fragile
it's not whether
little
they
thing
care,
that are
whether
just
they
so
like the look
primed
of
for
the person or
corruption.
not.
And what
That's
do you
not
think's
what
going
it's
to happen?
about, though, is
Right,
it? You've
stop.
got kids. Have you got kids?
Yes.
Right, and you'd be quite
Can you not
happy for
hear his
your
kid
kids
crying?
to be around drag queens all day long.
I don't care.
No,
if I was to walk down the street, if I was to walk down the street and there's a drag queen who's walk past me, what do you think is going to happen to my child in that scenario?
Well, your Muslim friends,
but that's
they
not
care.
the same as putting them in a position of authority and a responsibility over your child. That's
Your
giving
Muslim friends care, so you're a bit out of the loop.
Generally,
there.
if they're coming into a school to read a book, they're not just going to be left in a room, like just kind of.
No, but in the child's point of view, that person's been presented to them as an authority figure.
Yes. And also, it's not the fact
but that's not an issue.
It's not the fact that the children that we want the children to look at people that dress differently and to see them as funny or weird. It's the case of that when you look into a lot of these drag acts that have been performing for these children and reading these stories, some of them have been hanging themselves upside down naked, reading books with innuendos in, showing false boobs with little tassels on. It's all mental stuff that's been going on.
Right. Are you comfortable with kids watching Pixar films?
I can't hear.
Are you comfortable with kids? Yeah, are you comfortable with kids? There you go. It's Noah's looking for a wrestle. Yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, are you comfortable with kids watching Pixar films?
Yeah.
What Disney?
Right.
What films?
Pixar films.
Disney.
Animated Disney films. Pixar.
Disney films, Dukes.
No, not really. I've never really been into a lot of Disney stuff. Even
I'm
I've
asking
had
whether you
children,
are.
and none of my kids have really been into that shit. No.
Your kids have never watched Toy Story.
My kids were all readers. I encourage reading.
What's your point there, mate? What's your point with Disney Pixar? That some of the
My point
characters
is
are trans.
No, it's not that they're trans. It's that innuendo's the problem. Then we shouldn't have our kids watching any Pixar films because adult humor is always hidden in kids' films. It's happened throughout for years. Like I was watching Cars the other day with my little
a
boy.
very blatant form of adult humor. It's not like it would take an adult to recognise the sexuality behind the drag queen. That's what that's what drag queens are known for. They're separate from transgenders or transvestites because they are over sexualized and usually they do have a comedic spin to it. But why do these people want to read to children?
I think it's come down to the school and whether what happens in the situation.
Yeah, no. It's not about the school. The school may want the school will have their own reason why they want the drag queens to.
Just to say, like, I don't think drag queens are breaking into schools and like forcing kids to read to, forcibly reading to kids. I don't think.
No, why does the drag queen?
So
the actual drag queen. Why does that person want to read to kids?
Exactly.
If they've been invited by a school, it'd be the same reason. Like, why would anyone?
You keep mentioning the school. No, why does the drag queen himself or herself? Why do they want to read to kids?
If it's up to the school who they invite, why don't they invite clowns from the Clown Academy?
No, stop diverting away.
I'm just saying, don't switch just because you don't like.
Why would a drag queen want to read stories to children?
Because they might enjoy reading to kids, the same as anybody else.
In drag?
Have some kids.
Yeah,
then.
what does it matter?
It might not matter to you, but I think it matters to a lot of, especially when drag is
but I'm struggling to understand.
an over-sexualized version
of
of transgenderism or transvestitism or whatever you want to call it. It's probably like the most sexualized version of it. They were.
If I'm being honest, the weirdest part of this
I don't see how
the weirdest part of these
the
weirdest part of these conversations is that any time that you see an interaction between a child and an adult, that your brain ultimately goes to like, oh, I hope nothing sexual happens there.
No, I don't think about that.
There's something weird going in your connection in your brain.
The child's brain.
Well,
to me,
clearly you seem to have some sort of thing because you keep bringing up like the sexual aspects of everything.
Yeah, because what's going on in the adults? The children might not see anything sexual in it. Hopefully not. But the adult, why do they want to read to children in that attire?
Again, it just might be the case they would have read to children.
You can't give me an answer, can you? Don't give me an answer.
Like why does any adult want to read to again?
Do that.
You could keep rambling. I'm just saying, why would any adult want to read to a child?
Well, yeah, I get that. So if it's just any adult,
let me
answer. You can't ask a question, not let me answer. So if it was any adult, then there would be no need for them to dress up and add drag to the attire. And yes, it is. You said any person. Why would any person want to read to children?
Why would any adult?
I'd agree. It's fine for any person. It'll be fine for any person.
What have you getting from that experience?
I've already told you because it's overly sexualized.
You're doing it. You're doing the thing I just said. I think it's weird the fact that your brain automatically is going to the sexual
Do you think?
Generally, when I look at adults with kids,
are sexualized?
I don't think about any. No.
You don't. Well, you don't know what a drag queen is. Have you never been to a drag show?
Yeah.
And was it sexualized?
Yeah, because well.
Exactly. The first line out of their mouth would be sexualized. So why do they want to go then read to children? If you go to a drag show, every single aspect of it is sexualized.
Yep.
And now they want to go and read to children. Why?
The thing that
Because
gets
they might
me
enjoy
is,
reading to children. The reason why I asked the question to you before, why does any adult want to read to a child? You couldn't answer that.
Pedophiles enjoy abusing children.
But again, that's on you. If you're making these sort of weird connections, the fact that any adult that wants to read to a child is a paedophile, that's on you. You've got some demons you need to have.
the thing is, Luke, if everybody else that was normal went into a school and dressed provocatively, they would be asked to change the way that they wear their clothing, right?
Hang on, does all drag clothing have to be
mothers who have
provocative?
a cleavage, or I don't know, fathers who went in skimpy shorts? You would soon see the headmistress or headmaster come out and say, "Look, you're going to come and read to the children. You know, you've got to be dressed appropriately. Yet we can have drag queens reading to children in the most inappropriate dress."
Yeah, they are. Drag queens are dressed provocatively.
All drag queens dressed provocatively. So if we look at someone like Lily Savage,
if not, then they'll be transgender. But yes, that's the whole point of being a drag queen, is to be provocative with you.
Transgenderism comes into it. We're talking about drag queens.
No, you mean
transvestite. Wait, do you know anything about drag queens? Do you know that the whole point of being a drag queen is to be provocative?
Not necessarily, no.
You don't have a clue.
It's a caricature.
It's an overly sexualized caricature of somebody's. And I agree. These drag queens may also want to go and read to children. Why do they have to wear drag to do that?
Sorry,
why did they have to wear drag to do that?
Do you think it's appropriate for a child to watch a pantomime?
No. Why do they have to wear drag to read to children? They may want to read children.
What's the issue?
I'm telling you, the issue is it's overly sexualized. You keep skirting around that.
Yeah, but I keep saying to you, no, I'm not skirting around it. I'm just saying it's an issue that you have to deal with, because for some reason.
So we have to deal with kids. So kids being around things that are overly sexualized. No, we don't. You may want to have to deal with that, but we don't have to.
No, because the argument you're putting forward at the moment in time is that any interaction between a child and an adult, is inherently going to be.
No, I'm saying between a drag queen and a child, not any adult.
Specifically, drag queens. You're the one
that's trying to.
Drag doesn't have to be. Drag doesn't have to be sexualized either.
Yes, it does.
The reason
it does. You keep diverting away from that. It does have to be sexualized. It has to be comedic. It has to be sexualized. It has to be provocative.
Do you think it's appropriate for a child to watch a pantomime?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think it's appropriate.
Do you think in a pantomime? Do you think like the
drag queen to a dame? I don't think that's appropriate.
Yeah. Do you think the dames are like wearing like big? You see the tits and shit like that, and they're wearing provocative outfits and fishnets and shit. No, you don't see that.
Generally, this is what
they look like. They look like fucking Goldilocks, for fuck's sake.
Listen, if these blokes dressed up in CNA and Top Woman or whatever, and came to read to children, that's a different story. But they're dressing up literally like prostitutes.
Yeah,
that's how drag queens dress.
I'll need to see the pictures of which ones you're on about.
Are there blokes? Listen, are there blokes? Are there blokes dressed up in CNA and like fucking I don't know, what's them women's makes, Luke?
CNA don't exist anymore.
But what are them women's makes? The ones they advertise on telly now? There's like boohoo.com or whatever.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, like if there's blokes dressed out of them shops, that's one thing, but you're talking about drag queens. Drag queens have got the most filthy mouths on earth.
Not all of them. Like,
I mean, a drag queen. Yeah. You've not been to a drag show,
It's like me getting Bernard Manning to come and read stories.
Drag shows vary.
Listen, mate.
Drag shows are drag outfits. Sorry,
bro.
Does anyone remember Lily Savage on the TV?
Bro. Would I get Bernard Manning? Would I get Bernard Manning? Anyone out of a gentleman's club?
Yeah. Right.
Would I get someone out of a gentleman's club to
present a quiz show during the daytime? Did she used to present?
I think it was nighttime that she used to. No, I think it was night. She used to. I know she used to swear a lot.
And Blankety Blank.
That was on a night time. That was on a night
That's
show.
after Watershed.
Okay.
These young guns don't know what Watershed is.
I think it's a joke. Like, I don't think he's got any arguments on this point.
So Would you say lazy?
Like my argument is, I just think it's weird the fact that you guys automatically.
I think it's weird
that anyone that's interacting with a child is going to be inherently sexual.
If it was my 10-year-old's birthday and I hired Jim Davidson to come and tell some jokes, would that be appropriate for you? Would you let your kid come? If I hired Jim Davidson or Bernard Manning to tell jokes to my 10-year-old on his birthday, would you let your kid come to the party?
Probably not. No.
Liberal.
There you go.
Do you realise just how
it comes down to like it's your choice as a parent. Like surely that matters most if there's a choice going on.
Do you ever go on X? Do you ever go on X?
I used to, not as much anymore.
Right. Have you seen the whole thing that's been blown up?
No, because I've got loads of issues with that because I could go on for ages.
No. I'm asking you. Have you seen all the Elon Musk stuff and all that?
What the recent things about him, the Prime Minister,
and you've heard about the Archbishop, you've heard about Justin Welby, you've heard about all the abuse in the churches, you've heard about the abuse in nunneries, and you don't think that there's, you should be as a parent looking at risk factors.
You always should be vigilant. But if you notice that the people you use as an example, Justin Welby, as far as I'm aware, isn't a drag artist. John Smythe wasn't a drag artist. These people were like
people that tend to want to talk to little kids.
It seems to be.
With sexual innuendo,
if someone is intent
one of the
on bringing harm to kids, they're not going to advertise it. Do you not think?
I think that as a parent, you should always have your eyes open to avenues that could be taken advantage.
Yeah.
And I think that somebody that's a man with a full penis, dressed as a voluptuous woman, with his arse hanging out, thongs on, fake breasts in some cases, not always, some of them are prosthetic, dressing weirdly and talking over sexualized is something that should put red flags up. And
no DBS check either. I guarantee you not one of them with a DBS done.
Yeah, well, you know what happens when someone does have a DBS check and they go into a school? They have to have a DBS member staff with them all times. They have to.
Maisie, what's your opinion on children taking like puberty blockers and transitioning?
I don't think it's. I don't think the science backs it. I don't think it's right. We need to kind of like do a bit more sort of like there needs to be more R&D into this before we turn. And I think part of the problem the UK has had with puberty blockers is that we've just used it as like a get out clause.
A get out clause of what?
Oh, sorry, 1 second.
Of taking responsibility.
Sorry, just get a call. Give me 1 second, guys.
Or not diagnosing people with mental health issues. Or giving into a craze.
Well, before they done the puberty blocking thing and they put them straight on the gender reassignment, when they changed their minds, they realised that they were infertile. They couldn't have kids or anything. So they tried to sue, innit? Yeah, but they tried to sue, right?
But
so then to stop them from being able to sue, they said, "All right, well, you can make your own decision when you're old enough. We'll put you on puberty blockers till then." So legally, it's your own decision. So then you can't sue them. That's all they care about. Yeah, but that's all they care about.
If you fuck your life up through bad choices as an adult, that's your own fault. You're responsible. But I wonder if this lazy person here.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, okay. So I wonder, are you one of these people that think that when you have a baby, they might be a girl, they might be a boy, and you might have to wait till they're 8 to tell you they're a pot or a pan? Are you one of them?
Yeah, called it like. No. Oh, okay.
Well, if my son was born, he's my son.
Okay, so
like again, I was trying to say before, my problem with puberty blockers is that the UK, the way that it was using it for a while, it was because of like pressures on the system, because we can't get the appropriate sort of social care for anyone that might be going through like a gender dysphoria. We instead just throw puberty blockers, and I think that would kind of like help stave off some of the sort of like confusion that some of these kids may have, which doesn't seem to be the right approach, because we're not completely sure what the lasting effects of puberty blockers would be after a certain period of time. It's like I liked things that came out from the CAS report. I think this sort of like approach and what the CAS report was suggesting, I think is probably the right step forward.
What do you think would be like
one of the suggestions of the CAS report into grooming gangs that there should be a national inquiry?
That was not in the CAS report. The CAS report has nothing to do with grooming gangs.
No, there was. Or is it Casey? There's one that's very similar. Yeah, there is. So there was one that was done into racism. There was another one that was done into
Yeah,
Grooming.
that's the Casey report, Jubes. Yeah,
Oh, Casey report. Sorry, so it's not the Cash report, Casey. Yeah. Because they said that one of the recommendations was a national inquiry, but for some reason, everybody seems to think we shouldn't be having one. I don't understand. When it's a national epidemic.
The national inquiry in that report you're talking about wasn't a national inquiry into grooming gangs. It was a national inquiry into state bias towards like overlooking sort of like racial divisions. So, like, say for example, your manager
which is
was
why
Muslim,
the grooming
but
gangs has been allowed to flourish.
Hang on, let me. No, but the grooming gangs is a separate thing. It's just something that should be handled by the local authorities because it was a local authority like corruption was happening. That's what was happening. These things.
No, there's a racial bias within.
It got to the point where it was happening in that many towns and cities.
There ain't no racial bias. That's your right-wing agenda. And
No,
if you
there is a
can't see
racial
that,
bias to it.
then you're biased to the point that it's obscuring your judgment on what is reality. There was no racial element to it.
Oh, but there was.
No, there was. There was police officers. There was police officers who said that they didn't want to investigate because they thought that it would cause racial tensions.
And since when do average police officers give statements on such matters?
Well, it wasn't just a police officer, was it?
You said it was. You said it was a police officer.
Well, it was somebody who has the decisions to investigate stuff, came out and said that they agree and they was wrong for doing so, but they didn't do it because they felt like they'd be called racist.
You're saying that's the excuse they gave?
Like, that's been well known for a long time.
No, you're saying that's the excuse that they actually gave themselves, right? That's the excuse they gave.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's not holding water though, is it?
Well,
It is. It's actually been recognised by lots of people.
To be
now.
fair, that was the reason. That was the whistleblowing that came up from social services. It was the pressure that they felt that they couldn't.
By the way, Lazy Titan, this Khan said that the girls came out of Kerr, got up to their shenanigans, and got the Pakistani brothers into trouble.
I said that the girls came out of Kerr were already. I said they were already abused before they.
No, you never said that. You started to try and dance around it, but you said I've got it all recorded. You said it very clearly that they got the Pakistani men into trouble.
I watched the bloody thing, mate. I watched the BBC.
You said that they got the men into trouble, regardless.
Yeah, they did.
How did they get the men into trouble?
Because they were abused children.
And they got the men into trouble. Why did the men not fucking sleep with children? You fucking wrong un. These are the people that we have to fucking try and coexist with. Like, fuck,
you're just an idiot, bro.
Well, to be fair, I don't think anyone's having a responsible conversation when it comes to like the grooming gang situation.
Well, because YouTube.
No, who's saying you too? Like, I've just disagreed with him then. YouTube.
So welcome to YouTube.
I'm just saying it's like the problem is when it comes down to the grooming gang situation is that there is systemic failures that's happened with the local authority that have not been captured. Part of those systemic failures is that there's clearly a sense within the local authority that they couldn't report certain crimes because they felt there was a fear it might be perceived as some sort of like racial, there was racial elements to it. So they didn't report these crimes. This is what came from the whistleblowing.
Yeah.
What this doesn't mean
do you think Keir Starmer's helped that by branding everyone that questions it far right?
It's not a case of like branding the questions. It's people who keep pushing for some sort of like national.
Yeah, but that's what he actually said, though. He actually said,
yeah, because the
anybody
who
who questions it is A, either looking for notoriety, B, jumping on the bandwagon, or far right.
No, he said that people are following far right misinformation, which is true. If you think that a national inquiry is going to help for a local authority issue, it's not. You want people.
I think it's going to expose the social workers.
Yeah, of course, whatever. There's always going to be someone exposed. There's always someone to expose. I'm just saying, it's like for something that happened with the grooming gangs, this needs to be carried out at the local authority because the change is going to happen.
What do you think that we want the national inquiry into? Is it because you said before? You said
we can't trust the local authorities to act.
No, but
we've seen that when it was happening. If we allow them just to
from the local authorities.
Yeah, but if we allow them just to do local inquiries, like these local authorities covered up in the first place, it's got to the point now where there's that many towns and cities, it deserves and requires a national inquiry. I agree with that.
Do you know how the inquiries work?
The matter is, right, let me just say this. I'm assuming, and you can come back when I've finished my statement, I'm assuming at this point that you think that we only want a national inquiry into just Muslim and Pakistani men. And that's why you're getting out of pay. But actually, well, they are predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs, by the way.
Lazy, she does this a lot. She
But
every single time.
we actually want an inquiry into the whole shebang. So we want the social workers, the police officers, the councillors, the MPs, and their connections.
So you don't want an inquiry then?
Yeah, the
You don't
paedophile
want an
information
inquiry
exchange.
because what exactly?
We want their connections to hope not hate, why
Jules,
they've covered up for it and used the propaganda arm.
Jules.
We want their connections to the BBC and the same people that covered up for Savile. We want it all exposed because they're all interconnected, probably even down to the Prince Andrews and.
Can we skip to the end? Can we skip to the end? Right. So you're asking for an inquiry on nothing. You are aware of that.
What do you mean on nothing?
Jupiter, honestly.
Because there is so much that you've just stated or reeled off then. Say, we want an inquiry into the royals, we want an inquiry into the care system, an inquiry into the grooming gangs. This is nothing. Because there's an inquiry that's going to do a general assessment.
The grooming gangs, we know where it's going to lead. But it's okay.
No, what do you mean?
It's okay because
Like,
Tommy Robinson.
What do you expect?
Tommy Robinson has got the evidence, and when he gets out,
you know what you're basically saying. It's like saying,
even if he gets put back in, he's already stated that he's willing to.
You know what?
He's willing to.
You know what you're
sacrifice
effectively
himself.
saying.
So,
Dukes, just to kind of hang on, right? Dukes, just to make sure you're aware, what you're saying regarding this inquiry is like saying that the Chilcot inquiry into the Iraq War shouldn't have just been about Iraq War. It should have been about war in general. We should have had an inquiry about war and the military-industrial complex and every soldier that's fought in that war. That's what you're effectively asking for. Do you see that's unfeasible?
Okay, so you would agree that it should just be on grooming gangs and Pakistani Muslims?
I think what needs to happen is that regardless of the Rochdale.
So you don't want it to do with all of the sexual abuse?
Are you going to let me? Are you going to let me finish my answer, or are you just going to keep over talking me? Do you want my answer, or do you actually care about this, or are you just using it as a weapon again, like you were doing last night? Right, cool. I'm just saying.
Really?
Yeah, you don't. I don't think you actually care. I think you're just using it as a tool. I know that because of what you just asked for an inquiry.
You don't think that those stories were sick enough to make every single person in the country care?
No, I don't think you do. I think you're just using this whole thing as like a weapon, just to kind of justify bigotry.
That people were having glass stuffed up them, yeah?
No, I don't think you care. I don't think you dupes.
Well, that
I don't
makes
think
you
you care.
disgusting
I'm not making. I'm not making.
That makes you a disgusting individual.
Tommy uses it.
Tommy don't care.
No, it doesn't make me. Like Tommy doesn't care. He uses it for money. Like this guy's a grifter. But the whole, like my prescription for solving things regarding the grooming gangs is that there needs to be an inquiry with Oldham Council about the procedures that were put in place to why this facilitated to happen.
Not
what
just
were the
Oldham,
failings at the social care level? What were the failings? What were the failings within the local
police?
Oldham,
there's 50
what were the failings in local police?
Yeah, Oxford, Rochdale. I mean, there's 55 different.
And you know what? Stop. Just to be aware that Rochdale falls under Oldham Council. That's why I say Oldham.
Oxford.
Again,
we can
Rochdale
go on,
falls on.
Rotherham.
Hang on, you can go on. You're talking bullshit. I just said Rochdale falls under Oldham Council. That's the reason I said Oldham Council. But the same thing goes for any local.
Hang on,
Jupes, try not to be triggered. Listen to my answer. Let's chill. Take a roll back. Just saying, these are matters. These are matters for the local authorities to handle out, because the ones that oversee the social services that were at fault for this,
the local authorities covered it up in first place. You can't trust them. It's the same way.
Stop. Do you think the people in charge of the local authorities are the same people that are in charge when these are local authorities?
So listen, let me explain to you. So my nan grew up in Bandons, basically, and there was horrific abuse involved, and local authorities for years and years and years and years covered it up. They had to petition for decades to get a national Scottish inquiry, and it finally happened, and it exposed the fucking lid on it. You cannot trust local authorities, and we've seen we can't trust them because they're the ones who covered it up in the first place.
There's a reason we vote for our councillors. There's a reason why local elections.
Yeah, we don't care. Yeah, we don't care. We want a national inquiry. I don't know why you would argue against it. Why would you be against it? Right, what's your argument against a national inquiry?
Because the social services aren't under the control of the national government; they're local authorities.
So just legislation. That's all your argument is.
How do you get things done?
Just legislation. Just because that's the way it is, then that's the way it should be.
How do you get things done?
No, I'm asking you why would you be against a national? If people are all calling for a national inquiry, and there's a lot of people, would you not think, right? Just let's have that.
You can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
There has been a grooming gangs inquiry, but there's been implementations that are supposed to be carried out that haven't been carried out. And obviously the Tories were supposed to carry that out like 2 to 3 years ago, and it's still over 10 years ago. Keir Starmer said he's made other recommendations when he was head of the CPS to the Conservatives to carry out that they've not carried out or whatever. Like, so
But that's
why isn't it? If
there's been more failures, then that's why this new inquiry wasn't on it.
I've not finished
so
yet.
This
Why
speaks
isn't
even
it a
more.
campaign?
Yeah,
So why isn't it a campaign to get the recommendations implemented rather than do a whole new inquiry into the stuff that is going to come with the same recommendations?
It's revenge. It's all revenge on Keir Starmer because he put Tommy Robinson in prison. That's what it is.
How does doing both make
they're
sense?
trying to make out.
Because if we do it, 1 minute, I'll answer it.
Didn't look after the children.
There's recommendations of an inquiry that's already
and that you have admitted.
Why are they going to carry out a whole new inquiry?
That you have admitted haven't been followed through. So I think a new inquiry to expose the people who have potentially covered it up again.
Why would you need an inquiry after the original?
You're telling me you asked Jim to not interrupt you, and then you interrupt me.
Clearly, an inquiry, a national
I think
inquiry
it would be a good idea to have a public national inquiry to expose further shit that's happening since the last inquiry.
I'm just
and
say
then
the same
we can
thing
implement
again.
the changes. Now that Labour are in government and you think that Labour can implement the changes, we can do that, can't we? But how can you trust a national inquiry when Conservatives did it? No, we need a fresh one.
I'll say again. Okay, if the national inquiry has already been carried out, recommendations have been put forward.
Why are you saying what for, Carl? You think it's for? You don't have a clue what you're talking about.
It doesn't matter who was in power. The government of the time, that was whoever was in power at the time. Wait, hold on. There was an independent inquiry carried out with recommendations that was given to the government, and they didn't carry out the recommendations that was given in the first time. So carrying out a whole new thing, bro. Stop speaking in the middle of my sentence because it's really annoying. Can you please stop that, please? Yeah, like. With getting them to carry out a whole new national inquiry, that's a waste of money instead of getting them to implement the recommendations that they've already found out that they should have been carried out, that they haven't been carried out.
This is where I think you're biased, Belly, because if it was some form of that marginalised group who was calling for some form of inquiry, you'd be fully behind it. But I think the only reason why you're disagreeing and not putting this national inquiry is
because you're not a fan of the Labour government, or you're just not a fan of anyone left wing.
Bro, listen, do you know why you chat shit? Yeah, because the Ford report gave Labour implementations that they were supposed to carry out. Yeah, I've not told them to carry out a whole new report. I've told them
nobody has.
I've told them.
Nobody has. There's a lot of people asking for this.
Bro. I've kept saying, yo.
Yeah, that's a false argument. Nobody's asking for that.
Bro, can you stop talking in the middle of the sentence? Because it's really annoying, bro. Like you're giving an answer to a question that I've not laid out. How the fuck can you answer the question before I've laid out the statement? It don't make sense, bro. Like you can't do that. Like the Ford report was carried out. There was recommendations that they said that they were supposed to be carried out. Since Keir Starmer hasn't carried out any of them recommendations, I ain't told them to say, yo, they should carry out another Ford report to see if the thing was. But I'm saying implement the fucking recommendations.
How many people are calling for the Ford report? How many people are calling for a new inquiry, like a new Ford report style inquiry? How many people are there?
It's a false argument.
Answer that question. How many people?
Bro.
Because it's a false argument. Nobody is. But a lot of people are calling for these inquiries to the grooming gangs. I don't know why you're arguing that.
These people are idiots, like you guys.
Why are they idiots? Why are they idiots? Because they want an inquiry into grooming.
Listen.
Why would you not want? Why would you be against it? Why would you not think, all right, this is something that we can actually unite on and just get behind? It's not a big app.
Shut up, man.
Luke, you're not even listening.
What you was doing, yeah? You asked me.
Right, calm down. Fucking
Bro, listen to the point you said. You said to me that you would have wanted blah, 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 this, that, and the other.
No, don't say blah, blah, blah. If you're going to repeat what I said, say what I said.
Bro, you said to me that you would if it was a black thing or something, you would want to ask
black.
another
See
national
what I fucking mean? Lying bastard.
That's literally what you said. If it was something
I never said black.
Okay, so what does something
I said if it was some marginalised group.
So what does that mean then? Who's a marginalised?
Does it only mean black?
Who's a marginalised group?
Fuck off.
Considering that Veli's black,
you're a fucking idiot, man.
You're a fucking idiot. Going with black straight away. What the fuck?
Bro, because that's the point that you was making though. Because you was making that actually a point, right? That if it's a marginalised group or whatever, and it was well, I was
You'd
going
be
to hold you
fucking behind it.
I gave you, bro. I gave you a
it.
scenario. I gave you a scenario where they've carried out an inquiry, have not implemented the recommendations. What do I?
You're not listening to what I'm saying, Billy.
Bro.
You
Listen,
brought up that report. There's nobody. There's not been people writing petitions asking for a new report to happen.
Bro, listen, yeah. What is it? You don't fucking listen to the point, and you start speaking, you start doing this Deirdre shit where
because you're repeating yourself and you're not listening to my response to you. I've already heard what you're saying, Billy. I'm giving you a response to it.
But how can you respond to something when I've not finished?
You're saying that you wasn't going around asking for a new report or a new inquiry into that report, correct? Is that what you said?
That was the point that you made. That's the point that you made to me.
Clarify your point, I'll respond to you.
You were saying to me, you would want a whole new inquiry if
no one ever. I said if there was no one ever. I said if there was some marginalised group calling for an inquiry into something, we'd be fully behind it.
We'd want another inquiry. That's the point that you was making, right?
Yeah, but Luke, one of the 20 recommendations
the point is that I would want another inquiry. Right? Wait, hold on. No, man, because you're trying to drag it out for long, right? So the point was that I would want another inquiry, right? If there was nothing.
No, I never said another. I said you want an inquiry. You're twisting it, saying another. I said if there was a marginalised group calling for an inquiry into something, a national inquiry into something.
Your point don't even make sense, bro. Listen, your point doesn't even make sense then, right? Because there's already been a grooming gangs inquiry, and we're talking about carrying out the recommendations from the original inquiry. So what are you talking about then?
Right, so I'm arguing that we need an inquiry to expose why it's not been carried out, who's not carried it out, and to ensure that it is carried out.
Why would you need an inquiry?
You might not agree with it.
Do you have any idea what you're saying?
Lazy, just listen to this point, please. You may not agree with it, you may think it's a waste of time, but for you to actively argue against it, I find nefarious.
What an inquiry?
Yeah, of course you do, because you're an idiot. The reason why I'm arguing against it is because if you genuinely care about actually solving this issue or protecting any children that might be involved or maybe vulnerable to this sort of thing, you wouldn't be asking for another national inquiry.
Yes, I would. I'd want it in the hands of the government and not local councils.
You wouldn't be. You'd be asking for the implementation
of the government and not the local councils.
It needs to be in the local authority.
No, it doesn't, because the local councils covered up in the first place.
No, it needs to be the local authority.
Local councils covered it up in the first place. I want this to be escalated to the next level and be done by the government.
I want to speak to your manager, please.
The recommendations given from the report, the original one in 2022, is national recommendations that they're supposed to be carrying out nationally.
Yes, well, it's not happened, has it? You keep saying that.
Nationally.
You keep saying that. It's not happened. Bro. You already admitted yourself that they're not carried it out.
Bro,
how are you not getting this?
You can't make that as a point. That is the point that we're making. That they haven't carried out the fucking recommendations.
Why haven't they carried it out, Billy? One minute, Juke. Billy, why haven't they carried it out?
Hold on, listen, yeah.
No, answer me this question, Billy, please. Why haven't they carried it out?
If they've not carried out the recommendations from this inquiry, what's the chances of them carrying out the recommendations?
When it's more national, I think there's more pressure. I want you to answer this question now, please, Billy. I want you to answer this question now, please, Billy. You calm down, plees, Lazy. Why haven't you carried out the recommendations of that report,
Your point was wrong, though, because it really wasn't.
Billy, answer the question. Stop being dishonest.
It was a national inquiry.
So why haven't they carried out the recommendations? Just answer me that.
He said he wants one more.
Corn, I'm not asking you. I'm asking Billy, Corn. Corn, I'm not asking you. I'm asking Billy. Billy, can you just answer that question, please?
Keir Starmer gave the Tories recommendations up to 10 years ago, and there was other 20 implementations to given to the Tories.
Yeah, why haven't they been carried out, Billy?
3 years ago. I don't know.
That's why we want an inquiry.
What the fuck? So having an inquiry,
don't need an inquiry to figure out why the recommendations.
All right, that's your argument. This is our opinion. But for you to argue against it, especially when it includes fucking child grooming, I don't get where you're coming from.
Children being groomed. You're quite happy with them carrying it on,
bro. Are you saying?
Oh yeah, I'm sure you're fucking wrong and
why they didn't carry out?
You come on here talking that shit out there. Don't talk to me about wrong and shit.
Bro, is that what you're saying? Are you saying that you want an inquiry into why they didn't carry out the inquiry?
Into it all. I want it, yes, into it all, to include that. For a section of that inquiry to include why the first inquiry wasn't carried through.
Surprisingly, I'm like, anti-child neglect or anti-child abuse. So I'm in favour of a local sort of authority inquiry. There's no need for another national inquiry.
Yeah, but that's not going to be
Well, that's what I'm
connected
meant to be saying, because you want to kick the can. It's what you want to kick the can down the road. You don't actually
No, we just want to do inquiry. That's all we want. Just a national inquiry. That's all we want. No
inquiry. What happens after your next precious national inquiry and those recommendations are implemented?
Well, now that we've got Labour, aren't you arguing that Labour should do something?
Inquiry?
Aren't you arguing that Labour should do something now that we've got a new government? I thought Labour was going to change the country.
Luke, do you know what an inquiry is, my friend?
Educate me, my friend.
It's national.
I'm just saying, it doesn't matter what the party. It doesn't matter what party.
By the way, guys, listen, guys. I just told you that my family was involved in a massive Scottish inquiry, and he's asking me what an inquiry is. Why don't you educate us, Titan? Go on.
Who cares
about
your
it doesn't matter what party
it's about your shitty family and your shitty ass mum whose ass you have to wipe every night.
What about your uncle that's a paedophile? What about your uncle that's a paedophile? What
about your dad? What about your nan? What about your granddad who bought slaves? What about your granddad who bought slaves? What about your dad who didn't see you for 3 months when you was born because he couldn't stand your mother?
Your uncle's a Titanic watching paedophile.
Whoa! Don't mute me and then keep him on mute.
We want the actual girls to be able to come to the inquiry if they so wish and get their voices heard.
And you got Mongols like this arguing against it.
No
that's
one's arguing against
inquiry as well.
This is how twisted and nonsensical the argument is. Yeah?
Talking from.
Listen.
To be able to come and speak for themselves.
Listen. Yeah, but listen. Yeah, how twisted and nonsensical the argument is. Yeah, we're saying they need to implement the recommendations from the first inquiry, and you're trying to say that bro. Listen, let me finish here. You keep saying that we're against the inquiry. We're like, bro, they haven't fucking they haven't carried out the implementations from the first inquiry. Like, so having a second inquiry is like a waste of taxpayers' money. Like, implement the first recommendations first of all. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do something. Like, they carried out an inquiry. They found out all these different things that they need to carry out, and they haven't carried none of them out. Like,
right,
that should be one of the top list.
We're clearly not going to
complaining about grooming gangs. Should be hot on, right, bro? They haven't carried out any of the recommendations.
Right, yeah, Billy, you keep saying that. I don't think we're going to find a middle ground on this. You argue that there's already been an inquiry. There's already been an inquiry, so we shouldn't have another one. We're arguing. Listen, we're arguing that we don't think, and we agree that whatever recommendations came from the first inquiry haven't been followed through. We want a more public, a more national inquiry to discover why those recommendations weren't followed through, and to uncover any other shit that may have been covered, covered up locally. If you want to argue with that, you can do. I just find it very dishonest of you.
Hear my argument. I will quote
Tommy Robinson on what he said. Wait, Veli,
what you did
here is that.
Veli, I beg you, let me speak. Let me quote Tommy Robinson from earlier on Jupiter's
show. I don't support Tommy Robinson.
Shut up, you twat. Shut up.
This is the reason why you disagree with it, because Tommy Robinson's for it.
He said that this isn't just about Muslims anymore, it's about Labour. He said that this is Labour's cover-up into grooming because Labour...
And Tories.
No, he said that Labour... councillors were involved in the grooming. That's what he said. And this is why you lot want... But this is why you lot want a national inquiry into that particular aspect of it to put all the attention on Keir Starmer.
No,
but be honest about it. Why are you trying to cover it up for?
That's not my intention.
If that's the case, be honest about it.
In my opinion, it's total common sense.
Why do you want to hear fronting? Like, this is why you lot are always so disingenuous. They're always so disingenuous.
You just put two and two together and get racist.
You're trying to do it again, divide and conquer. It's not because they're Labour, because once they expose the Labour politicians, the Labour politicians are going to expose the Tory politicians.
Exactly, the Tories are the one who didn't follow through with it, aren't they?
We just want all of the
Tell Tommy that. He's the one that...
It's nothing to do with fucking Tommy. It's nothing to do with Tommy. Leave Tommy out of it. Why's Tommy got to do with it?
I fully agree. We're all unified here. Happy families.
No, we're not, because you want to fucking argue with us when all we want is an inquiry into it to discover all the fucking bullshit that's been happening.
All you want to do is kick the can down the road. That's all you want to do. If you're after another national inquiry, all you want to do is anything. Just kicking the can down the road. For me, I'd rather just protect anyone that might be at risk of any more abuse. But you know what? That's just little
we're kicking can down the road, and you come along with a big massive fork and split it up and make it even more difficult for us.
You on a computer? Why don't you use on a computer? Because I put the link to the actual inquiry, one of them backstage.
You can read through it and see what they were saying, innit?
I'll have a read. Yeah, I've clicked that link already. It's quite a lot.
Like I said,
quite
the same
long.
sort of thing. Yeah,
I'm sure you've shown this before, but I will have a look at that.
I've shown bits and pieces from it already. Anyway, screenshots or whatever. But like I'm saying, it's laid out a lot of the stuff that people were complaining about. The stuff to do with grooming gangs and others, like not just Pakistani men, like all over the thing. And it's also showing that people from other minorities are not reporting as much as which may be taking place and all that sort of stuff. They like say it goes actually into depth into a lot of the things to do with that sort of stuff, like, and it gives actual recommendations, like, so that's why I'm saying, like, obviously I'm not even against an inquiry, but I'm saying, like, but why? What's the worth of doing an inquiry when there's been
because nothing's happened, nothing happened, and there's an argument to make, Billy, that the inquiry was done on the Conservatives. The Conservatives haven't done anything with it. Maybe a second time round with Labour, there may be some more justice.
The Conservatives never implemented recommendations. Keir Starmer said he's going to start implementing recommendations from there. So
I just don't get why you would argue against. I could understand why you would argue against somebody who may want to stop the boats coming in or illegal migration or anything like that. But for an inquiry into child abuse, I don't get why there is an opposition to that.
Because it's not opposition. You're just like what you're effectively asking.
No, that's what it's made out to be. I think because it's
it's not made out to be.
It's been made into this like right-wing kind of mentality, but it's not. It shouldn't affect just the right wing.
I've not said anything about right wing or left wing. I'm saying that there's been a canopy down the road. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care when you want to. I don't care if you want to say left or right. Luke, I don't care what's in that. I'm just letting me finish my point. I don't know why you're bringing it over to that. I'm just saying that the problem is with what you're suggesting, going down the route of having another national inquiry after one's already happened, it doesn't solve anything.
I'm saying that we want another one to expose why that. To expose why
but then all you're doing is potentially putting more people at risk.
We're on the circles now, though, Les Tatton.
It wasn't an inquiry.
Yeah, because you're not getting it. The penny's not dropping.
No, you're not getting it, are you?
That specifically
it's your opinion versus my opinion. Like they said, there's no right and wrong about this.
Your opinion's based on what? There is a right and wrong, and you're wrong.
My opinion is based on the fact that my family went through an inquiry and they had to go through multiple local inquiries and appealing and fighting for a national inquiry before they got justice. That's where I'm coming from.
Right, but I don't even know what the situation was that you're talking about.
To have a national inquiry.
Child abuse within the church.
I don't see how it would harm anyone to have a national inquiry. I really don't understand what
reason why it's harm.
About, lady.
Of course, the reason why it'll harm people is because we're looking to implement changes into the system that will prevent something like this happening again. The moment that we delay and start just talking about what the problem is instead of implementing solutions just puts more people at risk. That's all it does.
Exactly. And it's crazy. Hey, Lazy, do you know what's crazy about that as well? The point that you're making. Why you're making that point? Wendy's saying no, but you're saying about implementing changes that have been recommended from an inquiry that's already happened, like into the actual thing.
Yeah, but that was a general inquiry.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a general inquiry. It was a general inquiry.
It only briefly looked at Rotherham. It didn't look at all the other fucking 49 places.
I want a national inquiry into why Pakistani grooming gangs should be allowed to get away with it for 40 years.
It was spearheaded by the national government.
Well, but it's saying here, so Karika Karsner, is that her name, is a principal research and evaluation officer at the Centre of Expertise on Child Sexual Abuse, CSA Centre. But it doesn't say, it's like, is this official or is this like just like an independent inquiry?
When we generally tend to do inquiries into the UK,
this is an independent one, right? We need a national public. No, we want a government back one.
There is a government-backed inquiry.
No, come on, Billy. You're being very dishonest now. We want a government-backed, government-run, government-funded national inquiry, please. That's all we want. I don't want you to argue against it.
But there really is one.
You've not posted that one. You posted an independent one here.
Yeah, the girls need justice, and they need
Yeah.
they need an avenue to be able to speak out what happened to them, because they're
The
still
irony
covering up.
of saying that
They're
the girls
still
need justice,
covering up.
but they're
they-
not the ones turning around crying about not having a
Well, what's
national
the matter?
inquiry. It's
Don't
Tommy
you want?
Robinson, then he's like
Don't you
Merry
want to
Band
know
of
what's
Morons.
been going
Tommy
on?
Robinson. Obsessed with it.
Don't you want to know what's been going on, Lacey? Don't you want to know who did what and who covered what up? We want to know it
They've
all.
already put.
Yeah, and we want to know
No,
why.
they haven't though. An independent one. This independent one here, but show me this national one. I want to see this national one, and I want to know why it wasn't carried through.
Yeah, Sammy Woodhouse wants a national inquiry. She's a victim, a very vocal one. And
I don't know why people would argue against it, man.
Neither do I. I don't get it.
And they're arguing that it's a waste of money. We argue that it's a waste of money, like putting migrants up in hotels, and then we get shut down instantly. Fucking hypocrites!
Look, you're not even
Our
listening to
girls
the
are
reason I'm
worth
against
it.
it. You just keep
Our girls
projecting
are
a straw
worth
man.
it.
You can talk to
No,
me
man,
right here, mate.
listen, you
Instead of the voices in your head, you can talk to me by all means.
liberal
losing your
politics, it's fake as
chastity
fuck.
for a rapist is you could never replace that with money. So don't
I'm
ever
just saying,
say
but
those
it's like you're
girls are
just
not worth
wasting
it.
time.
Don't
You go down the
ever
route of
say
having
it's a
another
waste
national
of money.
inquiry.
You're a fucking
You're not
joke
going to
for saying
you're not
that.
actually going to
Yeah,
implement any
he's
change. All you're going to do is just kick the
trying
can down the
to
road. You'll keep
protect
people at
the
risk. That's all you're doing.
Pakistani element. He's
Like he
trying
was
to
trying to
protect
downplay
that.
anyone that's
That's what
being
he's doing.
groomed. Come on, man, stop it. Stop doing
Sounds
it.
like he's
You know
covered
he's
something
not
up. If you ask me, do you not want an inquiry into something or what?
behave yourself, man. You
Well,
can hear
I
his
don't know
kid
why
in
you
the
would be wanting
background.
an inquiry
Obviously,
into
you don't
child
want
abuse.
anyone to be.
This is the level. This is your lost level, man. This is why for years we've been against you lot, because you just lower, like you just
What do you mean for
embarrass
years?
the
I'm not
whole
known you for
country.
years, you fat
You're
bastard.
just an embarrassment for the whole country, mate. You're on
No,
here
Why haven't you
you've
got any
been
representing.
common
against
sense?
us for years
You're on here
because you thought you
representing.
were going to get dragged into the Muslim.
Con, I could show footage after footage of you being a disgraceful racist and embarrassment to British values. Don't even
Then you were
start.
quite happy to
I
sit
can't be a
back.
racist.
Don't you
I'm not
dare
white.
get
I
me
can't
even
be a
started.
racist. I can't be racist. I'm not white.
Oh, what a knobhead. See, that's what fat liberals say.
Well, you asked.
No, never. You're racist.
So it
You
can
call
all, it's
people
only white
P-words, you call
people
people
then.
white
Hang on,
slags,
that's
you call
But
you
Jupiter's
said
a
the
So
xenophobe.
N-words.
only
Like,
white
Jupiter's a
people can be
xenophobe.
racist. That's interesting, isn't it?
this is what I mean, but they all
Jupiter's
want
a
to be fucking
xenophobe.
leftists and point the finger. I cannot believe you're arguing against the national inquiry into fucking child abuse. Where's the world come
Look, you're
to?
not getting it,
Listen,
mate.
you ain't got
You're
the
not
snow
getting
on
it.
your
not
ass
getting
now
it.
of getting a national
I don't want to
inquiry.
have
You
further
dopey idiot.
conversations. I want to implement change. That's what I want to see. I want to see
Yeah, well, it's not
actual
happened, has it?
implementation
Why
of
hasn't it
changes.
happened? I've
I
asked
don't want
you,
to just
why has
see
it
more
not happened, Lady
discussions.
Titan? Why have the changes not happened?
That's a question for the
Ask-
Tory politicians.
No, that's the
But at
question
the
that an
moment in time,
inquiry will
we have
answer.
the recommendations
That's
on
the
the
question.
table.
Why don't
We
you
just
ask
need to see
Kemi?
these
Ask
things
Kemi.
implemented.
Titan, that's a
Ask
question
Kemi.
that the inquiry would answer.
You don't need
Thank
an
you.
inquiry to
No,
ask those
ask
You
questions.
say we do, but I say we do. It's just going back in
No,
circles
you
now.
I'll
don't.
say in Prime
No,
Minister's
we
question
do.
time, someone should stand up and ask Kemi that same question, and I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
Right. Right. What's the next subject? Because clearly, like, there's no middle ground with this at all, is there?
The subject is your ineptitude, your inadequacies, your disingenuousness.
Yeah,
Like,
we know
it's
why
been going
Corn
on for
doesn't want
years,
it. We know
mate.
why Corn doesn't
It's been
want an
going on for
inquiry
Yeah, we
because
all
he
know.
blamed the girls for getting the Pakistani brothers, as his words, into trouble. He blamed the
never blamed the
girls,
girls.
green
I
girls,
said,
for getting
no,
adult men into trouble. The wrong
no,
un.
no,
Hey, listen.
no. I
Yes,
said
I've got it
social
recorded.
services.
Don't
Yo,
make me
yo,
play
yo,
it,
yo,
Carl,
Social
and embarrass you. You'll
services.
just run off again.
You're asking for an
you
inquiry into something that I said.
Listen. What
Meaning you got no
I'm
room to talk.
finding it, yeah, but I'm gonna find the link for you anyway, yeah. But let me read this out for you anyway, yeah. Professor Alex J, the former chair of the National Inquiry into Child Abuse, has called for a full implementation on reform set out in the 2022 report, and which warned of endemic abuse across society in England and Wales. So it was a national inquiry. Like child
This one here that you
abuse
posted?
inquiry chair urges. Oh, thing what?
No, this one you
No,
posted.
that's
isn't it?
that's their that was
It may be a national one. I
that
should
was
post
an
that one,
independent
but this one you
still.
haven't.
This again. This is another independent one here. I'm trying to find the government, isn't it? But
That should be on Gov UK.
Here we go.
So in that
October
report,
2022,
Velly,
yeah?
does it
Alright,
go
let me find
into the fact that there were people that were council officials that were actually relatives of people that had committed offences, and why they were allowed to stay in their positions?
Feels like a good reason to
I'll
have a
tell you
local
what, yeah, I
authority
can't
like
tell you what is in
led
this report right
inquiry.
now because I've obviously just found it right now, right? But I've not had to look at it myself. I just wanted to post the link so you can see it there. You get me? But
why does Asketi keep
because-
calling me Eastern European? I'm not.
he said you look like a
Bulgaria from World War II or
I
something.
wouldn't worry about it, Luke. They keep telling me I'm fucking Jewish just because I said I had a great grandmother that was Jewish who married in. For fuck's sake, they're not mental.
Don't give him more to you.
Yeah, it's a national inquiry. But basically, what I'm sort of getting an understanding of what you guys want. You don't want a national inquiry into grooming. You want a national inquiry into the Pakistani guys grooming thing.
Are you speaking for me there?
The inquiry. I'm not too sure, but is that?
I think it's pretty much accepted that the Pakistani guys, it was predominantly Pakistani guys, and they're already started sentencing people and started to look at them. We want to know, we want an inquiry into the cover-ups, the police, the social services, the MPs, the doctors.
And it's,
all
and
the
it's not just about
turned a blind eye, and the local communities.
And it's not just the Pakistanis. Like in the local governments, there would have been white people who would have been involved.
If anyone in authority covers up any crime, you should know about it.
Inquiry,
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Have you looked at the 2022 inquiry? Because you don't know if all the, because obviously it's a national inquiry, right? England and Wales, not just one part of England. So
no,
and again, there's recommendations.
I will read it. I'll take a look at the inquiry.
Listen,
even if you come to even if you know what I'm a common sense thinker, so I'll come to the end of that inquiry, and then I'll agree with you, Billy. Yeah, that's right, but it's not been implemented. So I'm saying that there needs to be, and all right, maybe not a public national inquiry. It may not be the full national inquiry. We could take the initial inquiry, and it could build on from it. But I'm saying that there's clearly been failures since that inquiry. There's questions to be answered why the recommendations haven't been followed through, and now there's been a change in government. It's the perfect time to do it.
Right, but Luke, you're arguing our position.
And it would quell a lot of distrust within the government. I don't know why they want to do that.
But
it's
Luke,
not going to cost that much money, I can assure you.
Now you're arguing our position. For like the entire conversation, we've been saying it needs to be an inquiry at the local level because these are the problems.
No, yeah, but I keep saying it can't be local level because local level covered it up. You keep missing that major point.
Again, but the cover up within the local level.
Unless you're going to add a new point to it, there's no point you even answering them back.
That just shows you don't know how inquiries work.
We already know there was evidence from the MPs, from Gordon Brown, sending out emails to the police stations and to local councillors not to encourage prosecution, even if the children were under the age of consent.
It doesn't matter what Gordon Brown says or what local councillors say. They have no sort of like bearing on the judiciary.
Oh, but he wants
this
it
is a separate institution.
Of course they do. Are you having a laugh?
No, again, an inquiry isn't headed by judges.
The way Sadiq Khan has politicised the police in London to know that, of course, they do.
Was it with you Southerners? Everything like revolves around Sadiq Khan. He's like the third evil of the world.
They're obsessed.
It's like everyone that lives in some sort of vicinity of in London, Sadiq Khan suddenly becomes the root of all evil.
Well, if you lived in London, you'd understand it.
I've worked in London. Like you guys pretend as if you've got it as hard as anybody else. Christ, try getting a train from fucking Manchester to any of the fucking Greater Manchester small towns. Oh, the tubes, the fucking buses. Fuck off. Like, you guys don't have no idea. Like, London is, like, so far, like, leagues ahead of where the rest of the United Kingdom is. You live in this sort of, like, complete, sort of privileged bubble. Like, and you guys complain about Sadiq Khan.
It even worse.
We haven't got it hard up north, though. Let's not lie. I can get a train. I can get... If I want to go Blackpool, there's probably about 6 trains an hour. If I want to go Manchester, there's probably about 12 trains an hour.
That, Luke. We haven't got
it hard.
But Luke, the difference is that we've got 6 short train towers that get us there. They'll take probably 40 minutes to get from one side of the northwest to the other.
How many train stations have you got in Manchester City Centre?
How many train stations and like tube stations are in London alone?
Just answer that question. How many train stations
in Manchester City Centre? We've got like the 2 main ones. You've got Piccadilly and Victoria, and then you've got
the main ones. What does that tell you?
We know how dangerous those tubes are.
How many? You've got one of the best. You've got one of the best tram systems in the north. In Manchester.
Hey,
stop. Do you know this?
Wendy's is more dangerous than
Manchester in the north. Like,
we had a tram that led from Preston to Longridge. You got took off in fucking 70s. You still got yours.
You prove up a point.
Look at this. We're having Northern Ghetto Wars now, man.
You know what I mean? What the fuck? Get your own channel.
No, because I'm not complaining. I'm saying we've got it good. Why do we need a tram from Preston to Longridge? We've got buses. Because doesn't need a trans system, but he's trying to make out as
it's just always
Anyway,
a major
I don't
difference
care
from the
how
south to the
shit
north.
your
It's
train
not.
service is, to be
You
fair.
could walk around
And I
Manchester
don't
City
care how
Centre and
shit
you'd be
your
confused
train
looking at you in
service
London.
That's
is.
part of the problem, Jubes, because
I'm
the
more
regional
worried
division
about
in
the
the UK
girls.
is
I'm
massive.
more worried
You've
about
got
the
to speak
girls,
to my guest with
Lacey.
manners.
You don't
This is about the
care.
girls.
You don't care.
You're
You're
having the
pretending you
cheek
do.
to moan about fucking train
Well, an
services
inquiry
when
into
there's girls
absolutely
being
everything.
run through on a daily. Behave yourself.
On the daily.
No, but no.
You don't actually care. Right, I'm going to go take a little one to
That's
bed anyway.
false
It's been
as
a
well,
pleasure,
man.
guys. Velly, I appreciate it, mate. I'll be up again
Big up
soon.
yourself, bro. Big up,
Well,
man.
something
You're
makes
welcome to come
who
back
made
anytime.
that
But like
point
I was
there?
saying,
JB. 1 minute, Velly. JB made a good point there. He said surely one national inquiry would be cheaper than 50 local inquiries. That's a
But it's
good
not
point.
50, is it?
About
It's not
economics.
50.
Yeah, but there was arguments about money, weren't there? So you can't argue it now.
I'm not even arguing
But it's not
about
50.
having local inquiries. I'm saying that, first of all, implement what needs to be implemented in the first inquiry or whatever, and then see the knock-on effect that has, and then if there needs to be an inquiry into what has gone wrong from then onwards, then yeah, of course, have an inquiry or whatever, innit? But let's implement the first things or whatever, because this is what happens with the racism stuff and whatever, and that's why I always have to keep going over these same reports again and again, right? Because they come up with the same finding over again, but they don't implement the stuff, and then it's the same finding again. That's why I got so animated about the implementation of the thing, right? Because, like I said, it happens. I've seen it happen time and time again. Like he said, they was going to implement this, and then this is going to bring an end to all this sort of racism and blah 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 blah. Nothing gets implemented. So and so the same.
Yeah, I get that. And then how do you make things get implemented?
And the same shit happens.
Yeah, but how do you make things get implemented? You have to go to the streets and you protest.
We never get them implemented. That's the whole thing.
That doesn't mean that you should be against people who are trying to get something implemented. And if what they're saying is that we want a national inquiry to see why things weren't implemented, I don't get why that would be argued against.
Yeah,
because you want a national inquiry into a national inquiry.
Getting an inquiry is the same thing that what happens with the things that we're talking about, right? So when we're talking about anything to do with the Black Inquiry, was that they have another inquiry into. So when we're talking about institutional racism within the police, then they said something in '97, then they said something in 2012, then they said something in 2015. It was the same thing they said each time, but none of the shit gets implemented. They just have another inquiry again, like. That's the point that I'm making. So the implementation side never happens.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that, but I don't expect people to argue with that. People are asking for more, and they may be deluded by thinking that a national inquiry may bring some more justice. But I don't get why you would argue with them for it. Say like, no, it needs exposing.
Let's be honest.
Even more. I don't get the whole
no
argument.
victims. It's about Tommy Robinson and his people trying
it's not
to
about Tommy Robinson.
One minute.
mentioned Tommy Robinson?
Sammy Woodhouse has been set. It's got nothing to do with Tommy Robinson, and she's been calling for an inquiry for years.
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
She works for
you can, but not like I don't make it all about Tommy Robinson.
They're trying to bring a petition to end the government. They're trying to do everything they can to end this government. And even Tommy Robinson was like, I thought that reform was going to do more, but they didn't. That's why Elon's attacking them now. Like, you know what you lot actually doing to this country? You're actually undermining democracy.
Oh, shut up!
That's what you lot are doing because
there hasn't been democracy.
Why are you saying you lot? Do you think?
Years.
1 minute. Do you think I agree with? You won't find my name signed on that petition calling for a general election.
But I'm saying to you that this thing about calling for
you could change that title. You could change that title
to
overrule the democratic vote of the removal of the EU, and I'd be completely against it. I'm for democracy, Carl. Don't speak for me.
What I'm trying to show you is that there are dissidents in this country that are trying to undermine our national stability, and idiots like Jupiter and Wendy are defending them. And whether it's about a national inquiry that we've already had.
Can you name them?
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
Most of them are running around.
I can't even finish what I'm saying.
Guns up their sleeve.
I can't even finish what I'm saying.
Name them, Khan.
Name who?
The dissidents that we're defending.
Tommy Robinson.
No, I'm not. Who's up here at the moment defending Tommy Robinson? No one. You.
Tommy Robinson is calling for a national inquiry that we've already had because he's saying that it's a cover-up of Labour
all you want to
MPs.
do is protect your fellow fucking brother Muslims.
And even in that time,
at the time that he's talking about, like Jess Phillips weren't even in power in them days. Like she's a backbencher in them times.
No, but Jess Phillips was disgusting. When asked about stuff to do with it, she says she doesn't understand what all the not verbatim, but something along the lines of she doesn't understand what all the fuss is about because it's normal in Birmingham.
I highly doubt that happens.
That's a lie.
I'll get the clip. I'll go get the clip in a minute. It's on X.
What stuff about? So she said about people that was being abused. I don't know what people were complaining about. It's normal in Birmingham.
Yeah, I'll go and find it. Hold on. Give me 10 minutes. I'll find it for you.
Mad.
Who's supposed to have said that?
Jess Phillips. Jess Phillips.
A Labour MP.
Yeah.
I doubt that very much.
When she was when they were talking about,
didn't she say something like she doesn't know what all the fuss is about, and they should just shut up and go away, or something like that?
Yeah, she said it's normal in Birmingham, something like that.
What she said, grooming's normal in Birmingham.
Grooming's normal in Birmingham, yeah.
Sexual abuse.
I'll get out of here.
All right, I'm going to find it.
Well, that's why Elon Musk called her an evil witch.
Yeah.
So you're supporting Elon Musk against your own MP.
Oh, that's it. Colon attacks. It was the colon attacks. Thank you, JB.
Colon attacks.
Cologne.
So you know Cologne. So you know over in Germany where they had that New Year's Eve and they all got and they got raped. Yeah. When she was asked what she thought about it and problematic stuff and that, and she said she doesn't. It's normal in Birmingham. Yeah.
What do you mean race relations is bad in Birmingham?
So she's saying
that she was on about the rape.
People get
200 women in Cologne one New Year.
Birmingham, and it's just normal.
That's bullshit.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's what
believing
she
that.
said.
That's 100%
Right, no,
bullshit.
so she said a very similar situation to what happened in Cologne could be described in Broad Street in Birmingham every week, where women are baited and heckled. Chris Humphrey tweeted, "Did Jess Phillips just compare the apparent mass sexual assault of Cologne with Birmingham city centre?" Yeah,
so what happened in Cologne? Just heckling?
Wait, hold on a sec. Luke, hold on.
Yeah.
In what you read there, was that her saying that she don't care about people getting raped in Birmingham?
No, she's comparing. Basically, she's. I think the argument, the uproar from that was that she's saying that Birmingham was having mass rapes, and the left was saying that's not happening.
You're lying.
That's what it was just said. So she just
That's
compared just compared mass rapes that was happening in Cologne to Broad Street in Birmingham, where sexual assault happens every day.
That's lies.
That's what. Well, don't call me a liar, you fucking fat bastard.
But Luke, she wasn't talking about grooming gangs. She was talking about the general public. She was making it look like.
Yeah, I don't think that was about grooming gangs because she said stuff like heckled.
If you go to Birmingham, all the people in Birmingham are just like that. Yeah.
But wait, hold on. So
normal.
Are you gonna,
it's normal.
No.
Normal.
Yeah,
I get that point as well. Actually, that you said. Yeah, I get that point. You could take that from it.
Yeah, but what Luke read out and what you said, that's not the same thing. I'm not saying
exactly.
The same shit,
no, but people could see that as like normalizing sexual attacks. Like, oh, it is not. I get that point. I didn't until Jupiter said it.
You're spastic. That's why.
You're fat and fuck, and you're fucking lazy. You should call your name lazy.
I'm fat, but I could still take your mum out for dinner.
Yeah, you could. You can barely take your own mum out to dinner.
Yeah, but your mum will be giving me head after.
Yeah, your mum can't give anybody head. She's got fucking gummy.
She don't know what it is. She's a good person.
She's like the granddad of fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
What, your grandmother that come out of care? Your grandmother in Scotland.
Leave the mums alone. Stop
Why was your grandmother in care, Luke?
Stop it,
you lot, calm down.
Because my grandfather was Italian.
Get back into
down to the local gooseberry.
And
we was oppressed before you was, Carl, so wind your neck in.
Example. I mean, as one of the elders of the panel, right? So set a better example.
Oh yeah, right. Okay.
Babs just loves to come in and roll up her sleeves.
Straight away.
I'm glad she's on your side.
No, because why does Khan have to say everything that Jupiter and Wendy, and now that I'm on here, and Luke, he says everything we say is lies.
It's just divisive. He's got no argument. It's emotional arguments. That's what it is.
Because he's scared.
And yet,
but what Jess Phillips said in that
in a lie.
Quote. No, but what Jess Phillips said in that quote, and then what was implemented, I don't get the same. the same.
Oh,
what was it? What was implied?
Reasoning.
What was implied? Sorry.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're saying, yeah, but Jupiter was saying that Jess Phillips, the comparison that she made, was saying that she don't care about people getting raped.
No, I can see the downplaying of it. Like, I didn't see that at first until Jupiter said it, but no, if you read that tweet back and somebody thought, what are you trying to downplay, like the sexual abuse? I could see that argument.
Yeah.
I wouldn't agree with it. I think she's just saying. I think she's saying that happens all the time in Birmingham. Maybe trying to bring awareness to it, but I get where people might not see that.
Yeah, there's a clip of her saying it. Look, see if you can get the clip, and then you understand the context a bit better.
Who's got an echo?
Babs has got a slight echo.
Oh,
yes,
yeah, I will have, yeah. Please.
Can I turn your volume down, Babs?
Your mic. Let me see if I can fix the echo, man. You got to unmute your mic, though.
Con, you really do need to stop with these emotional arguments where you're just like, yeah, but no, because you're spastic, shut up. Like, at least bring something. I don't even need, like, genuine facts. Opinions are all right, but cry.
It should be sorted now, Belly.
Luke, you know you're such an idiot. You're sitting on here telling us about
exactly,
your
just done
family
exactly what I said told him not to. You're an idiot.
Why are you telling us about your family members and
Why are
their,
you telling
and
me
their
about your
criminal
family members?
past?
Because it was very relevant to a national inquiry, that's why.
No, it's because you're so desperate for some sort of
I'm not ashamed
acknowledgement.
First of all, I'm not ashamed of my family. Second of all, I've got a very rich family history. The amount of shit that's happened in my family in the century, you wouldn't even fucking understand it. You call yourself a victim.
Listen,
Go and fucking
write a book, put it on fucking Amazon, and
there's already books out there. Search the Suave family book, and you can search my great aunt's memoirs. There's already books out there.
Oh my
You're so disgusting, Con. Honestly. You are so disgusting.
He's jealous, that's what he is. Because he's a fat loaf sat on his fucking sofa all day, eating himself into an oblivion.
Can we talk about this inquiry into these grooming?
No, we want to talk about Elon Musk. We finished all that. We finished it. You missed the boat on that. You missed the boat. You've missed the boat on that. We're talking about Elon Musk.
Excuse me, bots can come whenever they want, so don't start talking about fucking bots and stop now.
Hey, there's a link in the back here to the actual government inquiry, and it's like different pages upon pages, isn't it? Like, so. Like, I still don't get why people are not in uproar in them not implementing what's already been recommended from.
Yeah, is this specifically grooming gangs though? Because this is child abuse, it says.
Yeah, but that's the same. That's just what it is, right? Because grooming.
No,
gangs
there needs to be
like
but unless it discusses the grooming gang specifically, then no. I will have a look at it.
It discusses all types of flipping group abuse in it, like so groups of men taking advantage of disadvantaged young ladies and children. Like that's grooming, isn't it? That's the grooming gang thing that people are talking about. It's like because the people want to get it's so specific that it's like, all right, let's do a study into the Pakistani community of the UK and just make sure that none of them are grooming in any of the circles that they're in or whatever. If that's what the man them really want to have as an inquiry, that's really the man should just make that vocal, innit? Because
but Veli, did you watch what Tom? 1 minute, sorry, Luke, sorry. But I'm saying, Veli, did you watch what Tommy said? His speech that he gave from prison.
You're absolutely obsessed with Tommy.
I'm asking Veli a question. Veli, did you watch it?
No.
He was saying that this is no longer the Muslim grooming gangs, it's the Labour grooming gangs. He actually said that. No, he actually said that. No, he actually, Jukes, I don't know how comes you don't know, because I was listening to it on your channel. Was you not listening to it?
I don't know what you're crying about.
No, I'm just saying to you, like, if you missed it, maybe we should watch it again, watch it together.
He called it
if you missed it.
So I've put the link in the back with Jess Phillips. Anyone wants to go and see it?
Could he be saying labor grooming gangs? Because does he believe the Labour Party is infiltrating them? Is that why?
No, he's saying that the Labour covered it.
He's trying to say that Labour's covered it up, but even naming it like that is stupid, yeah. Because Conservatives were in power and they didn't implement any of the recommendations, innit? Like, so it's like basically he's covering up for it.
But they're going to get exposed as well.
But some people also argue that
he's covering up. Well, by calling it the Labour grooming gangs, then he's covering for the bads that the Conservatives made, even though
it's not. I won't
Keir
call it Labour
Starmer,
grooming gang.
wait,
Just,
even though
Yeah, I
Keir
don't know
Because
Starmer
a lot of the
has
local
why
said today,
councils, that there seems to be some
why'd you do
pattern
that, man?
emerging
All of the
where
local
the
councils
50
for
local
Labour.
It's really
Yeah.
annoying though,
are
man.
Labour councils. That's
Yeah.
why.
Do you know what it is? Yeah,
Nothing to do with the Houses of
it's really,
Parliament.
but it's annoying, isn't it? Like when you're trying to make a point, yeah. But before you actually make the point, someone starts chopping in, man. We've got to let each other get to the end of the sentences, isn't it? But instead of me repeating what Keir Starmer said, yeah, let me play it for you so you can hear it at your own mouth, innit? Yeah. Big up, sir.
Going into the NHS, some people watching might be worried about backdoor privatisation of the NHS. You talked about it being a partnership. Is this then a project that you will continue until you have cleared the backlog, or is this perhaps a permanent innovation? And on Elon Musk, I do need to ask you this. He called your safeguarding minister, Jess Phillips, an evil witch, a rape genocide apologist who should be put in jail. Does that sort of abuse of a minister make you feel angry? And what is your response to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Let me address both of those. Firstly, look, an element of private sector support for the NHS has been there for a very, very long time. This is not new. And clearly we need to make best use of it. The agreement that we've signed today is to make sure we can do it better so that it's not just the sort of cherry picking of cases, it's a more comprehensive use which will allow us to get the waiting lists down. Of course the priority today is waiting lists, but I'm not ideological about this. Where there's capacity that can be used that will help us deliver in the NHS, then we will continue with that partnership. On the question of Elon Musk, look, I think most people are more interested in what's going to happen to the NHS, frankly, than what's happening on Twitter. But you asked me a really important question that's been in the news for the last few days.
Actually,
and I am going to, with permission, just answer it quite fully, because it is a really important than what's happening on Twitter. But you asked me a really important question that's been in the news for the last few days. I am going to, with permission, just answer it quite fully, because it is a really important set of issues. And let me start with this.
Yeah, it's important.
Child sexual exploitation is utterly sickening. Utterly sickening. And for many, many years, too many victims have been completely let down by perverse ideas about community relations, or by the idea that institutions must be protected above all else. And they've not been listened to and they've not been heard. And when I was chief prosecutor for 5 years, I tackled that head on because I could see what was happening. And that's why I reopened cases that had been closed and supposedly finished. I brought the first...
Yo, so what? He reopened cases that have been closed, yeah? When he was the head of the
I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that.
How would you know
You can
about
check,
it? Who the fuck are you?
What you lots can do, yeah, you can fact check it all after, right? Because remember, CPS, yeah, he was head of CPS. So this is all like what are they, public servant.
Well, it'd be in the public, yeah.
This is public servant, yeah. So this is public records that you'll be able to fact check, in it, like. So he would do his best not to lie on Sky News right now, because you know that his haters will definitely fact check this, right? All right, but next one.
Major prosecution of an Asian grooming gang. In the particular case, it was in Rochdale, but it was the first of its.
What did you want to say?
Well, there was quite a bit that he said. So he was asked a question about Jess Phillips.
He ain't answered yet.
Right. And yeah, he answered her. But at the end of the day, Elon Musk is quite right.
Can we just hear what he's saying first?
No,
right? Can we just see what he's saying?
I just want to play devil's advocate with what he's already said. So he said that he's reopened cases and he's reinvestigated things. Was that when there was a public outcry? Because if it was, then the argument still stands that it was covered up initially.
Yeah.
Let's find out.
When he was, remember, he took charge of the CPS, innit? Like about when he was taking charge or whatever. So he come in around the 2011 sort of times, and he started going hard because he went hard at the riots in 2011. Do you hear me? Like, man went jail.
Oh yeah,
for
well,
6
I
months
definitely
or
think there was
something,
some accusations
for 2
between
years or something
2000.
for a bottle of water and all that.
When did this
So-
all come out? The grooming gangs. It was around 2000.
I'm not even too sure, you know, what years it come out here, but he's saying
between
that in
2011 and
2000
2016, let's say, there must have been some cases covered up then.
Yeah, well,
but
he's
look,
saying, at the
he's
time.
downplaying.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold on. Jupiter, hold on. Yeah, he just said, at the time when people was making claims of cover-ups because people are scared to go with racism and so, he went into those accusations and reopened cases because obviously anywhere he could see where there was discrepancies, he was reopening cases, right? So
I don't think he's
heard about it, Belly.
I don't think he's to take like a lot of the blame. I don't think why the blame's on him, but people will still argue that it was a Labour council or it was a Tory council or whatever it was, and that's why it needs a further inquiry because one government did the initial inquiry and the implementation has not been followed. But continue what he's saying anyway. I want to see what he's.
But hold on before you do. There's a point I want to make here. Right at the beginning, he downplayed it by saying, "I think that the public are more interested in the NHS than what's happening on Twitter." Actually, we're not.
Yeah.
Actually, we're
that's
not.
you, isn't it? That's you.
What,
Most of the public are not aware of the gravity of what the grooming gangs were. And that is why there's been an outcry. And that is why it's back in the focus.
Jupiter, you're missing the point. He's saying that what Elon Musk is saying is just creating hype for his own Twitter channel that he's bought. That's what he's saying. Like, who cares what Elon Musk says if he's just creating controversy for X?
Than what's happening
Always giving people
Twitter, and that's a true
platform.
statement.
People feel confident and
Yeah, but he's the one creating the controversy himself.
No, he's not.
On his own platform.
No, I don't think it's not like he's coming up with these ideas on his own. If people may argue he's jumping on the bandwagon.
He's making accusations, but he's making wild accusations.
Yeah, but they're not new-founded. He's not made these accusations up. Yeah, but he's not made these up.
People libelous claims.
Yeah, but people can argue that he's jumped on the bandwagon there.
Yeah, but Luke, it's not like me and you just posting like a fucking I heard so and so said so and so about blah blah blah. It's like one like Keir Starmer going on Twitter and saying, "Oh, I heard one of us man done something or whatever." That's sort of like, you know what I mean? Like someone in an authority position
really
has more responsibility.
I'll give you a quote. Listen to how disgusting it is what he said. He said, Elon Musk said, Keir Starmer presided over the grape of Britain. He said
well, he did. He did.
That is disgusting.
How did he?
That is disgusting.
How is that?
That's just headlines, though. That's headlines. That's what's in media.
That's what I'm saying.
See that in media every day in headlines, and then you read and you find out, oh, well,
his own headline for his own media outlet.
That's a libelous claim, man.
Yeah, and now people now he's kind of equalising things, and people are not liking it. Like the amount of times that there's been lefty fucking headlines that have said one thing and it's not actually the truth. Now there's been one headline from somebody on the right. I mean, you don't do your own research. You just read tweets and then think that's facts. I don't.
Controversy,
because like obviously you guys are gonna say like BBC are lefties, but the head of BBC is a conservative, isn't it? Like the actual main managing person of the BBC, a conservative, isn't it? Like you can see Nigel Farage is basically.
No, I think, but yeah, I'd say BBC's narratives lefty. The way that they run the shows and shit and the content.
Nigel Farage has basically got as much free. He might as well have a show on BBC as well now. Like he basically just gets free airtime. He's on every single question time. Yeah. Like it's not exploring of all the different flipping parties. You know what I'm saying? Like,
let me ask you this.
Yeah, okay. So if you look in the back, the reason that Elon Musk said that is because Keir Starmer said that, frankly, some of the cases to do with the Jimmy Savile situation when he was in the CPS was frivolous. And a lot of people suspect that a lot of these paedophiles are going to overlap. The networks are going to overlap.
He weren't head of CPS when Jimmy Savile could have got prosecuted, though.
Yeah, he was. So there's proof in the back.
What year did Jimmy Savile die?
I've dropped the link. There's a link in the back.
He was in charge
but what year did Jimmy Savile die?
When Jimmy Savile was
alive. What year was Keir Starmer head of CPS And what year did Jimmy Savile alive? Innit?
I'm not sure, but have a look at what he says himself in the back.
Format. I changed the whole prosecution approach because I wanted to challenge and did challenge the myths and stereotypes that were stopping those victims being heard. So we changed the entire approach, not without criticism at the time, I might add. And when I left office, we had the highest number of child sexual abuse cases being prosecuted on record. Now, that record is not secret. As a public servant, it's there for all of you or everybody to see. I also called for mandatory reporting of child sexual abuse. I called for that a decade ago. The Tories did nothing about that for those 10 long years, including when the J report came out nearly 3 years ago now. Central plank, mandatory reporting, still hasn't been done. We're going to do it. But let's just to bring it in closer, and I will answer you on Jess Phillips in particular. Because those that are spreading lies and misinformation as far and as wide as possible, they're not interested in victims. They're interested in themselves.
But
those who are cheerleading Tommy Robinson are interested in justice.
It's not lies.
They're supporting a man who went to prison for nearly collapsing a grooming case. A gang grooming case.
Nearly collapsed the grooming case when it was already, it was just at sentence.
You know why?
Have you explained how he nearly collapsed it?
This is why, yeah. This is why, yeah. Because he reported on a case here where there was two separate cases that were going to be, or two separate groups of people that were going to be charged in it. So one group had been found guilty. So if he would reported on that, and if that had got through to the other side, they could have got a mishearing or whatever.
But he didn't. He didn't report on it.
I've never heard
But he did. He done a live
TV
show outside of it. He done a Facebook live outside the court talking about the people who getting found guilty, right? That's why he was found guilty.
Well, I want to know what he's going to do to the Tories that for 10 years did nothing.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see all this action.
What's he going to do about it? Rather than just go, oh, it's the Tories, but I'm not going to take no notice.
It was the Tories, but you guys, you specifically, Jupiter, and you, Wendy, voted for the Tories that done that. Nothing.
Oh, I've always voted Tory. I don't know about
you.
Yes,
so did a lot of other people. Nobody realised that they were doing all this, that they were going to cover up stuff.
What are you talking about? I'm fucking
so I want to see justice.
There's nothing fucking wrong in voting Conservative, Carl. You
evidently there is.
So what you on about, Belly?
Yeah, I don't understand where Belly's going with that. That's very low IQ.
The point, because you lot were saying that, because you lot are complaining, they need to slap the Conservatives, or you lot voted them in.
Yeah.
They're your people.
We voted them in, expecting them to do a lot better. They didn't. And now what are they going to do about it?
Labour.
Because the Tories
it was like
the Labour politicians.
I didn't vote Labour. I didn't vote Labour.
And the Labour politicians are not going to do nothing about the Tory politicians. That's why we want a national inquiry. Because they're all filthy perverts.
I voted for the Ganja Party.
He's blatantly lying. Keir Starmer's just a liar.
I voted for Dank Lives Matter.
No, Keir Starmer is a blatant liar. He's just lied. Wow. Well, it's one thing. Elon Musk can force Keir Starmer to do things.
I find it ironic that the geezer that covered up all this shit, i.e. Tommy Robinson, is now crying from inside prison going, I've got evidence on everyone! I've got recordings of everyone!
It's mad.
That's
why, you know why it's crazy, saying that
he's been put in prison,
but saying that Keir Starmer covered
against these people.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but saying that Keir Starmer covered
why
up
did
is
he cover it
crazy,
up
because the CPS...
He hasn't covered it up, he's got an injunction against him.
The CPS only deals with the evidence that the police hand over to them. Like, they see whether that evidence is good enough to prosecute or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I don't see, unless...
And that's why we want a national inquiry. All those police officers, what did they do with the evidence?
There's already been a national inquiry.
Let's have the national inquiry into why Tommy covered up all
And
this
that's
shit.
why we want all the police officers brought.
You know what's funny, yeah? You know what's funny, yeah? I would say, yeah, 9 out of 10 people on the panel, yeah, have seen other inquiries or things happening or whatever, yeah, and actually when we've been saying, yo, we need to get these bits implemented, you don't give two shits about that, cuz like my man's saying, you only care about this because it goes along with your Pakistani grooming gang sort of narrative.
All inquiries
That's the only
are
reason why you guys
important.
care about this inquiry.
Well, Keir Starmer's not
you don't care about it
Pakistani.
because
I don't know what
it's to
you're
save the
talking about.
girls.
Nor
we
is
care about
Boris
the girls or
Johnson.
whatever.
We don't
It's
care
to
about girls.
I don't know
go
what you're
back with
talking
your.
about.
It's to go along with your Pakistani grooming gang narrative. That's it.
I
That
don't
is
know what
literally
you're
it.
talking
That's the only
about.
reason why.
Keir Starmer is not a Pakistani, nor is Boris Johnson. And nor are the police officers that didn't give over the proper evidence. We want them all done. The whole lot of
You're
them.
saying Keir Starmer's part of the grooming gang now,
What
yeah?
we're saying is they all covered up racism towards light-skinned Sikhs and English girls for the sake of diversity. That's what we're saying. It's
You think about the things that come out of your mouth before you say
That's what
them.
we're saying.
Just you need to really think about the things you say.
Khan, that's been proven. Even the lefty who was on the chat panel before agreed, said yes, that did happen. That a police force refused to investigate because he thought they'd be called racist and it would cause racial tensions.
That was in the.
Yeah, but Khan saying that, why are you making these things up?
That was in the inquiry. That was in the
Exactly. So,
inquiry.
Khan, that was in the inquiry. Do you get that now?
Those
Yeah.
parts were found in the inquiry, though, man.
Exactly. Right. Thank you. That was part of the inquiry, Khan.
Does that
Yeah,
just
but how are you doing an inquiry into the stuff that you know that's already happened because of the inquiry?
Because listen, some may argue that the inquiry has exposed the people that was involved in the actual acts of doing it, and now there's an argument that there's governments or the councils that was part of these inquiries have done more to cover it up, and they're involved now. So that's why people are arguing for a national one. I don't know why we're going around in circles with this.
You're not listening.
Tommy
Just because
has
the police
evidence
said,
against.
wait a sec,
Hang
wait a
on,
sec.
Tommy Robinson has evidence against the
Yeah, hang
local
on.
Labour MP in Oldham to do with grooming gangs.
So why
And
would he
that's
cover it
why
up?
he's in jail.
Why would he not expose that
He
immediately?
didn't get time to fucking do anything with it. Yeah,
That's
they soon
bullshit.
grabbed him. Yeah.
That's bullshit, mate. That's rubbish.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
That's
You can't
rubbish.
say it's bullshit all the time, Khan.
That's all he can say. Bullshit.
How is it? How does it make sense that he's got the evidence and you're saying
Nothing
he
makes
never had
sense
time
to
to
you.
do anything?
Well,
If he had
actually-
time to save it on his phone and hide his phone, he had time to send it to other people. Don't make sense what you're saying. You're just dumb. You don't know how
Send it
phones
to
work
other
because you're so
people,
old
for
and
other-
fat. You don't know how fucking
But
phones
literally, it's the
work.
fact that the government
Send it to
With a
other
court
people.
order against
so
him not
other
to, the
people
court,
can
sorry.
then get rid of it. Is that what you mean, Khan?
Yeah, exactly.
What?
Because
What? Are
Khan
you
wants
even
to
talking
hide it all.
English?
I
Are
have a
you even
feeling.
talking
Let me play the
English?
rest of the video.
I have a
Let me play the
feeling
rest of the
Tommy
video. so you
Robinson's
can
got
hear
a switch, and this is why all what's happening now has happened. But you just
What?
don't.
Say that again?
You just don't understand that.
No, that was interesting.
Where
what
do
you
you
said,
think
but
the
I
slow
want to
releases
understand
are
it.
coming
Explain
from?
it.
Fuck all.
Explain it.
What?
What?
Well, he knows
again,
that if
sorry.
he gets put away, he
Yeah.
knows that they're going to try and silence him. Yeah.
All right.
So he's got a fail safe. Don't you worry about that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Tom Robinson, yeah? Got a thousand. I don't think Keir Starmer's that worried about Tom Robinson. He's just like making the point there.
Oh, I
because
think
he's
he needs
had
I think
some
he should be
ups
worried
recently.
about Elon Musk. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he's that worried about Elon Musk
back
either.
in Tommy now.
Why not? Because he's got the
Elon
same
Musk
amount
is
of
like
money
a
as
ketamine
George
carrying
Soros.
lunatic, innit? Like,
And look at the trouble
one
George
minute he's your
Soros
mate,
has
next thing he's
caused
trying
over
to
the
kill you.
years.
So
Yeah.
I don't think I wouldn't want Elon to be my mate.
Is all this
Yeah.
nonsense
All right then.
now, 'cause
Elon Musk is a lunatic.
back
Man. You
in
mad?
Tommy and
No,
very
he ain't.
much like
Yeah, that's what I mean. Some
Tommy.
people
Yes, he
argue
is.
George Soros and that, aren't they? So it's like, let's see how this
Well,
goes now.
I'm not asking for George Soros to come and back me either. That's the whole thing about it. But
The trouble is, George Soros
the whole
will
point,
back
though,
you
right?
whether you know
Hey,
it or not.
look, but I've made this point previously, right? That anytime any of the people thought, that George Soros was backing this, that, and the other, it was big noise and blah 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 blah. But now another international flipping ketamine Karen guy is trying to fund the reform or whatever, or was going to fund reform. I don't know what's going to go on now or whatever. The man them was doing cartwheels around their front room, like,
Yeah, because they might have understood there's nothing you can do about it, and now that there's somebody backing them, and he's the richest guy in the world, now they are doing backflips. I understand that.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it, Luke. Exactly
Right,
it. man.
yeah, two can play that game.
Buddy, can
What's
you
that?
see how dishonest you are? Because I've not
What the fuck is dishonest about what I was saying?
George
Nutcase.
Soros.
That don't even make sense. It was literally
He's an
making a
idiot.
comparison between how you lot will cry if you think that George Soros is funding something, but will do cartwheels around your front room when you think Elon Musk is going to fund something. That calls you a hypocrite, you nutcase.
I know, and we're just putting our hands up to it.
That is so disingenuous and such a
Do you remember Keir Starmer sending people to America to fuck up the American election?
Yes.
I don't remember you being vocal for Trump and saying, "Oh, we shouldn't send the lefties over there." Then,
Yeah, but we weren't condoning that shit.
That's the whole point, right?
Neither
were you condemning it.
With the wrong ends, Khan.
I don't think that you'll be able to find.
You're making Luke look intelligent.
Where
Just shut up.
I've been campaigning for anyone to be getting no outside funding from this one, that one, or the other, or whatever. Anyway, so making that as a reverse point is not even a reverse point. The point that I keep making is that you guys have made big complaints. Yeah, each one on different times about George Soros is funding this. Black Lives Matter is funded by so and so. This one's funded by blah blah blah. That one's funded by blah 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 blah. Yeah, as soon as it's time for you to get funding, you don't complain about the funding.
No,
so
I'm not
next time,
good.
next time, the next time anyone is going to be next time anyone suspected. Well, that's the point, right? So the next time anyone's suspected of getting funded, I don't want to hear you like opening your mouth again about
I don't think this might be the change in politics that people have been saying that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not wanted, and I've always said that Elon Musk would revolutionise the world. I just didn't think it would be politically technology.
By calling our MPs witches.
Yeah, well, she is a witch.
He's going to revolutionise in more ways than one. I didn't think politics in any way, shape, or form. But space travel, AI, all that type of shit. Like he's going to change the world like in many different ways. I just didn't personally think it would be politically. But
you just watched Starship Troopers one too many times, mate.
Yeah,
I've never watched it. I'm not
planning on putting a colony
if anything,
on Mars.
He's going to crash the
Don't underestimate the Musk.
Maybe you lot can go up to Mars with him.
So wait, hold on. Do you
support
support Musk over Farage? Yeah. Do you guys support Musk over Farage?
I would.
I don't support Musk. Like I don't support Farage, like, but I don't support Musk. I just if I ever and this was way before. This is way before, and I've definitely said this on this panel before. I don't have idols, but if I ever like looked up to somebody or was in awe of somebody and their intelligence and their contribution to the world, it's Elon Musk. It always has been.
Yeah.
Wow, and these are just
so even the left at one point was beginning up for his technological advancements in electric vehicles. Not only that, with Starlink, he's providing internet to anybody around the world. You could have a tribe that has never looked or touched the outside world, and they are now capable of receiving the internet thanks to Elon Musk. Like the amount of contributions that he has given to the world, in his short time of life, I think he's going to be monumental, and he will revolutionise it.
No, but he ain't come up with these ideas. He just gets the money behind them.
Created by someone else.
Say that again.
Exactly.
Tesla? No, it's
created by someone else.
No, it's named after Tesla. It's named after the inventor Tesla.
But when it the Tesla's car, the engine and the mechanics behind Tesla was.
I'm not sure.
Elon Musk didn't create.
I know that he was also behind like PayPal, which revolutionised like online payments. He's always got a foot in like revolutionising things, whether it be online payments, electric vehicles. Like he's always there. So I don't know why you'd argue that he's not.
But he bought PayPal from another developer, though, right?
This is just it's just an opinion. Like you might disagree that he's going to revolutionise the world, but one of the things that we've always been trying to do, and people have always argued, is that the world is going to end, and we may be able to colonise Mars. He's genuinely like making steps towards.
Remember, if it wasn't for Elon, you wouldn't have PayPal and all those things like that.
He on PayPal.
Yeah, but it's him and about 5 other people that started it.
You didn't do it, did you?
I want to know why people
I big up Elon Musk. You hate on him for some reason.
And say that we shouldn't spend any money on a national inquiry, right?
Voting
when we're going to give £117 million to protect Muslims, but we can't afford the national inquiry to protect girls. It's mental.
You've had the national inquiry.
How racist is that? What's you said that you don't want them to spend £170 million on Muslims? What?
Just because they're
I
Muslims.
said, why
or
are
what?
we spending £117 million to protect Muslims when the
From
actual
what?
victims are
From what?
girls?
Who are
And
we
we're not
protecting
prepared
Muslims
to
from?
do a national
From what?
inquiry to protect
What?
girls.
Wait. Who are Muslims
Okay,
getting
but we
protected
protecting
from?
Muslims from what?
Will you tell me? What are they protecting
No,
them
you're
from?
the one that said it. I ain't got a clue about it because I could do with some of that money. Go on.
Well, it's in the
Tell
back.
us.
Muslim,
The link is in the back. Read it.
Oh God, what's the point of having you on the panel?
You're
Well, you
not a
never shared your screen
Muslim,
before.
Khan.
Stop calling my name, you little gremlin.
Shut up, you fucking.
See, you can't provide. He can't have like a decent
ugly
conversation. He's got to argue, hasn't he? He's been around Dream Team too much. This guy.
I mentioned Dream Team. The geezer's dying of cancer. It's not fair.
Oh, you haven't
Sure,
fallen
you
for
fucking
that
fat mong.
line.
Don't you dare tell me what to do.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I gave you to have more intelligence than that.
What a
Now
fucking
I'm being
mong,
honest,
innit?
Wendy. When I heard his voice, I believed it.
Brian Hurl.
Yeah, did you
I
believe him
believed it.
when he said his son was dying as well?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
There you
know.
go.
I did. I'm a soft
Yeah.
touch like that, aren't I?
Yeah, soft.
Guarantee he'll be back. Worse luck.
You won't be saying that when we're all at his funeral.
I
And
would.
Dream
I
Team's not
wouldn't
just
even
one
go to
person,
his
by the way.
funeral.
Hence the team.
Look, if it wasn't for me, you would never have heard of Brian Hurl. You can say thank you later.
Yeah, you fucked us all up.
Do a fucking
It's your fault, Wendy.
It's
civil
Wendy's
action
fault.
lawsuit against you.
Dickheads.
Khan, are you that sick that you actually think he has actually died?
Honestly, I did. When I heard his voice, I was like, "What's wrong with you?" And he's like, "I've got prostate cancer."
Oh yeah, all right then, Brian.
Yeah, right. Okay. Oh,
I wouldn't give a fuck if he did it anyway. He's a cunt.
yeah, he is.
He's an evil, nasty, spineless bastard.
Mm-hmm.
But you can guarantee he's not dead because it's only the good that die young.
I believe it when I see the fucking obituary. Until then,
Yeah.
flying fuck.
Couldn't give a fuck even when I saw the obituary.
So to be fair, I
honest.
think you lot missed a live stream that was on Bleeding Arts about 3 days ago.
Oh
where,
yeah.
in the middle of the night, where he turned up absolutely drunk out of his head, and he started making some very strange noises. And Bleeding Art and Esau went offline, and the light said, "Can anyone put out a call out? Can anyone come on and help us?" She was panicked. So I went on to see what the problem was. When I got there, she took the live stream off, and she said, "Oh, we think that he's having a heart attack." And I was like, "Well, if you really believe that, then one of you need to, because I don't know who he is and everything else.
I don't believe a thing that they say.
Call the police anyway." They did get a welfare check done on him, and they were genuine. Bleeding really was concerned for him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he still owes her 600 quid. She won't get her money back if he dies.
Only for him to come and get to call her up and go mental. About 4 hours
you bastard, you owe me 600 quid.
4 hours later, he was really upset. Yeah.
What he called back later.
Yeah.
No, it's fake as fuck.
Well, I think she got through on his phone eventually. I think that's what happened. About 4 hours later, she finally got through and he answered on the phone because the police didn't come back to her whether they'd done a welfare check or not and whatever. And she was really concerned and she tried calling him and then he called back and he was upset. And they had to tell him, "Well, we were worried about you. You can't come on a live stream and go,
fake your own death."
And then nothing. And then everybody just goes, "Oh my God, is he all right?" You know what I mean?
Yeah. What noises was he making, like of Tom and Jerry?
It was making really strange noises.
Oh God,
yeah,
big.
He's bad though when he's had a drink. He
I mean,
really is nasty.
He's evil.
He is.
What about that story he told that Chartel tied him up? That was terrible.
Yes. Yeah.
He's done a lot of horrible things, that guy.
Khan.
I've never met him. He's one of your lot, mate.
He's not one of our lot. Are you kidding?
More in line with your politics.
Well, he's an Anglo-Saxon, ain't he? Like Wendy.
He ain't
apparently.
nothing to do with us. No.
He's an Anglo-Saxon.
No, he ain't. No, he ain't. No.
What is he then? What is he?
He's more bad. He's more normal than him.
And you are Muslim.
What? He's
That's
not
true.
Muslim. Sorry, did you say Brian Hall's a Muslim?
No, I said he's as much Anglo-Saxon as what you are Muslim.
What do you mean? I am a Muslim.
No, you're
My
not.
ancestors,
You've only been a Muslim
my
for 2 years.
ancestors fought for the Ottoman Empire.
Whatever.
Yeah, but you've only been
fought
Muslim.
and died for the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, but you've only been Muslim for 2 years yourself, and I've got something to pull you up actually, because the other day you said like
you're going to pull me up.
These people who said that they're cultural Christians. The amount of times that you said that you're not practicing Muslim, you're a cultural Muslim. You're such a fucking hypocrite. You don't even like think about what comes out your mouth.
I think you need to give a bit more context
as a cultural Muslim.
What do you mean? Did I say you can't be a cultural Christian?
Yeah, no, you said monks who call it cultural. What the fuck's a cultural Christian? All these monks saying that they're cultural Christian. Well, what the fuck's a cultural Muslim?
About Richard Dawkins, you idiot. Richard Dawkins said he's an atheist, but he's a cultural Christian.
You weren't talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about that.
No, you wasn't.
How can you be an atheist and a cultural Christian at the same time? You got to at least believe in it. You might not practice it, but you might at least believe in it.
No.
You could have been raised Catholic. You could have gone to a Catholic school. You could be completely Christian and confirmation, all that shit. And then when you're an adult, no longer believe in it and no longer follow it. That's more like a cult. But you still go to like christenings and weddings and funerals at church and stuff because that's the culture that you're in.
I would go to a christening if I was invited.
Here's a question for you, right? And this came from Danny Roscoe, actually, and it's quite a good, pertinent question. If Keir Starmer is a barrister and he really understands the law inside out, and he's not strapped for money, and Elon Musk is really rich and has loads of money, and he's slandered him, according to him, and put misinformation out and telling lies, why is he not suing him?
Well, you'd think he would.
Because he's busy running the country and he's obviously got things to do, isn't it?
No.
Because he knows it's true.
Else's hands. So that's no.
So if you accuse someone of something and they turn the other cheek, that means that they're right, yeah?
What did Elon Musk say?
The thing is,
Keir Starmer.
The bar in America would be a hot liar. He'd have to sue him over here, wouldn't he? Because in America, like the freedom of speech laws are a lot more liberal than ours are.
Well, it would have to be over here anyway, because it would be in the place where your reputation has been sold, right? So he's soiling his reputation in the UK.
Yeah, but he could choose to sue in America, couldn't he?
Not a decent one.
If it was like a private prosecution.
He's got a better reputation than you. He's the leader of the country.
Exactly.
That means nothing these days.
I was going to say. Oh, God. Very... Honestly.
Do you mean honest? Oh my God! You know what's crazy is like you really think that you said something smart. Like, you mad? Like, obviously, Keir Starmer's got a better reputation than you. Like, who the fuck? He's got a better reputation than me. Like, who the fuck am I compared to Keir Starmer? Like, we're speaking about Keir Starmer right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you think Keir Starmer's ever going to have a conversation about Babs?
Do you think Keir Starmer's ever going to have a conversation about Benny?
Obviously not. You fucking spaz. That's the
hell?
point.
He might do it. He might do it. Finds out what he posted during the riots. I'm joking.
Oh yeah, no. Babs did run up on Greg's. I can't remember. I don't remember.
I'm joking, Babs. I'm joking. She didn't do anything wrong. Shush, Babs. Shush. She didn't do nothing.
So we're talking about that, right? How come that little pig, Danny Tomo, never got arrested for that video, Dupes, or whoever?
Well, it's obvious. He's a plant, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'd wondered that because he was the only one who was like. At the time, people were saying Tommy Robinson, and I never heard Tommy Robinson say anything about it. I was like, no, Danny Tomo. I heard Danny Tomo say loads of shit about it, but yeah. I agree with that.
And the other one is, who's that guy that runs Hate Not Hope?
Oh, that Nick.
Why hasn't he been arrested?
Yeah, why hasn't he been arrested? Yeah.
Hey, is it right if I play the rest of this video? Yeah, I've got another video for you to play that's even shorter still, but I at least want to hear what Keir Starmer said.
These are people who are trying to get some kind of vicarious thrill from street violence that people like Tommy Robinson promote.
Oh my God.
And those attacking Jess Phillips, who I'm proud to call a colleague and a friend, not protecting victims. Jess Phillips has done 1,000 times more than they've even dreamt about when it comes to protecting victims of sexual abuse throughout her entire career.
Yeah.
And so just as I took on the criminal justice system and the institutions when I was chief prosecutor, I'm prepared to call out this for what it is. We've seen this playbook many times, whipping up of intimidation and threats of violence, hoping that the media will amplify it. Now, Jess Phillips does not need me or anybody else to speak on her behalf. But when the poison of the far right leads to serious threats to Jess Phillips and others, then in my book, a line has been crossed. But I enjoy the cut and thrust of politics, the robust debate that we must have. But that's got to be based
You think he's
on
going to jail
facts
Elon?
and truth, not on lies,
I'd like to see him try.
not on those who are so desperate for attention that they're prepared to debase themselves and their country.
Well, he's talking about himself.
This government will get on with the job of protecting victims, including child sexual abuse, mandatory reporting, accelerating the processes. But what I won't tolerate is this discussion and debate based on lies without calling it out. What I won't tolerate is politicians jumping on the
Not
bandwagon
very tolerant for a
simply
British
to
man,
get
is he?
attention. When those politicians sat in government for 14 long years,
Tolerance is our strength,
tweeting,
remember?
talking, but not doing anything about it. Now so desperate for attention that they're amplifying what the far right is saying. So that's what I say
Is he calling
about Jess Phillips.
Elon Musk?
You just spoke about private care going into the NHS. Some people watching might be worried about backdoor privatisation of the NHS. You talked about it being a partnership. Is this then a project that you will continue until you have cleared the backlog, or is this perhaps a permanent innovation?
So Elon Musk is far right now.
Because they know what.
No, he said you lot are attention seekers.
Especially
Anybody who questions it is far right. They're just jumping on the bandwagon.
Hang on, what are you playing
My
this for,
daughter was
Manny?
a survivor. When he met my daughter, who was working in my office at the time, the minute he met her, he started texting her all the time, continually texting her. She went down.
Danny Tomo.
She drove herself down to his place, and then apparently him and his mate were there just doing coke all night.
Yeah, no surprise.
Into
Simon
bed.
and Danny, and
that's
the father, isn't it?
Groomed, simply groomed.
Great triplet, yeah.
I have got the.
That's the meeting that I went into, and I won't go against that guy for what he said. He said it was nothing to do with Tommy Robinson. It was all to do with Danny Tomo and his actions about his daughter and the coke and everything.
He's a scumbag. He's a scumbag.
The
He's
thing
a
that I
coke-headed
don't agree
scumbag.
with
None of
that
us
bloke
go
though,
against you
Wendy.
with that, Khan. He is a scumbag.
If I was over the age of consent like his daughter was, I think she was in her early 20s, if I remember correctly, right? And I decided to sleep with someone, even if he turned out to be a complete scumbag, I don't think my dad has got the right to go on live streams and talk in graphic detail to a bunch of fucking strangers without me being present.
Yeah,
well, because we have got no proof that she agreed to that, and I think it's terrible what they did.
Listen, Jupes, right? This was my point when I found out that somebody had let that give some of that out to somebody else, because that, you're right in what you say, Jupiter, but that guy talking there, Craig, he was under the impression that no one, apart from when I got in there, no one else would ever see it. And he probably didn't even realise, I'm not being funny, that it was being recorded.
Well, that's on Twitter now, mate. I didn't get that from. No one ever gave that to me.
But he
had
done the geezer.
Well, Wendy, I think if you've got an avenue of getting in touch with that fella, maybe you should inform him.
But
I agree.
Look, I don't want to get done for victim blaming again, but he's saying that his daughter somehow got lured down to watch two guys who coke all night.
Hang on. Wait, but that's why they've clipped it where they've clipped it. That you see, it makes that guy look bad. So that guy, what he was saying, what he was more or less trying to get across is that you can't trust Danny Tomo. First, yes, he used the example of what, that his daughter went down and he used his daughter. Okay. And then he was on about other things that happened that he saw Danny Tomo doing with other women. And that's what he was on about. That little bit there's been clipped deliberately because it was the only bit where he was talking about that they said to him, if you noticed, oh, so she was more or less groomed. And he went, well, yeah, you can say that. You see, that's why that bit has been clipped. But the conversation wasn't about the Tommy. Well, Tommy was mentioned.
No. In the X post that I saw, they was more talking about this lady is supposed to be a former grooming gang victim, and they're supposed to be doing this aftercare thing when they're taking care of the victims, but instead they're offering them flipping.
No, she sought out Danny Tomo because she couldn't get.
Look, the girl, the girl who was the grooming gang victim had nothing to do with getting involved with any sorting out of anybody, right?
He said that he lured his daughter into bed. So she's been in bed with him.
She met Danny Tomo because he went up there, right, to Telford to talk to grooming gang victims, and she happened to be one of them. But she was overage, well over age, right? But her dad just didn't like the way that just Danny Tomo behaved around the young women. Now, he said clearly...
Yeah, but Wendy, this is where I have to clear that first little bit up, right? Because all of the girls that Danny Tomo went to meet got in touch with Danny Tomo. They sought out Danny Tomo or Tommy Robinson, but Tommy Robinson was in prison at the time that all this happened. So he weren't even involved in all this shit.
It was when
let me ask you guys a question.
It was when Danny Tomo went up to Telford to interview the grooming gang girls who'd been the ones that had been groomed, and how and Craig was saying he did not like the way he was always flirting with the girls. Well, women. I'm going to call them women. Young women.
Obviously worked. Obviously worked, didn't it?
Hey.
Can you shut up, Carl?
It's not about that. He should be in a position where he's supposed to be professional. He should be doing it, should he, Carl?
Yeah, it's
listen. Let me ask you guys a question real quick. Listen to this, yeah. Say Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawa, yeah. Say Ali Dawa got found out to be like sleeping with grooming victims or whatever. Would you say Mohammed Hijab is suspect?
Yeah.
I'd say they were smart. If they're over the age of consent, and they're well aware what grooming is now because they've sought out people to talk about the fact they've been groomed. So they're well aware now.
So you're saying adults can't be groomed? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that if you're well aware of what grooming is and you want to get your story out there because you're well aware of what grooming is, you are going to be aware of when you're being groomed again. So I don't believe the girls were groomed.
No, but that's not true.
I do believe is that he might have been a bit of a player, a bit of a kind of person that doesn't care if he cheats on his wife. He's the kind of person that to him, he don't care if he has one night stands. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people in our society that look at the world that way. I'm not saying it's right.
If you
it's not illegal. It's inappropriate.
Hold on.
It's culture to stay up all night.
You guys would say that Mohammed Hijab is suspect if Ali Dawa was sleeping with like a grooming gang victim, but you wouldn't say that about Tommy Robinson. If Danny Tomo,
Tommy had nothing to do with it. Tommy had nothing to do with what Danny Tomo was
Mohammed Hijab.
What about when Tommy went to Canada and went on a coke binge then and was found in a brothel?
That guy couldn't have been more clear. In fact, he thinks
that's personal, though, isn't it, Colin? How many lads go to Amsterdam and fucking get mashed up the face and go and get a fuzzy?
Like, come on. Like she was coerced into sleeping with him.
No, she was not.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying the opposite.
And she was a fully grown adult.
I'm not saying that, Jupiter.
We never said
saying she got in her car and drove to where they were and participated in the
exact same
binge.
scenario with person.
That's what I'm saying.
And was just
The
saying
people
that,
who said,
if
she was groomed was Danny and Simon.
I was just really showing how biased that you guys were going to be in it, like, because I was saying that obviously if it was Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawa and you would be looking at Muhammad Hijab side eye, but when it's Tommy Robinson and Danny Tomo, you're not looking at Tommy Robinson side eye, only Danny Tomo.
Yeah, but Tommy had nothing to do with it.
If Danny Dawa
Tommy's done worse than that.
No, you're
Tommy's
talking
done
nonsense.
worse.
If Muhammad Hijab or Ali Dawa get involved with a girl that was groomed when she was underage as an adult, and she's given consent as an adult, and she knows exactly what grooming is, ain't none of my business.
No, Jupiter. Listen, can I just say something? If somebody's been involved in a crime once, right, doesn't mean the second time around that they're clever enough to know. It shows that that person
mean that
is.
she shouldn't be able to
Wait. I'm saying if that person has shown their track record of being susceptible to that sort of thing, then they're vulnerable. Like, you can't say, "Oh, you should have learnt your lesson the first time, love." That's a bit harsh.
and that doesn't mean just because she's been abused in the past, that doesn't mean that she can't have consensual sexual relations with adults when she's older. Let me finish, Wendy. I completely disagree with Danny Tomo doing it, because she was groomed in the past. He focuses on grooming victims, and it is a completely wrong look for the movement.
Yeah.
So that's why I disagree with him. But is it legal? Yes, it's legal.
Yeah.
Oh, there's nothing illegal about it.
Yeah,
Nothing.
it's inappropriate, but it's not illegal.
What am I hearing?
Oh, shut up about coke.
I don't know anything about
highly immoral,
drugs.
though.
I know what her
Yeah,
dad
I agree.
said.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Highly immoral. I agree.
Her dad said there was nothing illegal about it. He just didn't like the way he was around different young women.
But you see, the reason I'm a bit reserved about it all, Wendy, and I know that you spoke to the father and we've just seen the clip, but we've never heard the girl herself, who's a fully grown woman, come out and say anything.
Well, no, you're not going to hear her, love, no.
And if she hasn't come out and made the complaint, we don't know if it's not just an overprotective father.
Well, it could be.
Overprotective? So you're luring his daughter, who's susceptible to that sort of thing, down for a coke binge session.
What are you on about? She was 26, 23, 26.
What do you mean? What's her age got to do with it? She's vulnerable.
Well,
I don't understand why it's so unsympathetic.
No, it's
because I'm a woman, and I'm not stupid enough to know that somebody who's had a sexual abuse situation when they was a child doesn't deserve to grow up and have full authority over her body and still consent to sex as an adult.
Well,
that's
not
the
if you're the
difference.
person that was investigating.
Can you repeat that? Because I thought that was a bit
you
too
can sort of
fluffy.
do you know what? In that scenario, you could see it as a teacher-student scenario.
It's abuse of power. That's what it is.
A former teacher still
you can
shouldn't
look at
try
it like
to
that, Luke.
get in a
No
relationship
one's
with a former
justifying
student,
it,
even though they're
but
older.
what I'm saying is that she consented to it. There was no crime there.
No, that's there's not really an argument to have, because nobody's really supported Danny Tomo, and they all agree that it was an abuse of power. Like, I don't think Danny Tomo, I don't think Tommy Robinson does help the movement, let alone Danny Tomo.
My argument is though, is like, if this scenario was laid out like I laid it out with Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab,
I thought you meant that the other guy had been sleeping with women.
About his mate being so and so. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but everyone would do that though. They would condemn Muhammad Hijab for being Ali Dawa's mate. You remember you slept with a grooming gang victim, even though it's not legal.
I'd condemn him exactly the same way. I'd say that it was inappropriate, but she's 26
That's the point
and old enough to know who she wants. Listen, there's plenty of people on here that sleep with Muslim men. I mean, I think Becca's with a Muslim man. I don't think she's disgusting because she sleeps with a Muslim man.
Right now.
What is the matter with you?
You're not including that, by the way.
What the hell?
I mean, if someone sleeps with a Muslim man and they're old enough to make that decision, that's up to them. If someone sleeps with a black man, there's people on here that don't like interracial marriages. That's up to them. I don't get what's going on here.
No, but
the point is you're a bit unsympathetic. That's the point.
Hold on. Well. How was you making a comparison for someone saying having like an interracial relationship?
Because what you're saying is, all right. So why would I be
us making the
why would I
moral argument to us
why
making
did
the moral
you
argument
specifically say
to us making? You're not listening to what I'm saying, right? Because you just want to answer instead. We're making a moral argument saying that obviously it's immoral, and plus making another argument to say that if it was on the other foot of people that you disliked, you would call that person's friend out for what that other person done as well.
No, you would not.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I've just told you that I wouldn't.
Out for their friend.
No, that's when I did say.
I'm asking you, why did you pick Mohammed and Ali Dawah? Why did you pick them?
Because they're close, like Danny Tomo and Tommy Robinson.
Because they're brown,
but they do their own thing as well.
What are you on about? Why would I be invested in who they sleep with as long as it weren't with somebody who's a minor?
Yeah, exactly. Can I make a point as well? So, Khan, you're talking about like this girl, sleeping with. Does that mean any man that sleeps with her from now until the day she dies is a predator?
If you know about her history, then yeah, I would say you're being immoral. It'd be the equivalent. Wait, look. It'll be the equivalent of imagine I was a counsellor for Gambling Anonymous, and I had a list of names of people who I knew were susceptible to gambling, and I went and asked them all to like lend me money, for example, right? And I used their history against them, right, as leverage, let's say, to manipulate them, right? Now this girl has been in drugs binges and has ended up having group sex with men, and you're inviting her down to participate in that. So she's already susceptible to that kind of lifestyle. And you, as somebody who's like, as a responsible male, you shouldn't be really encouraging that sort of thing, especially if you're making a living out of. One sec, Luke, I'll talk to you. Especially if you're making a living out of your conversation with her.
So if she meets
immoral.
Somebody in a nightclub and then she
doesn't know her history.
She tells him her story, and then later on they end up having sex. According to you, he's a predator.
Well, if I was an alcoholic and I met you and you wanted to date me and you was an alcoholic too, we would not really be able to date each other because we'd be becoming codependents on each other. So it's immoral.
Con, have you ever slept with a prostitute?
At 16.
Your mum.
No, Con, have you ever slept with a prostitute?
Yeah, he has. His uncle took him with your mum.
I know he has, because I've heard that's why I'm asking him the question. So you don't know whether that woman's been raped, abused. You don't know what story's gone on in her life. You don't care when you took a 40 quid and shag her. So don't try that immoral now, lad. Saying that a woman who's been abused in her life can't choose to have sex. Yet you go around paying people for it.
I haven't manipulated anyone into having sex with me. I haven't
paid £40.
No,
yeah, you have.
No.
There was no suggestion.
You've economically manipulated her.
From the girl herself that she was manipulated, or the father.
I agree.
He just thought it was inappropriate that she got used. That's how he felt.
What do you mean she got used? What do you mean used?
He felt that. The girl was 26, she probably would have liked a nice relationship, and he went with her, and then afterwards they're not together, kind of thing.
Yeah, she was like the old one-night stand thing.
Yeah.
He was a victim of a one-night standing. The girl one-night standed him and then
No. He one-night standed her. He one-night standed her.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Palmed her up rather than it was the other way around, right? That's most likely what happened, right?
So she must have been a bit hurt, I expect.
Yeah.
But the dad never once said it was Simon that said groomed, and that's the bit that's being clipped.
No, but the dad agreed. He went, yeah.
Yeah, he went, and then he carried on to say that he did. Tommy had nothing to do with it. Tommy was nothing but a gentleman around all these young women.
Hey.
And it was always Danny Tomo that was creeping around.
Did you agree that adults can be groomed? Do you agree? Adults can be groomed as well.
No.
Why? You can manipulate.
Adults can be groomed. So,
I agree.
There's vulnerable adults, but even intelligent adults can be groomed. Like that's how cults have come to fruition and shit. But Jay Kingston, welcome. You've been there for quite a while.
But then there's a fine line, because I think society grooms women to believe that they've got freedom if they have one night stands and, you know, go on the pill and can sleep with who they like when they go abroad, and, you know, to discos or whatever you call them these days, raves, I don't know, whatever it is, that, you know, but when actually that's not freedom at all. It's lowering their values.
I just want to say I feel bad for people who are professional dog groomers. You know, they get bad rap these days. You know,
I don't. I watch the program. They do quite well. They do quite well. The professional dog groomers.
Yeah, but you
they get job satisfaction.
No, back in the day, you used to type in Google groomers, local groomers, and you'd be given like your local dog groomers.
Okay,
Nowadays, you get pictures of fucking people popping up, don't you?
No, I missed the joke. Sorry, I missed it. Sorry, yeah, I get you.
Hey, what about the 101 bacons that used to be in the EDO and BNP and all that?
101 what?
101 bacons.
PDF files.
What's the
Yeah, PDF file.
Oh, I don't know. I was never...
over a course of how many years?
I had nothing to do with that lot. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, quite a few of them was known to Tommy. Over 30
I reckon,
was known personally.
Yeah, but you'd have to bring the list of the EDL, so we
but not like
that. There's no way of checking that.
Let me respond to him, because Vela, you're an intelligent person. Like, if we was to go back and look at the voting records of all convicted PDF files, I think we could find like 1 million for Labour, maybe 900,000 for Conservatives, 700,000 for the Greens. Like the number, you can't blame that on the party. These people would have just like signed the name to like.
The accusation is that Tommy knew about it, Luke.
No,
Hey, listen, if you found out,
that's ridiculous.
If one of your guys was getting done for being like one of them sort of things, there, yeah.
Oh, that's what they love saying, isn't it? About it?
Listen, I've known people in the EDL. I come from a council estate. Those type of guys will kick their heads in. They're like, no, that won't happen.
If one of the them, like one of your guys, say that you know of locally, got locked up for PDF and all that,
yeah,
would you call him a political prisoner?
Well, fuck.
The setup and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, so Luke is talking about that price, guys. So what happened was the bloke, apparently the bloke got stuff got found on the bloke's computer, and Tommy Robinson had known him through the movement for a while, and he couldn't believe it. He thought the police had set the bloke up, but then when he saw the evidence, he stopped speaking to him, Billy. But his first initial reaction was it was a setup.
It is like, listen, I don't know how close he was friends or whatever, but you've got to be honest. If your friend was accused of something and you've known them all your life or whatever, like initially you are going to believe him, and if they're telling you one thing, you're going to choose to believe him, even if there is a bit of doubt there. Like, there's a bit of loyalty odds, and then the further down, like the more information comes out, that's where you've got to then.
Yeah, and then when he realised that it was true, he's never been in touch. He doesn't speak to that.
But he hasn't called. No, but he hasn't called him out. He hasn't like tried to do anything.
Yeah, he
about
has,
it.
but I don't know where to find that footage. But he has spoken about it since. He has said that he don't want nothing to do with him. He has, but that was years ago. So I don't know where.
We're saying that there's 100 different people.
Huh?
Oh, there's a long list of people. It's not just that one,
you
is
think? Oh, that right. The
yeah, but
size
all
of
the others
EDL.
were. You can't say were close to him. The ones that the others, I can't even say myself. With that Price guy, he was quite a high profile, so people can say, okay, admittedly, he was seen in places that Tommy was, and you can say that he did know him. But that might be the reason why he had a hard time.
Can I ask you something unrelated?
But a lot of the others, how would you prove? Because I don't know who's in EDL.
No, exactly.
I'll leave that to one side for a minute. See, when you played that thing of Tommy Robinson putting out his statement, if he was saying how he said that anyone who comes to visit him has to sign a paper saying that they can't basically say the things, like repeat the things that they've had. So how is it then that he's got a recording of his voice?
I don't know.
Commenting about this Elon Musk thing that happened yesterday. How has he got his statement out then?
Well, by the sounds of it, he was having a private phone call and that person recorded it.
Oh, so he's allowed private phone calls on
you got
lockdown, whatever he's on.
Phone yourself.
Yeah, everyone can have private phone
But they
calls.
said he's on isolation. Don't that mean he ain't got phone calls?
No, he's allowed to have family. He's still allowed visitation as well.
It's completely changed now. Like, you get daily letters. You go on emails to send letters. Phone calls. Some cells have video calls in the.
So
in the
who are
cell.
the people that ain't allowed to repeat what they say to Tommy Robinson? Like professionals, like
Anybody.
people.
Well, anybody who's signing on disclosure.
So he's
but
not allowed to give
civil, aren't they?
like interviews. He's not allowed to give interviews from inside. Basically.
No.
Yeah.
No. That was done
Okay.
because that Dan Wotton went to see him, didn't it? Wasn't it? But I think I've never heard nothing like it. It's bloody stupid. Tommy can say what he wants. People don't have to listen. I don't get it. What are they scared of? What are they scared of? They're scared of something.
I don't understand why Tommy Robinson said
because they know that Tommy's openly admitted, Wendy, that he's got covert recordings. He's got recordings of politicians that is going to put them in real big problem, and they know that. And that's what they're scared of him releasing. But he says when he comes out, he's going to put it out anyway, even if it means they're going to put him back in.
Well, if he does that, everyone will rate him. But I doubt if that's true, because he's just been a bullshit.
But that's what he said in the recording.
If he does that, I guarantee you, the Imam of England will give him a pardon.
No, that's what
he'll get every Muslim will rate him.
He's already done it.
If he puts politicians in prison, if he puts politicians in prison.
The Who of England?
Oh, no,
there ain't no such fucking thing.
Of course there is.
Shut up.
There is. What do you mean? Is it Imam of all the
Imams? The fact of the matter is that when he did one of his not the last one, because he wasn't at that. He wasn't at the last rally. So the second to last rally, he actually stood on the stage and told people, listen, I've got stuff on Labour councillors and I'm collating it, and that's my next project, and I'm going to put it out.
And then
that's
next thing you know,
that evening, as he was leaving the country to go back, that's when they arrested him at the airport because they realised he had stuff. He stupidly said it at the event. And
so if you're going to be on this mission to put the truth out there, why would you get yourself sent to prison for playing a video where you know that it's like...
Hang on, that WikiLeaks guy. Look what happened to him.
You're cutting me from speaking.
That don't make sense, man. Come on.
Well, look at that WikiLeaks guy then.
This is why we can't believe in Tommy Robinson. We can't believe in him. Like you got this mission to complete, to put these corrupt politicians in prison, and you're getting yourself sent down just in the nick of time to stop yourself from doing it.
He did. That wasn't his fault.
It was his fault because he played the video on a stage full of people that he was told by court to stop doing, and he still did it.
Maybe it's one minute. Some may argue that this attention that his recent arrest has brought, especially now that Elon Musk is on it, will bring more eyes to what he's going to release when he comes out. Luke, that could be a media plot.
Luke,
now you're getting into conspiracies now.
As someone
that's just an intelligent move,
Tommy Robinson, I would advise you to download the court documents, watch the Silence documentary, compare the two.
Have you done that?
Who, me?
Yeah,
no, I'm not. Listen, I'm not. I refuse to get inside the whole Tommy thing. I make arguments that maybe this is what his intention is doing. Maybe he's wanting to get arrested to bring more awareness to it, so then there's more eyes on when he does release more.
No, because he's in prison crying, going, I'm a journalist.
And once he's released, there's more. There's now a Twitter a follower with 100 million people, # Elon Musk, who's just like sharing this shit now. So like. It's worked, hasn't it? If that's what, if his plan was to bring more attention to it, it's worked.
If that was his plan, he wouldn't be in there crying about what's happened.
But bro,
what he's saying.
Do you care about like what's true and what's false though?
Yeah, I care about what's true.
If you care about what's true and what's false, download the court documents, watch the Silence documentary, compare the two.
Okay, so where can I find
the court but for what reason, Billy? What is it that you think we don't know?
It shows
we know the judge was going to find him guilty because the judge has no other parameters within the law other than to find him guilty.
That means that you know that it's liable, and that means you know that the claims that he's making about
I believe that they persecuted him into a position where they made him liable.
What?
What do you mean
I've heard it all now.
How does that?
Remember, he said he didn't.
They closed down the school. They gave
want to turn
non-disclosure orders. The only witnesses that he could bring in were children that were easily going to be beaten down in court up against well-adjusted barristers, and he represented himself in court because he couldn't afford a lawyer because no one would represent him at the time. At the end of the day, it was all set against him.
What was you saying,
He
J.A.?
himself. He admitted
One
it himself.
minute, Colin. J.A. wanted to say something, and we all interrupted him. Go on, J.A.
I thought this all started when he refused to hand over his phone, for them to have access to it.
Well, it did, mate. It did, yeah.
No, he was arrested on terrorism charges, which means they can take his phone off him. Not the other way round.
Why did they make up these terrorism charges? Yeah, because they haven't come up with anything.
What do you mean? The geezer's literally responsible for starting a riot in England for the first time in a fucking 1,000 years.
No, he wasn't. Had nothing to
Of course
do
he
with
was.
him.
No, he wasn't.
Of course he was part of it.
He didn't. Not until
Tom Moses' right-hand man. They were on it together.
No, the person who was responsible was the person that killed those 3 little girls. Shut your mouth, Colin.
Checkmate.
The link's in the private chat.
Right. Thank you.
What's that for, Win?
The court things.
Oh.
Court papers, yeah.
There's several people that have gone through them in depth right to the end. It doesn't make, for me, it doesn't make any difference because the judge is going to have to.
It doesn't matter what.
Look, when they interviewed the girl didn't stand up in court because she's a child. She wasn't very good under pressure. There was things that they found that was contradictory. So she might have even possibly been exaggerating and lying. And Tommy believed her version. Same for the other boy. That doesn't mean that all the stuff that Tommy put in silenced is not true. The judge said that he couldn't put the proof that he actually had to clear his own name and clear Bailey's name out. So Tommy was put in a position where, okay, you found against me. You say that I can't put it out. But the only way to stand up for Bailey is to put it out. So I've put it out. And I'm going to have to plead guilty for that and have to go to prison for it. That's my conviction. The judge said, take it down, take it off of X, and we'll reduce your sentence by half. He said, no, I stand by my conviction. I'm guilty. He knew what he was doing. He was doing it so that people got to see Bailey's side rather than just the narrative that the left and the Hope Not Hate and all the people that wanted to set up Tommy Robinson and protect all of these people for the sake of diversity wanted to do and put it all onto fucking Bailey, who at the time was a 16-year-old kid as well.
Yeah, Jamal was 15, innit? Like, so.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying.
Campaign. Yeah, but wait, listen, you're talking about a campaign of lies against a 15-year-old kid. And then your last final point is that
wasn't lies.
Was
he never got waterboarded. We've all seen the video.
All of it was actual lies, right? That
the lies came from the left.
Can you be quiet for a sec because no one cut you while you were speaking? Let me finish now, yeah. Like, so, first of all, in the court case, they read through Jamal Hijazi's school records. It shows that he was a good pupil at school. He wasn't a troublemaker. All the claims that was made against by the children about the different times when he was supposedly attacking them, and that was proven to be false. The doctor's note and all that sort of stuff there didn't correlate with the alleged injury. So those were the liable claims, and those are the claims that are still in the documentary. So that's why it was a liable case, right? So if the claims are false and the court case actually, because if there's one place where we're not going to be able to, it's going to be very hard to make this finessing thing, yeah, it's them bringing your actual past school records, things that's previously happened before you had a chance to say what you wanted to happen, this, that, and the other, right? So obviously, if what they was saying had correlated with the records and all the findings, and then Tom Robinson had been found to be telling the truth in that, then you would say, oh yeah, see, look, the court said he's telling the truth. But the court doesn't say that. The court says that he was lying. So why don't you accept the facts that have been laid out in the court case as being true, rather than the documentary made by the person trying to say that he's not lying? That actually doesn't
Hang
even
on,
make sense.
these court papers, they're only one page. There's only one page.
Yeah, well, if you want to download the PDF of the court papers, just type in Jamal Hijazi versus, or Tom Robinson versus Jamal Hijazi.
Oh, okay.
Court case, and you'll be able to get the PDF.
Right.
Download the
Yeah.
PDF. Yeah, and it's like a couple of. It's not even that long. You can read the questions given on both sides and all this sort of stuff there, and you can see the evidence given and how the judge came to the judgment. You can see that the judge even watched interviews with, like, the hidden camera interviews. They was admitted, but they was admitted as hearsay because the people in the hidden interviews wasn't willing to come to court to give testimonies. So if think about this,
yeah.
if
So I've watched the video, and I, like everybody else, have the right to say to myself, "Hold on a minute, this doesn't seem correct here." As I said before, even if I concede that there is a strong possibility that the girl exaggerated or lied, even if the boy that went to court exaggerated or lied, yeah, even if we struck both their evidences out, there's enough evidence in the footage that Tommy Robinson provided to show, yeah, it's not as straightforward as what they're saying.
Well,
and the fact that they don't want that put out
straightforward.
there, the fact that they don't want that put out there,
because
strikes
you're going to struck
me,
off the two.
Hold on, strikes to me, says to me that this stuff that he's put in that video, if it's all lies, people would be able to make out that, but they would be able to look at this and go, yeah, that's bullshit, that's bullshit, that's bullshit, that's bullshit. But they have. But no, people haven't, though, have they? Because the judge doesn't want people to make up their own mind.
What are you on about?
Telling you.
That he's right.
That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you understand the context of what led up to Tommy getting involved in all of that case, I blame the media and the left.
No, I blame Tommy for being a wally.
Everyone else apart from Tommy for everything. Just the Tommy sycophant.
Listen, the father had a GoFundMe set up before it was even released into the newspapers. The story came into the public awareness through the left-leaning newspapers, mainstream media, not Tommy Robinson.
But at the end of the day, yeah, did Tom Robinson make the documentary about Jamal Hijazi with the claims that were found to be false in a court of law?
Which he admitted to, it was bullshit.
Technically, that's what the judge found. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I agree with the judge.
Technically,
you just don't have to. You could say that you don't agree with the judge, or you
don't agree with the judge.
The court findings. You don't agree with the evidence there, but
it should never have gone to court. To be quite honest,
and it's already
it's a schoolyard scrap. And the fact that the father was originally going to sue the school.
He's calling himself a journalist. Got involved.
The fact that he was originally going to sue the school for racism and then switched up onto Tommy when he thought he could get more money tells you everything.
Yeah, but Tommy Robinson took a kid's side, his mate's little brother's side, in a school argument.
Is there any? Have you got any evidence to say it was his mate? Belly, do you have any evidence to say it was his mate, Belly?
To say that Bailey's not to say whether Bailey's older brother's Tom Robinson's mate.
Was Tommy's mate, yeah.
Yeah, because there's pictures of Bailey's older brother with Tom Robinson previously to the Jamal Hijazi case.
Yeah. It just shows that after all this time, you lot ain't done your homework and you don't know what the fuck you're chatting about.
There's no evidence. Shut up, Don. I can't hear your belly because of you.
All right, where's the evidence, then, Belly? There is no evidence.
There is pictures. There's pictures of Tommy Robinson with.
Jesus in the fucking EPL.
Bailey's older brother.
Tommy Robinson has pictures with lots of people. It doesn't mean he knows them.
Yeah, he has pictures. Yeah. I got a picture of him. It doesn't mean he knows me.
Yeah, you don't know you. No one does.
Oh yeah, I remember when you got that done. Yeah.
Yeah. So what?
That was the day he was arrested, wasn't it?
Am I now accomplished? Yeah.
Jay, got any kids that you need defending in schoolyard battles? Get your mate Tommy round.
Yeah.
Well,
It's strange. You know what's strange though, yeah? Is that,
wasn't it like
listen,
at least
yeah.
5
If
years?
the court of law found in Tommy's favor, you would be saying right now, yeah, but the evidence is in Tommy's favor. When the evidence isn't in Tommy's favor, you're not accepting that he was wrong. Like you can still be his fan and say that he was wrong. You know, it's not a stain
but I
on
don't
your
think
fanship.
he was wrong.
You're not going to lose
It's a bit okay. So, Billy, the only way I can explain
he was proven
it to
to
you,
be lying.
yeah, but the only way I can explain it to you is that Rosa Parks didn't agree.
There's no way to explain it to me.
Hold on, Rosa Parks
there is
didn't
no way
agree
to,
with the law.
Jupiter,
where
there is
she
no
could
way.
sit on the
There ain't
bus.
no. There's no Rosa Parks in this, yeah. Because what Rosa Parks was doing was sitting down on the fucking bus when black people weren't allowed to sit at the front of the bus. Or
I agree.
Like, that's not the same thing as Tommy Robinson
It is.
making a documentary about a flipping 15-year-old refugee because he wanted to take the other kid's side. Like, that's
who's
not
his
the same.
mate's daughter?
The reason, the comparison I'm
Didn't we
trying
talk
to
about
make
this
is
before loads of times? I swear we've been through all
The
this.
comparison I'm trying to make is not whether one's morally more a rightful argument or not. I'm not that's not the comparison I'm trying to make. The comparison I'm talking about the technicality that you would have believed, even though the law stood, and most people would, by the way, so would I, that Rosa Parks should be able to have sat anywhere on that bus, but the law stood that she couldn't. Okay. The law just wasn't
she
correct.
broke the law. So she broke
So
the law.
what? So what I'm saying is,
she broke
the
the law
law
then to
wasn't
sit down.
correct. Okay, and she had a lot of people that agreed with her. The law wasn't correct. It's the same thing, but that's the technicality I'm talking about.
The law's not always moral, right?
That's the image.
She broke the law. She broke the law, but she was morally right. But that's not the same issue that you've got with Tom Robinson, right?
Yeah, but I think
he broke the law,
Tommy's
but he wasn't
morally
morally right. He was bullying a 15-year-old refugee. Like, what are you talking about?
Jupiter, the judge explained. The judge explained why he wanted Tommy to take that shit down, and he said that it's because you have put lies in there about people with zero evidence to back up the claims about them, negative claims about them.
There is evidence in there.
Well, no, there's not, because the judge looked at the video.
And that's why I think
say that there is
morally
evidence.
correct.
Show us the evidence. Show us the evidence for the claims.
Well, you'd have to play silenced. You'd have to play it. So, and that's
but
why
listen,
I think
you're
it's
just saying
morally
you think.
correct that
You're saying you
Tommy.
think.
No, you've been hoodwinked by
Yeah,
Tommy's
right?
propaganda.
Hold
You've been
on, let me
hoodwinked like a
finish,
typical
Simon.
Tommy fan.
You can always come back and answer after I've finished, right? The reason that I think that Tommy Robinson is right is because it wasn't just one school kid; it was two school kids. And what our national press did, they got.
Did Tommy have evidence of the things he claims about those kids?
But the evidence in court went against all
I
three
haven't
claims
finished.
made.
I'm going to finish because you're a retard. Yeah. International.
All right, shut up, man.
She
Yeah,
wasn't
what we're
calling
talking
you a
about here
retard,
is that
Belly. Belly,
basically,
she
yeah,
wasn't calling you a retard.
I was
She was-
talking to scientific.
Yeah.
It keeps cutting in.
She wasn't calling you it, love. No.
I wasn't cutting in, actually.
You was. You kept speaking over. The fact of the matter is that
He's got powers as
Tommy,
well.
there was two kids involved. The press took the story up, set up a GoFundMe, went to a dodgy solicitor, proven to be a dodgy solicitor, by the way, later on. Yeah. A dodgy solicitor who wanted to, first of all, go to the school and make out the school was racist. They then changed their mind and went,
This is already irrelevant.
Right, hold on. But in the meantime, the only way that Tommy could prove that there was a story beforehand was to talk about the Jamal and Bailey incident. Okay,
You're just making
And
all
to
this up.
show-
None of this
and
is true.
to show
None of
that
this
the
is true.
media were lying. It was just an
This is the
ordinary
definition
playground.
of apologetics.
Okay, so if he could have
Definition
proved that,
of
no, this
apologetics.
again, but Con, this has got nothing to do with what I said. Yeah, the judge said the reason why he told
She
Tommy
knows
to take
that.
his video down is because he made claims about these people without evidence. Now, even in the court case, the same claims were presented about these people,
Tommy had to
and there was no
accept that.
evidence.
He had to
So
admit
the
that.
judge rejected those claims about those people at the court case, and he said, "I want you to put down the video because that is putting out misinformation and in fact propaganda and libel against people because you have zero information." That's perfectly reasonable for a judge to command that.
Yeah, but they think that it only happens
for a
because the
judge
judge
to
has
command
authority.
that
They
if he
don't realise
believes
that
in
even
his-
judges
in his
have to be right. You don't realise that even a judge has to be right.
Okay,
That's
go
what
on,
you don't
make your
realise.
point, Calm.
You think that he only did it because the judge said he had to do it, and right and wrong don't come into it, and you're making that he's still righteous, but he's not righteous. You're comparing him to Rosa Parks, and we're showing you that you are not in a position to judge what is ethical and what is not, because you're just basically an immoral person, sorry to tell you.
Okay.
You just don't seem to be able to comprehend.
Thanks for that.
You seem to not be able to comprehend what morality is.
Yeah, you're getting personal again.
Hey, wait, listen,
Why
guys, calm. Guys, stop.
And the
Listen, stop.
Just ain't
Stop 1 sec. Let me speak.
One second.
I can't really speak loud, yeah. I can't speak loud anyway, yeah. But I'm gonna have to jump off. I'm gonna leave Science in control. Yeah, he's gonna moderate, but I'm gonna be listening still, yeah. So yeah, big up Lazy as well, yeah. Lazy. This is Science. This is Lazy. Jamie meet Lazy. Based and everyone else has met Lazy already before. So
All right, cool.
Science is going to be the moderator from now, yeah. But
I'll
see you guys a bit later, yeah.
All right, boss. See you later, bro. I'm only on for a bit as well, so we'll see.
You mentioned everyone except for me. What am I, fucking chopped liver?
No, man. You already spoke to him, man. You
mention me.
And Jupiter already spoke to Lazy, innit?
Yeah, I'm not.
I was joking, mate. It was a joke.
I do want to reply to scientific method, though. So my response to that is going to be simple scientific method, right? It was an ordinary playground scat between two kids. Because of the current climate and the way that our society was and the way they were pushing diversity in this country, people from certain communities thought that it was easy to make a little bit of money and do a shakedown on schools or authorities, etc., etc. And this solicitor, not Jamal's dad, this solicitor was the one that gave the bad advice to Jamal's father. And it's funny that the mainstream media played straight into that because they thought that this was going to be a story that they could use to make a narration to guide the public into this big sort of like diversity drive that they were doing. Okay, they thought it was going to be a brilliant story to sort of like manipulate people. So what they did was they set up a GoFundMe before they released the story. That's been proven. And then they released the story. So if anyone brought him to the spotlight, it wasn't Tommy, it was the mainstream media. That's the first instance. The second
why did
thing
Tommy feel the need to get involved?
Hold on. The second thing that I object to is the fact that when Tommy got dragged in, it's because the left set him up. I know that.
Right.
I can go through all that. I can go through all that story, but
why do you guys always put yourself in like victim complex? I don't understand.
No, they did set him up. They admitted it.
I see it play out. I see it play out. And
shut up.
And Tommy did an apology in the first instance, then went and checked and found out the story actually was legitimate, that it was worse. Let me put it that way. Right. Now, what happened after that with all of the Muslim community going outside the school, threatening behaviour? Not really reported. What happened after that to Bailey's mother and Bailey's family with all the people outside the house threatening her? Not really reported by the mainstream media. Tommy reported it, though. Tommy had to give her and put her into a house of safety. Okay? Now, all of those things matter because the mainstream media kept running with the story, making it look like this Bailey was a poor victim, that this Jamal was a poor victim, forgetting that Bailey and Jamal, were both children. They were both children. And they turned the whole international world and media against one child, where he ended up getting death threats and everything else. Yet we're supposed to sit here and go, well, that child doesn't deserve to have any defence because, that playground scrap, he did waterboard him when he never. All he did was throw people on him. I tell you what, I went to an all-girls school, and if the fights at that all-girls school was the level of what Bailey what Jamal went through, well, I think we would have been blessed.
This is
nothing.
Like we're effectively.
I rubbed my cousin's face in dog shit when I had a fight with him.
Yeah, and
we're effectively
that poor boy has been compensating suicide, many times.
Yeah, so Bailey. Yeah, Bailey has. Yeah.
So, Jupiter, what you're basically saying is, Sorry, Lazy, let me just sum up what Jupiter was saying. Yeah,
go on.
But I know you want to speak, so we'll let you speak after. But Jupiter, what you're saying is that basically Jamal's side of his dad got bad advice from a solicitor and decided to blow this little situation up into some big thing with propaganda, etc., and people turning up to the school, and then the Bailey, the girls' side, they basically they responded in kind and said we'll do the same thing, which is to make up bullshit and blow it up all out of proportion and do it even more and even worse, which is what they did. So you're basically admitting that if anything, both sides are as bad as each other, and there isn't actually anything going on that's worthy of really going to court or social media or whatever. So it's fair for the judge to have said to Tommy, stop messing around with this bullshit, which is full of lies. You guys are doing propaganda against them because they started doing propaganda, but now it's come to court. So I want you to stop doing this and take your video down. Yeah, but whatever the case.
Okay, let me ask you this, Scientific.
Yeah, but why are you now ignoring what happens in court?
Let me just ask you this.
And what the judge says.
This is how I see it. This is how I see it. If the school was really racist and the problem was really racism, they would have continued to sue the school, but they didn't. Suddenly, that was all forgotten about. It was all
but that's got nothing to do with it. What you're saying about the wider picture about what's going on social media and the racism at the school, that's irrelevant. The judge will make his decision based on whatever. Yes, it is because the judge will make a decision based on what evidence there is for what's really happened and what can be demonstrated to be happening.
Which is why I understand why the judge made the decision that he did.
Listen, Jupiter.
Yeah, but I'm not arguing that the judge come to the conclusion that he did.
The judge.
I'm just saying that it wasn't the full story.
In the world of social media, you could have 50% of people all going on about how much of a victim Jamal is and Bailey's the aggressor. You could have the other 50% saying the opposite. Now, the judge can't really give a shit about any of that because none of them are providing any evidence for their position. Now, what the judge can is make a decision based on what evidence comes up in the court case, which is the place to do that. So when the judge looked at things thoroughly based on what was being said about people, what was being claimed about people, and then what could be demonstrated to be true about people, when he looked at those two things and he saw a great mismatch, he saw a discrepancy there, then he's in his rights to say, look, this is not true. I'm not accepting this to be true, and I want you to stop saying that and stop posting videos saying that about these people. And that's perfectly reasonable.
No.
So well, no, because you just agreed with me that it was that.
The first part.
So then it's a logical consequence of the second part. Is a logical consequence of the first part.
Over me because you do talk for a long time.
Well, I think you understood my second part because that's the logical consequence of the first part.
I did really. I can really reiterate exactly what you said to me. So what you actually said to me was that the judge came to a reasonable conclusion because he looked in depth at the evidence that was presented to him, and he decided within the best of his judgment that Tommy had to be guilty. What I agree with you is that the judge couldn't find it any other way because within the parameters of the law, you can't use inadmissible evidence as evidence, i.e. covert recordings, without the knowledge of the people being told that they're being recorded.
And that's the same for both sides. That's the same for everyone. So it's not against, so it's not something against him.
I agree. So that's why I say I don't disagree with the judge's findings because within the parameters of the law, he stayed within the law. But that doesn't mean the law is correct, which is why I used the actual simile and the situation with Rosa Parks because the law wasn't correct then either.
Stop.
Right? So it's not about race.
When Rosa Parks was breaking the law.
It's not about morals. It's about the fact that the law doesn't always represent the full situation. That
you're talking nonsense.
The conclusions that I have. That's the
all right. Well, I'll let Lazy speak. I want to address that, but I'll let Lazy speak about that.
Is that I'm not
just like really quick. Rosa Parks.
The judge can't find against Tommy in that situation. What I'm saying is that there is evidence out there because it's shown in silence, and the reason that the judge said that he couldn't put that video out to readjust the situation for Bailey is because they didn't want their biases and their agendas to be shown again for the sake of diversity.
It's your opinion. Anyway, moving on.
All right, okay. So the comparison between the comparison between Rosa Parks and Tommy is laughable. The whole incident with Rosa Parks, she was breaking a law that was implemented by the state. It was a criminal law. That whole situation with Tommy is a civil case. The lawsuit was brought to him by the family, of the young boy. It wasn't the state wasn't involved in any capacity. Like this was not something that the government like was suing him for. This is not something that an MP was suing him for.
He should have had a jury.
Regardless of whether it's a jury or not, it was a lawsuit. That's what it was, a civil case. But the problem that Tommy ran into now, which makes the whole sort of civil case like irrelevant at this point, is that the court order that was put in place after that had criminal connotations to it. So Tommy hasn't gone into like prison or like broke that court order because he was because of anything related to the case in particular. It was because of the court order itself. Like he's going further beyond at this point to where the state or the judiciary has turned around and said, okay, the evidence presented in this case from both Tommy and the family weigh in favour of the family. So the compensation is due to the family from Tommy, and just for additional protection to make sure that this behaviour stops, Tommy can no longer harass or defame this young boy going forward. That's the court order that's in place. But he decided to do that when he decided to show the documentary in Parliament Square.
Well,
so
I disagree.
Can we have a quick ID?
You can disagree, but that's the court order. That's law.
Yeah, that's right. Can we just see who the new person is, please? React. Hello, mate. React Reactionary.
Yeah, hi.
Do you want to say hi?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Hello. Good, thanks. You?
Yeah,
it's reactionary, man. We know him, man. He's one of us.
Reactionary.
He's one of us.
Oh,
he's
sorry,
one of us. He's one of us.
Yeah. Sorry, brother. Sorry, mate. I remember you. Yeah, I remember Reactionary. We got you. Mate, sorry, I didn't recognize it.
YouTube Hall of Fame. Reactionary.
Oh, shut up, Colin.
What do you mean? He's Jupiter's mate. He's come to defend Dupes.
No, he ain't, but I do get on with
Not
him. I ain't got a
come to
problem with
defend you, has
Reactionary.
he, Khan?
I'm sure he's on the opposite opposing side to me when it comes to Tommy Robinson. What are you doing?
We'll find out. We'll ask him now.
Well,
Reactionary. Did you? Sorry. Reactionary. Did you have a point to make? You were listening. You jumped on. Did you have something to say?
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to point out what I observed of the whole timeline until now. This discussion on Tommy Robinson is taking place because of Elon Musk. And Elon Musk is only talking about Tommy Robinson because he got outed when he was pushing for the H-1B visas to promote immigration to the United States from Indians. And Americans don't want that. So really, it's just a distraction and a deflection.
Explain that.
Rubbish.
You're right, Jupes. He weren't on your side after all.
This whole Tommy Robinson thing is not. This grooming gangs thing is not new. It was ended. I mean, it was dealt with years ago. Like it's been discussed over and over.
It hasn't
the only
been
reason we're talking about it now is because Elon Musk brought it up as a deflection because he got.
Yeah, we know that, but it hasn't been dealt with.
No.
And we're very grateful that Elon Musk has latched onto it.
Elon Musk got involved because the Labour MP refused to have a national inquiry into the grooming gangs. So that's what started.
What's that got to do with Elon Musk?
That's when that's when he started to get involved, saying like,
he's in America. What's that got to do with him?
So it's suddenly not a good thing for right-wing leaning billionaires to get involved in other people's.
Yeah, we can't comment on Israel and Palestine then.
Not particularly. It doesn't have any. It doesn't have any voting power. It doesn't have any sort of jurisdiction.
We can't vote. We can't say anything about what's going on in Israel.
No, because he doesn't know anything about the UK.
They love having George Soros.
Just 2 weeks ago, there was this case in South America where there was a Jewish
right-wing billionaire
with 200 children. Yeah,
George Soros, like this is a whole thing the right made up. I don't think anyone's like. What's the last thing George Soros tweeted that you found greatly offensive?
It's not what he tweeted; it's how he funds. And
then why the fuck are you? What do you mean? Why he funds? Do you think it's the same thing? Do you think like the way that Elon Musk manipulates X is anywhere close to what you guys accuse George Soros of doing?
What?
Do you think the way that Elon Musk uses X?
Anything?
I think George Soros is worse because he does it on the sneak.
Of course you do, because you're an idiot. But you think the irony is that everything that you accuse George Soros or Bill Gates or whichever billionaire you don't like, everything you accuse these guys of doing, Elon Musk is actually doing. You accuse George Soros of funding and manipulating political movements to kind of push forward a leftist narrative. Whereas Elon's actively doing this. You're trying to convince that Bill Gates is trying to implant chips in people so we can track where they are. Whereas Elon Musk is genuinely doing this sort of stuff. The irony is that you don't actually care.
I'm sure there's a lot of things that Musk is doing that I won't agree with. What's that got to do with anything?
You don't care. Because you don't call him out, you don't care.
Why do I need to call him out? Who am I?
Because at the moment he's calling for the UK to be invaded by the US on his platform that he owns. That's something that really is the UK united. We should turn around and say.
Rather the US citizens than the fucking lot we've got coming in beheading us, though.
It was Labour MPs. It was Labour MPs.
Wendy, what do you think of that?
Wait.
Sorry, James.
It was Labour MPs who were demanding the arrest of Elon Musk, and he decided to respond to them. All right, so he didn't.
Yeah, because he's sowing misinformation online, and like during when the whole riots happened over August, there was so much misinformation that was perpetrated on the website, and he does nothing about it. Not only just that, he promotes it.
Give me an example.
What do you mean, give an example? He's talking about how he's tweeted constantly about how the Keir Starmer has actively sort of like pushed forward the rape gang problem in the UK, which is just not true. He's talked about how Keir Starmer has actively defended these people, which is just not true. He's talked about how there's people who have been arrested over the riots were political prisoners, which is just not true. He's talked about how...
That's an opinion.
No, it's not. It's not a case of an opinion. These things just aren't true.
Well,
like these like political prisoners.
Someone should be locked up because they don't want to give their taxes to people that are raping girls.
No, if someone's not paying taxes, they should face some repercussions for that.
Do you think?
Well, so if someone has got the opinion,
Jupes, are you paying your taxes? Are you just admitted to tax evasion? Are you paying your taxes?
Says no, that's not what he got locked up for. He said he wrote on social media. This man, I don't want to keep giving my money and housing people that are coming in here raping girls all up and down the country, and because of that, he got put away.
Which person?
That's ridiculous. That's a political prisoner.
Again, you're putting ghosts up. You're just saying things at me. I need to see actual, like, I need to see articles. Get the evidence.
I'm quite good at bringing the evidence. It's all in the back for you so far, lazy. I'll go and get another piece of evidence for you.
Because every single time these claims are made, there's always big pieces. There's always big pieces.
That guy.
You're making the claim.
Didn't take her long.
Himself in prison. All because he shouted at a police officer.
So, do you agree?
What's that,
do you agree with his call to replace Nigel Farage as the leader of the Reform Party?
No, I don't like reform, but I don't think he should be replaced. It's not Elon Musk's place to turn around and dictate what political parties in the UK should do. It's up to the membership.
Yeah, but it's an
I don't care if it's an opinion or not. There's one thing having opinions, another thing being the second sort of like.
So because he's the most richest, one of the most powerfulest men in the world, he should act and behave a certain way. I hate people who say that.
No, it's not just about his money. It's just the fact that he controls X.com.
Because you're white, you should act a certain way. No, he shouldn't. He can do what the fuck he wants, especially when he owns the platform.
Race. I'm saying that Elon Musk has an unwieldy.
Not like it. Obviously, it's just that you don't like it, but it's not illegal.
Repeat the same thing. You could be triggered, but I'm just going to say the same thing. Elon Musk wields an unruly amount of power in sort of Western democracy that we need.
And so do a lot of lefties. People argue that Elon's equalised it.
More than the World Economic.
He has equalised it, and that's what they don't like.
He's not. He's not equalised.
You just don't like it. That's obvious. But other people do.
No, he's pushed forward.
He represents billionaires. He doesn't represent you.
Yeah, he doesn't care about you.
The World Economic
Forum. He doesn't care about me.
No, it doesn't.
1 minute. Right. Listen, so I've actually bigged up Elon Musk for a long time, way before he even mentioned anything about politics. I actually want to ask Scientific Method what his opinion on Elon Musk is, because my opinion is that he is going to revolutionise the world. I didn't think it was going to be politically. I think he's going to revolutionise the world using technology. Starlink is like one of the examples of that. Like the contributions to society and to civilization that this guy has already given is monumental, and the left just don't want to see that now because now that it's coming on politics.
Scientific method. I always say this. I like Tesla. I think it's advanced like EV technology. Like by 10
revolutionise
years.
the world. He will revolutionise it.
Elon Musk got rid of the founders of Tesla. He got rid of
he did, but
he just
but just saying, like,
that doesn't matter. We didn't get rid of Tesla, did we? I wouldn't be able to.
And he's used government subsidies to pay for his rocket program.
That doesn't matter. Even if it doesn't matter if he didn't pay a penny. The fact that he's managed to make it into what it is today shows how intelligent he is.
What is it? What is it?
Have to be him.
I give credit where it's due. Like, I like SpaceX. I like the idea of privatizing. Hang on, Luke. I'm trying to give you praise. I'm giving you what you want, mate. And like, I like SpaceX. I like the idea of privatized space travel, this privatized space industry. I like this because we're sending rockets into space again. I like Tesla. I think it's pushed forward EVs massively over the space of 10 years. Like, I think we wouldn't be anywhere near seeing the amount of EVs on the road if it wasn't for Tesla.
Lazy, do you watch Star Trek as well? Are you onto Star Trek?
No. I don't like Star Trek. That's more of a Star Wars fan. But Elon Musk is also like negative. Like, he's controlled the way he's used X and the way he that business is run.
But some argue that
it's a danger to any liberal democracy because it just radicalizes people.
Lazy, that's dishonest because some argued that Jack did that when he owned Twitter. It was this very
he did, but the
ultra left-wing platform. Some argue that Elon's come in and put a spanner in the works.
Stop. The biggest difference is between when Jack Dorsey owned it, when Elon Musk owned it, there was a board of directors with Jack Dorsey. Jack Dorsey had to listen to the board of directors.
Have you never watched the documentary that came out?
Don't interrupt. I'm not finished. Elon Musk doesn't have
everybody else.
No. Because Elon Musk doesn't have.
Mate. We can talk.
Elon Musk doesn't have shareholders to listen to, and he doesn't have a board of directors to listen to.
So have you never watched the documentary that came out about Twitter? And how corrupt it was, and how from the neck up, how corrupt it was, and the decisions that they made.
Did they give him a right? I don't think it was on the first day. Luke,
there's no one in this chat
some argue that more shareholders is a problem.
Well,
Luke, what do you think about him sacking 50% of the workforce on the first day?
I think that's brilliant. I think that's amazing. The fact that he's been able to do that and still
why shareholders are
towards making a profit. If you can cut jobs and make a profit, why won't you do that as a?
He's not making a profit.
Capitalist.
I am a capitalist. I've always said I'm a capitalist.
Luke, X isn't profitable. It still isn't profitable.
I said it's being profitable. That's why he's had to cut staff. That's why he's had to cut staff. Why has he cut staff? Is it in the aim? Is it the aim? Wait, I can't believe how. 1 minute, lazy. Stop being dishonest. Yeah. He's clearly got a plan to make the company profitable, and cutting staff is clearly a part of that. If you don't agree with that, you're just being dishonest. You don't understand how business works. Full stop.
No, if making money from X was his plan, then he wouldn't be alienating advertisers. He wouldn't also. He's made
the same conclusion about the American government, saying how much money he can save the American government by cutting staff. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's just proven he has no idea what he's talking about.
You're not even seen him actually. You're not even seen him do anything.
He turned around and made a speech.
Talking about
he doesn't.
Again, this is just your opinion. You're not basing it on anything.
If he's the richest man,
I can't on this one.
If he's the richest man in the world, then surely he actually knows what he's talking about.
Yes. The same way I've always said that we need to move away from politicians being in power, and we need business people to be in power. You be quiet.
James, to be fair, he didn't earn that money. Like, it was given to him.
Oh, shut up, you idiot!
Man in the world, just not through his own merit, James. Do you agree?
It's when people say, "Oh, Trump was given $1 million." Yeah, and if you was given $1 million, you'd spend it on Twinkies and fucking meat and potato pies. I can tell you, be skint now.
Shut up! Are you referring?
Yeah, but hang on, Luke. I think you're missing the point there. What Colin was saying was that. Well, Jamie, wait. Let me just clarify for Luke here. Luke, Jamie was saying that Elon Musk is most likely to be right about his decisions because he's the richest man in the world. The implication is there. If he was smart enough to make so much money, he knows what he's doing. Now, so what Khan said was, but he inherited his money. He didn't actually make it himself. So that's not really a valid point.
Wait, he inherited how much he's got today? Wait, 1 minute. Let me speak to scientific.
Are you talking about the shares he inherited from PayPal?
No, he inherited like a big lump sum to begin all his businesses with.
From his dad,
from his parents.
Yeah, listen, I'm not talking to agree with his stance to do with Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, but his dad didn't earn the money.
Wait, 1 minute. Stop,
I was just clarifying what Khan's point was because I think Luke misunderstood it. That's all.
No, science. I completely get it. But listen, you could give somebody. Listen, science, and you know this. If I was to give, I don't know, Asketti $1 billion now, do you think he's going to do the same as what Elon Musk did?
No.
No. That's
what I'm saying. It's not about the money. What decision making is intelligent.
Can I just ask a question based on what you just said?
It's the same with Donald Trump. He got a loan of about $1 million from his daddy. And you tell me how much of us can make $1 million turn into $1 billion.
Hold on a sec. But are you saying that because Elon Musk is tremendously wealthy, his opinions must be correct?
I'm saying it's a good indication of intelligence.
If that's the case, then what do you say about George Soros? Then is George Soros correct in his
equally as correct?
opinions?
I'd say it's a good example and indication of intelligence. You shut up, you big fat bastard! You shut up. You think you're gonna make me shut up because you say shut up?
Your mum's a bastard. Your mum's a bastard.
I would agree.
Yeah, your mum's fucking got an hairy mustache.
I would agree. Both Elon Musk.
Jamie, let me just tell you, we can't hear you unless you turn your mic up because it's lower than everybody else.
It doesn't matter how much funding you get. It doesn't matter how much. It's what you do with that money. And the fact that it's been able to is the fact. And I'll make this point again. You shut up, you big fat bastard. I'll make this point again. You can have a ship in the middle of the ocean, and it can still get internet connection thanks to his technology. Like if somebody give me $1 million and asked me to do that, I'd have no fucking clue. I wouldn't know what to do. He did do it. You've got to give him credit for that. You can't just knock him now that he's on the right of politics.
But that's still but there's still people that have made it from scratch. And that
I'm not saying they haven't, but those people, that doesn't take away from his achievements.
Luke, sorry, but I think that 5G and 4G
the implications because other people have done something. 1 minute, what did you say about 5G then?
I said, do you not think 4G or 5G existed before Starlink?
Wait, you think you can get 5G in the middle of the ocean?
Yes.
No, you cannot. Listen. Let me just correct you.
You can have ships that would have 5G receivers.
Lazy Titan, let me explain to you.
Oh my God!
Let me explain to you how it works before Elon Musk introduced Starlink.
You know how it works.
I work in the industry. I work in the industry. So can you just please let me speak, please, and not interrupt me? I work in the industry. I know exactly how it works. So before then, you used to log on to the marine satellite network, and that's when you heard stories of people like who went on cruises and the kids watched the fucking EastEnders program and came back to a £26,000 bill. Elon Musk made his own satellites everywhere around the world, Starlink, that travels around the world, that gives internet access to pretty much like 99% of the entire world. That's something that nobody else has done before him, and he's commercialized it and made it affordable for people. How can you not big him up for that?
I just said to you before, like I gave praise to some of Elon Musk's achievements. My issue with Elon Musk is his ownership of X. He's tanking that site into the ground, and it's like a detriment to any sort of liberal democracy. That's my issue with it.
Yeah, well, you're arguing. You said you could get fucking 4G in the middle of the ocean. You're a liar.
5G.
You could get receivers.
You can't get 5G in the middle of the ocean either. You can't get any G in the middle of the ocean. You log on to the marine network, and it costs a fucking bomb.
I don't think you're correct. I don't think Elon Musk did introduce that technology to the world.
He did. It's called Starlink.
Ownership of the
No, he revolutionized it.
The intellectual property of it. That's all. He took ownership.
No, you used to rely on other satellites. Used to rely on other satellites. He improved it. He revolutionized it. Which my argument has been from the beginning that he is going to revolutionize a lot of things in this world.
No. Yeah, you know
what he's done with the way of paying online, whether it be the way that we travel. He's going to revolutionize a lot of things.
Yeah, did you see what happened with that Tesla car in Las Vegas?
That doesn't matter, does it?
The one that locked the driver in and drove him to the hotel.
Well, and blew up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that was, are you saying that Tesla behind that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying
you nut jobs. Why? You fucking nut jobs. Wow.
Why is it hard to...
So Elon Musk bombed Trump Towers.
Yeah.
Yeah, you fucking nut jobs.
And then
these are crazy. Do you agree? 1 minute, Titan. Do you agree with that?
No, I think that's nonsense.
Thank you. At least you got some common sense.
You guys, we talk long enough, Luke. You have no idea.
So what do you believe about it? You believe the official story that a special forces operative for 15 years blew up his car with fireworks?
Go on, try and convince us. Then convince us to your way.
Explosives to blow up a building.
Tesla software in the cars is renowned for not being perfect. It's not great. This sort of stuff makes mistakes more often than not. So it doesn't. I fully buy into the Cybertruck, which has had a lot of problems since its launch. Probably might have thinking the driver and probably had some sort of fault, but I don't think it was done out of malice. I don't think someone's behind it to try and unalive this guy. I think what's more than likely happened is that it's another example of poor development within the Tesla sort of like software.
Jordan M also said he's left a note where he said it. Did Tesla write
that? What's that? Sorry.
Somebody in the
that
chat
note
said
was an anonymous note sent to some guy. Who
was it? You know a lot, you know.
And like, I question where people are getting the information from this.
You know this guy's DNA was not verified. They don't know if that was actually his body in the car.
Okay.
Oh Christ!
I swear these guys are just cuckoo.
So right now, it's just the media pushing the story, and everyone's believing it.
Yeah. So do you think it's right that a bloke went to prison and hung himself because he had a sign that said he believed in conspiracy theories?
I don't care. You shouldn't have been.
You don't care that if people kill themselves because they get put away, that they don't need to.
Well, you fuck around and find out.
Someone got. What did he get? What did he get sentenced for?
So Peter Lynch went to a protest with a sign, holding the sign. All the footage is out there. The police tried to barge him out of the way, and all he said was "scum," and they put him in prison, and he ended up dying.
Right, he shouldn't have been there.
That's
None of them should
unfortunate,
have been
isn't it?
there.
But
I don't care.
what can anyone really do about that? It's unfortunate that happened to him. Maybe he was a normal, decent guy for most of his life. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and yet that chain of events spiraled out in front of him.
I could say it's a shame that
he ended up there. That's unfortunate. Like what more can you say?
But Science, again, you're an honest person, and our justice system is fucked. How many times do we see people who get these convictions? Like that Hugh Edwards got a conviction; he didn't even get a prison sentence. Yet there's people who got caught up in something wrongly so. I agree, wrongly so. They got caught up in something, but there was shown zero leniency, and that's where I think people disagree with it, because a lot of these people are representatives of like the lowest of the classes who may be misinformed and unintelligent and have got caught up in this whirlwind, but still have genuine concerns about things, and they've been given the ban hammer, and I don't agree with that.
But Luke, we wouldn't use that excuse. We wouldn't use that excuse for any other form of extremism.
I don't use it. I said if you've attacked like a Margaret Hotel, if you've incited it, if you used it and attacking like the police, then unfortunately you do deserve to go to jail for that.
I think they're giving it a good go with the Stourport killer. I mean, they've been showing us photos of him as a kid. You know, they've been
that's the only photos that the press
covering
get
up.
hold
They've
of.
been
What
choosing dates. They've been choosing dates that
that's
are
how it works.
Fitting with the narrative.
Yeah, but look, guys. No, but can I just say this? Yeah, in those riots, I was even out of the country, but I did hear a lot about it. But there was like how many people? 700 people or something were convicted very quickly after the whole thing, and towards the end of the whole thing. Yeah. Now, if you can bring to me like 70 or 80 people that were this, and this is not even that, but this is just unfortunate. You couldn't say that a complete and horrid miscarriage of justice. It's just unfortunate that this person was of that sort of ilk that he ended up killing himself over it. A lot of people would have just rolled with this and been fine. So it's just unfortunate that a few people, maybe a handful of people, 10 people out of 700 and something, you could say was a slight miscarriage of justice. But that's a percentage you would expect in any other area of the justice system anyway. That's nothing to draw attention to. This is, it's a moot point.
I think you want to live in a world where they let out paedophiles to put in people because they wrote something on the internet.
Oh really? So you come up with that? Yeah, fuck it.
No, Science they did. They had to release prisoners early.
Yeah, but not on the behest of scientific method.
Wait 1 minute, let me finish, Con. And there was one guy who got out. Who was on for like a rape or sexual assault charge, and on the day he got released, he went and committed the same act against the same person.
Okay, so that's again. Listen.
Been injustices on both sides.
Convictions against paedophiles, again, we would probably agree. But
why the need to rush it?
I mean,
so if they didn't rush the cases,
I'm not talking about the media and stuff. I'm saying to you that in the courts, we could all agree from what we've seen about these pedo hunter types groups and the percentage of convictions they get, and it's all based on evidence, and that's why they do it so thoroughly. So we've seen lots of cases. We've all seen lots of cases where people thoroughly trap and catch a pedophile and can get him convicted of serious stuff. And sometimes, maybe 10-20% of the time they don't get a proper sentence, or they get let back into the community, or blah blah blah, and these things happen. But it's never going to be that a particular race or a particular group of people are 80% getting off with shit and only 20% getting convicted. It's just going to be that there are weaknesses in any system. You are not going to get 100%. You guys just love pointing out where there are weaknesses in the system and say, oh well, this proves my point. But guess what? Anybody can do that.
I don't think that was a weakness.
Of any position.
a loophole.
This isn't a system. There's no prescription for how to solve this.
There was a concerted effort to rush the cases and prioritise the cases so that it was made an example of. And I think that's what the issue is that there was shown no leniency. There was like I don't know how many suspended sentences people got, but the vast majority were getting prison sentences. And for a lot of other crimes, and I know it's wrong to compare it to other crimes. I'm not saying that that's rightfully what you should do. But what I'm saying is the lack of leniency side of it to some of the most vulnerable in the society who may have got caught. And again, I double down on. You be quiet. You be quiet a second.
Well, I do agree.
You keep telling people not to interrupt you, and then you always interrupt people. You need to work on that.
Just saying,
anybody who committed any violent crimes or anything like that, then of course, that's a separate crime. But I think people who put hurting words and people who may have incorrectly voiced their opinion, I don't think they should have received the sentences that they got.
I think we should put
All right, but Luke, again, I'll say my point, but I'll express it in a different way. Now, in all the hundreds and thousands of cases that happen every day in this country, even related to any type of issue we want to talk about, there will be a percentage of them where we say what you said happens, and that's a shame, and we wish we had a better system. 100%, I agree. Yeah. On the other side of it, there will be cases where people get convicted, and we'll be like, why did he get off so lightly? Or this person should have got less than what he actually ended up getting. And then we can do this all day long. There will always be a percentage of cases where we consider that 100% justice hasn't been served, and that will be true a lot of the time as well. But there's no specific. Hang on, what I'm trying to say to you, there's no specific area where you can point at and say, "Oh, the government is backing this particular type of justice over this type of justice for these people, this group of people over that group of people." Nowhere can you show me any statistics.
I'm not saying group. No, you're making it something different, Science. I'm not saying group of people, this or that. I'm saying that it was treated very differently, regardless of it. Like there would have been black, brown, white people who got caught up in it all. I'm saying that the fact that they had to release 1 minute, please just let me finish, Giants. The fact that they had to release prisoners early, like they didn't have to do that. If they didn't speed it up, if they followed that the normal process like they do with every other case, then people would have been released at the normal time. Like the way that 1 minute, you be quiet a second. I didn't agree with the way that they handled it, and it was like they just put like a complete blanket over it and treated it as like one glove fits all, and I don't think it was like that. It shouldn't have been like that.
Sometimes they have to do that, innit?
Well, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with that.
One girl run down the road with a wheelie bin, right? Didn't it? No one caused no harm. Got 2 years. 100 men run through one girl and get let off because some of them get let off because they got no
Very
friends.
sad.
What the fuck?
Skip. Can we just get through the emotional loading? I'm just saying, is like the way that the prison release scheme didn't come like out of a reaction from the riots. This was already in place and was going to happen. It was set in place from 2023. The gears were already in motion. It just happened to align around at the same time. This sort of notion or this sort of framing to turn around and say, "Oh, they purposely released these already people in prison just so."
But they did. No, he said that.
No,
hang on.
he didn't.
Listen. You know what? I'll add to that. Lazy. Let me add to that. Yeah. The real point I was going to say, is that in times of riots, when like any other time of mass rioting you have seen in any major city, do you think the police and the courts deal with it in exactly the same way, in the same manner, with the same resource structure and the same time frame? Of course not. You must be stupid. When an emergency event happens, like a landslide or a bloody a bomb or something, things change. They've got procedures in place and they have to balance the workload.
Yeah, so that I agree with the riots.
Can
deal
what about
with the hurty words?
So obviously, they've only done the procedures that they've done because in those situations, it calls for that. When the Brixton riots happened, the same type of shit happened. They had to speed through stuff because so many people were coming through that they thought it was going to get worse and worse and worse.
I didn't agree with that either. There was people getting locked up.
Yeah, but then all you're disagreeing with, hang on. But then
there were councillors' kids.
Hang on, Jupiter. Then all you're disagreeing with,
ram raiding and getting away with £10,000.
All right, but then listen. But then all you're disagreeing with is the fact that there's not enough money in the system to be able to deal with absolutely anything. That's all you're disagreeing with.
Exactly.
And it's
no,
foolish.
I'm saying prioritise real criminals.
No,
I'm saying don't tell me that there's more harm done by someone writing a few dirty words online that people clutch their pearls over. Compared to hundreds of thousands of girls up and down the country actually losing their chastity, right, being damaged emotionally, physically, and mentally for life, and their families. And tell me that it's
clutching your pearls right now.
Because it's not.
Someone got very badly injured at that place. Did you see in the riots when someone threw a brick and it hit the guy in his head, and another brick hit him in the balls?
Oh yeah.
I actually saw this guy.
He got sentenced as well. Him.
Yeah,
he got jail time as well.
I saw him at Westfield Shopping Centre last weekend.
Wait, we got out early then, didn't he? Fucking hell.
Mm.
Who got out early?
The guy who threw a brick and it rebounded into his bollocks, and then he got one at his head.
Oh yeah, but he was acting like an idiot, weren't he?
Yeah, that's what I mean. People like that deserved it, but there's a lot of people who put words online out of emotion and that. And even if you completely disagree, or even if you say that what they said was racist, my personal opinion is that they shouldn't face jail for that, especially for that they've never.
Doesn't matter whether it's racist or not. That's not.
I think there should be some leniency. I think there should have been some education that people could have learned from it. I don't think you should throw in a
there's something called public order, right? And if you allow people to rampage and attack innocent places of worship, and people who've got nothing to do with it.
I don't know if you've listened.
You've got to establish a form of order, otherwise there'll be vigilantism and all that kind of thing.
Depends on the level.
Look, I'm really curious.
I mean, nobody wants to see graffiti, but I'd rather a building be damaged than a person.
Like, I'm really curious. Like, do you think it's right or wrong, or do you think it's like an infringement of speech if someone's like arrested because they emailed like a death threat to somebody?
No, a death threat's out of order.
No, death threat.
Terror on
okay, yeah.
I've always said there's limitations to it, but like the way that I think that speech should kind of be dealt with is by society rather than like government. I know you'll make arguments for it, and there'll be certain cases that we can agree on.
So like setting fire in a theatre is always the classic one.
No, so if somebody was to be racist, then I think society has gone to a place where that person is going to be a major disadvantage, and I don't think they need jail time to feel the consequences of their racism. I think that society in itself is going to like alienate them, and it's going to be difficult for them to mingle with society.
Yeah.
So that in itself is going to be a punishment for their racism. I don't think government needs to get involved in speech as much. I do think they need to kind of fight for for free speech, regardless of how offensive it may be.
Yeah, it has to be credible. I mean, look, there's people on this panel. Yeah. I think Khan's threatened to fucking beat me up before. I think Luke's threatened to kick me in the tits and up the fanny.
No, I said I wouldn't kick you out of bed.
I think I've probably said I'm going to slap someone before, but we all know that we ain't going to do it. So, do you know what I mean?
Right, but yeah, I'm not disagreeing with this. Like, I'm not like I'm a big fan of free speech myself, and I do think some of the sort of UK's laws in this can be archaic. But like in terms of like with the riots, like the reason why I asked about the death threats thing is that the people that did see jail time for the posts surrounding the riots is that these things weren't just people venting frustrations. They were directly sort of like advocating for certain violent actions. Like one of the guys was sending out the address of the hotels where the migrants were that eventually was attacked. Like this is someone, even if he wasn't
somebody from around here.
Somebody from around here did that. Like that's just someone that he.
No comment.
What's his name?
Like, he should have served time for that.
No,
listen. One of the other problems, though, Lazy, was that how there was all labelled far right, and I think that there was
because it was.
A lot, yeah, I agree. So the riots and stuff was labelled far right, but there was still like an underlying, a genuine concern that was both left and right wing. It wasn't far right, and some may argue that the far right hijacked it and made it into what it is. But again, putting that blanket over it has kind of made anybody now.
I don't think.
Let me finish, please. Anybody who's moderate, especially if they're on the left, who may have had a concern about immigration. I think they'd be terrified of speaking about it now in case like
I don't think so.
Like done with some form of hate crime. I think that's the way I think that's how it's the way it was handled.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on, excuse me. Sorry, I need to sort this out. Nick, stop putting lies out there. Easy done it on his own panel and nothing to do with me. I never allowed nothing. I'm not his mum. Fuck off. I weren't even there.
Nobody made me do fucking nothing.
Exactly. Yeah? Apparently he did it in the middle of the night as well.
Is that Liggy up to no good again?
Like I don't think anyone's going to be scared off from talking about anything to do with immigration. Clearly, that's not happened. There's still plenty of talk and discussion about the boats and the immigration in general in the UK. It's not stopped anybody, regardless of what the riots happened. But it stands to sense when there's like large groups of people reacting to misinformation, because the driving reason to what sparked the riots to begin with wasn't particularly the Southport attack. It was the false information of who was identified as the attacker. It was that fake LinkedIn post that was doing the rounds on X saying it was like some guy that was just off the boats 2 weeks ago and gave some sort of typical Muslim name. This was the reason why. Like, I mean, we don't live far from Southport. I mean, I don't know if you were at the vigil or not, but there was guys there with like cans, like 12 packs of like Strongbow, sat at the fringes of the vigil, who then went on to go and march down to the mosque.
Yeah,
like, these
but when
people
they got
weren't
to
there because they
court,
cared
it was
anything about
proven
the
that
girls.
most of
They
those
went there.
people were local people.
Yeah,
and we had
Duke,
people that came
Duke should read the whole thing.
I don't
Duke
care
should
if
read
I'm
the
local
whole
or
channel.
not.
She was supporting
from
them. She was
Southport.
supporting them.
We had no, I wasn't. We had people from Southport that would go on the panels and Liverpool and places like that, and they were saying these people are locals, and yet we had the mainstream press saying that EDL and that didn't exist, and people from London was busting up there, and it weren't true.
No, the reason why it was reported that EDL was there because people were chanting EDL.
Ooh.
Whether the EDL still has his company's house or not is not like the marker.
I've
of whether
never
people was chanting.
No, they were in Southport. I know
EDL
people was at Southport, like peacefully there, like there was there with the teenagers.
Yeah, at the vigil. Yeah, at the vigil. Yeah, that was peaceful, but not the subsequent. Not the riot that took place outside the mosque.
If anybody was going there chanting EDL, then they were definitely Antifa pretending and not knowing.
Oh, of course, it was impossible that anyone.
Listen, let me tell you something.
Yeah,
nobody
impossible.
chants EDL.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you
Nobody.
that they don't.
Nobody.
No.
Then you got your head buried in the sand, Tubes. Or you're just in denial, or you're just lying.
No, they might chant
JDL
who the F is Allah. They might
listen,
chant.
like you've heard me a few times. I'm more than happy to make concessions to certain
They might
certain
chant
things.
a lot of other distasteful stuff that I don't agree with.
I think they were
but
chanting
they do
JDL.
not chant EDL. They do not.
No, I think you're lying. Like this is like you can pretty much guarantee the next time there's going to be any sort of riots or kickoff. We'll wait until the next Tommy March after he's free. We'll probably end up hearing chants like this come about because it always happens.
No, what happens?
I'm not saying that the EDL is still there as an organisation, but people still sort of very much follow a doctrine that they promote.
Tell me this then, Lazy. Don't you think it's weird, right, that there is an extreme far right that nobody ever talks about, right? People like Mark Collett and his group.
Right.
Hold on. Mark Collett and his group, Patriotic Alternative, all those extreme elements, yeah? Jim Dowson, all the connections from Ireland, all the Crusaders, all them kind of people, yeah? Nobody ever really talks about the real extreme far right in the media, on any of these lefty platforms or anywhere, yeah? Yet when they try and turn up at Tommy Robinson rallies, they end up turning up at the same time as mainstream media all of a sudden, even though Tommy's security gets rid of them every time. Don't you think that's weird?
No, I don't.
Lizzie, you're a northerner.
Like, that's confession now.
My opinion on these people, Lizzie, is that none of them, the vast majority, shall I say, probably never voted in their lives. And I think by calling them far right, it's kind of give a get out of jail free card to the actual far right, like the Mark Colletts and shit, who call for these far right policies. And not many people know about not many people are interested in politics, shall I say. And then if the media are saying, look, these people here who are showing like low level genuine concerns, not low level as in like meaningful low level, I mean like council state, working class kind of concerns. Look at these people, the far right. Yeah, Mark Collett and that are all Mark Collett and all the actual far right are all grinning, thinking, yes, like we're getting behind in the background here, sneaking around and shit. I don't think it's done any justice. Like, they're not politically. A lot of these people who rioted are not political at all.
No, they're not. Under what do you call it? You got security services monitoring them very tightly. Yeah, they're getting arrested left, right, and centre. You got all sorts of infiltration happening to the real far right.
Exactly.
The Tommy right or the CivNat movement is really a watered down thing, which Nick Griffin described. They were told, or he was told, if you don't comply with these 3 demands, we'll get rid of you. That's when he was in charge of the BNP. Those 3 demands were
Who got rid of him? Sorry, explain who got rid of him.
He was all right. So Nick Griffin, when he was the head of the BNP, was approached by a group of funders who said, "We got 3 demands on you. 1, you must not criticize the banking system. Number 2, you must not criticize Israel or Jews.
Oh God.
And the 3rd thing, you must only attack Muslims."
Oh God! Have you got proof of this? Can we see evidence?
Okay.
No, Nick Griffin did say that.
He said it in multiple interviews.
As criticised.
So he refused, and then they gave the organisation to Tommy.
So can we see that? Have you? Where's that? Where have you seen that?
All right. There's an interview on a channel called 5 Pillars. Yeah.
He said it. Yeah, he said it.
Yeah, he said it.
Whether it's true or not, I can't verify, but he did say it.
These people that are terrified
I need a link.
racists
Like, he sent me a link somewhere.
actually trust
Google
Nick
it, man. It'd be out
Griffin.
there.
No, it doesn't work like that.
It's there. It's online. You can see loads of interviews.
Well, if it's there, you can get it, can't you?
Dickhead.
Well, if you could wait, I'm asking for evidence.
Yeah,
just to
Do
speak
your
on the
own homework,
paradigm.
man.
That'll be quite big if he's been told that you can't speak about Israel, you can't speak about the banks and stuff like that.
Well, that's
I
what
mean,
he claims.
At this moment in time, I'll be genuinely honest. It sounds very conspiracy. So if you have got evidence, that'd be brilliant.
It's on
That's
YouTube.
what he's claiming. He
It's
said
on
it
YouTube.
himself.
Right, so if
We
it's
don't
on
know if
YouTube,
it's
1 minute.
true.
I'm speaking to React. Can you please manage it first? No, React. If it's on YouTube, then you can get it, can't you?
You can get it. I'm telling you how to get it.
Wait, no, but it's down to you to. Oh no, it's down to you to prove your evidence. It's not down to me.
Can you stop flirting with the panelists?
Oh wow.
Yeah, but look, even if Nick Griffin said that on a stream, right, or I don't know, at a march or anything, right? Why would people that are terrified of racists believe someone who's an actual Nazi called Nick Griffin? It don't make sense unless you're admitting. Unless you're admitting that radical Islamists were in bed with Nick Griffin, like we know with the Green Book, and that they're all extreme right as well.
Wait, wasn't Tommy part? Wasn't Tommy a BNP?
You know, when Nick Griffin was taken down, it was when he went on Question Time. It was at that moment. It was around that period when he was made this demand. And when he was taken down from the BNP, what's his name? Tommy Robinson and this guy, I've forgotten his name, it's a Jewish guy. They formed a group called the JDL. It's on Company's House, the Jewish Defense League.
So is it the Jews? So the Jews are the ones.
And then they changed the name of the organization to EDL, English Defense League. Right.
So is it the
and
Jews?
If you want evidence, if you want me to prove what I'm saying, Daisy, then go to Twitter, check out a user called No Key, and he done an interview.
I switch off as soon as someone says go to Twitter, it goes to switch off because this is not a foundation of truth.
React. I just want to ask you, React.
Until today, right? And Luke, you would agree with this because you've been on marches, even though that you're not really on the right, you're sort of centre.
I went to Brexit march.
Yeah, even till today, there are people that are extreme right that will try to infiltrate any kind of march, and because they're jealous. We had Mark Collett, the last one. He had to be told to leave.
What's the name of that guy with the ponytail? That was Danny Tomo's friend.
And everything. He was told, listen, no disrespect, but we don't agree. Take your banner, go away, fuck off.
Jupiter, what was the name of Danny Tomo's friend with the ponytail that was making hand signals to the policeman at one of the...
Danny Tomo, we don't trust that. I don't trust Danny Tomo.
Yeah, exactly.
Other people might.
So I said that because you mentioned infiltration.
Oh, he was doing hand signals. I know what you mean, yeah.
I think there's a good chance that bloke is a police officer himself.
Weren't Banksy there when that happened? Banksy was there filming that. Banksy. Yeah.
Others don't believe that, though. Good. That's just me that believes that. But others
I think it's a good opportunity. Yeah, I think it's a good. Now's a good opportunity for everyone to declare their acceptance. Yeah, no, everybody. What do you say, everyone? Shall we declare our acceptance of Islam? And
well, you want us to say Shahada?
Yeah,
I'll be your
Shall we claim our acceptance of Islam? I'm a dead,
yeah.
How was that?
Declaration.
How was that? Do you see my body lying here?
Enough acceptance. That's enough now. I wouldn't mind reactionary. You know you're pretty extreme. So how far do you want it to go,
What
mate?
does that mean? You know you're pretty extreme.
He knows,
he's
but I know
done his hardest to try and make it all about the Jews tonight. So that's a good example.
Agree to something.
That's a good indication that he's extreme.
What reactionary? While you're there, can I actually answer something?
The fact that you've tried your hardest to divert this to Jews.
Wait. Forget it, man. Listen. What do you think about what's going on in Syria?
You agree with him?
Reactionary. What do you think about what's going on in Syria with Turkey and that?
Oh, it's very disheartening and sad.
What's going on with Turkey?
Whoa. What part of it is disheartening and sad?
Just given the whole of Syria to
This is how it works, ladies and
to Israel.
Wait.
It's all Israel.
Sorry. It's all Israel, of course.
Yeah, it was all done to strengthen Israel. Israel
this feeds into beautifully to sort of what to say before.
So basically, what people do is they claim to be left, and then they show like complete intolerance towards Jewish people.
No, they're not. This is Luke. This is genuinely left. The left, like the far left, are anti-Semite.
I always say the far left bump into the far right. If you imagine a circle,
the group
literally
called,
next door neighbours.
Jews for Peace. Have you heard of that organisation?
No, I vote for Jews for Jesus.
There's Jews for Peace, and they're anti-Israel.
It's so blatant as well, Titan. Like they don't have no shame of it.
They're not aware of it either.
No,
this is something to say. My theory at the moment.
You know what? That is bang on. They're not aware of it. Some aren't aware of it.
Yeah, my whole thing's like the left-right paradigm. I think we're moving past that. I think we're seeing at the moment, I think this is why there's so much argument and division, is that we're no longer sort of split between lines of left and right, but more so by people who consider themselves anti-establishment, or people that maybe not consider themselves establishment, or sort of like this is where the divide is. There's people who kind of like it will accept any narrative if it reinforces their anti-establishment view, regardless whether it's wrong or not.
Correct.
So, not supporting Israel, does that make you anti-Semitic?
You don't have to support Israel. Like my position is, I think it's the only sort of realistic solution is a two-state solution. But I think anyone that kind of comes in the topic talking about Israel and Palestine and says I'm pro-Israel or I'm pro-Palestine are completely misunderstanding the problem. Yes.
So
why does Israel have a right?
I argue that Palestinians are savage.
There's people on these channels that will say you're a Zionist for that.
Yeah, of course. I don't care whether they say I'm a Zionist or not.
Why does Israel have a right to exist?
No way. Would you say?
What gives Israel the right to exist?
The fact that the fact that
gives Israel the right to exist. Yeah.
The fact that it doesn't really
if you want to look at it, let me answer him. So legally, like the UN and like. But if you want to go down to religiously, I believe that you're a Muslim, then the Quran gives the Jews the right to exist in Israel, i.e. how many times is it referred to the Jews as a children of Israel?
Not the Jews. We're talking about Israel. What gives Israel the right to exist?
They are Jews, so they live.
There are Jews outside of Israel as well.
No, so I'll explain. So the Jews lived there before, like 106, and then the Romans came in and made them flee, and they'd renamed it to Philistines. And then, let me finish. And then the Arabs moved in. There's no such thing as Palestinians, the Arabs, and the Arabs have resided there. And yes, I agree. Yes, I agree. They have lived there long enough that they do have a right to belong there. But that doesn't eradicate the Israelis' right to belong there as well. And the only thing is that 1 minute, let me explain. So the vast majority of Palestinians, do not want to coexist with the Jews. The Jews are willing and have been trying to coexist with the Palestinians. I will never side with savage people who vote people in to eradicate another people. I will not side with a savage people who train their kids to stab Jews. Never in my life. And you're an Ottoman, and you failed. And you're an Ottoman, and you failed. No, you played.
The Romans were more savage than
every single Israel-Palestine debate.
Listen, they've got no argument when it comes to it. Palestine does not exist. Palestinians don't exist, and the people who live there are Arabs and the savage. That's why Egypt don't want to let him in. That's why Jordan don't want to let him in. That's why nobody trusts them because they know that they're savage.
Half of the Palestinians are Christian.
How much, how much money has Hamas spent on air raid shelters for the Palestinian civilians?
Netanyahu gave them
I'll
the money.
give you the answer. Nil. None, because they don't give a fuck about the Palestinians.
Netanyahu gave them the money.
Yes, and what did they spend it on? And what did they spend it on? Rockets and the networks. You'll see the leaders of Hamas fleeing to Qatar and the wives in Gucci clothing with £2 billion worth of net worth, and you'll see the money being sent to Iran so they can make rockets and fire them over to fucking Israel. Not a penny. Not a penny. Not a penny. Stop crying.
You dirty little slag.
Stop crying. Slag. Not a penny has been spent on defending the Palestinians. There's not any raid shelters for them. The food and aid gets hijacked by Palestinians, by Hamas. There's never been a war in this world. Look at him crying his eyes out. There's never been a war in this world where the army and the country gives aid to the other country that they're at war with. Yeah, Israel do that, and what happens? Hamas comes in and takes it all from him. And you want to blame the fucking West? Go and fuck yourself, you fucking Mongo. You're on the wrong side of history, and you're defending savage people.
You were asking for evidence earlier. Now it's your turn to provide evidence for all.
All right, have you got 2 hours? Because I did a stream yesterday on it all, and I'll fucking own you all on it. Want to play it?
No. You insisted that we provide evidence. Otherwise, everything was saying.
What do you want evidence on? Give me a minute.
Everything, and it shouldn't just be Jewish media.
Oh, don't ask him
what do you classify as Jewish media?
Will bring everything.
Everything what he said is Jewish media.
Well, yeah, I'm curious. What do you classify? What do you classify as Jewish media? Everything.
Anything that he disagrees with.
Okay, all right. Do you know about the New York Times on October the 7th, who published a front page article?
Do you agree that the October the 7th occurred and it was a terrorist attack?
She used to work for Unit 8200 in Israeli intelligence, and then she.
Do you agree that October the 7th happened?
Any journalistic qualifications, and she published the front page of the New York Times.
Do you agree that October the 7th happened and that it was a terrorist attack?
So wait, are you just ignoring that?
Yes.
Extreme anomaly. You're just ignoring it.
Yes. Do you agree that October the 7th happened and that it was a terrorist attack?
Then why should I listen to anything you got to say?
You don't have to.
It was a terrorist attack, but I don't agree that the Palestinians are Arabs. They're
Canaanites. They are Arabs. They're genuine Arabs. There's no such thing as Palestinian DNA.
Yes, there is. There's no such thing as Jewish DNA.
Yes, there is.
Yes,
there is. And if you was a Muslim, Khan, you'd know that there was Jewish DNA.
The Palestinians are Canaanites. There's DNA for that.
No, they're not. No, they're not. The Arabs. The invaders. They are colonialists.
They're only 20% Arabs. So what?
1 minute. I showed a video the other day in Hamas. I showed a video the other day. And Hamas, they show loads of Arabs, and next thing you know, they show loads of black people. So who's the original people? Who's the original people of Palestine? They've got black people and Arabs there. None of them are. That's the answer.
Listen, hold on. When Abraham went to the land of Canaan, weren't the Canaanites fucking there?
Shut up, Mongo. You're completely ignoring your own religious text.
Listen.
Turkey. There's no way you're going
Abraham,
to
shut up, you fat bitch. Listen, shut up, man. Your dog. Shut up.
No, you need to calm down, Khan. You're completely ignoring your own religious text that refers to them as the children of Israel.
I asked you a question. When the first Jew, Abraham, went to the land of Canaan, weren't the fucking Canaanites there already?
Don't talk about my granddad like that.
Listen. The thing that they're agreeing with peaceful people, these people agree and think that the day of resurrection, so when Jesus Christ comes back, can't happen until the Muslims kill the Jews, fight the Jews, and the stones and the trees will give up the Jews. So don't agree with these people. These people don't want peace at all. They want the Jews to be eradicated, including Khan.
You
and
you're a fat liar.
And you're a fat liar.
You don't know anything about this subject.
Yes, I do, and I can own you on it. So are you saying, wait a minute, alright, so be quiet, stop getting triggered. You said they don't know anything. Are you saying that in Islam they don't believe that they have to fight the Jews before Jesus Christ comes back? You don't have a clue, that's why, because you're thick, fat and fuck.
I'm not answering any of your bullshit questions. Alright, let me ask one question to this fucking prick.
No, you're not going to ask me anything if you don't answer that one question. Why so religious in the chat? Maybe he can answer that question. Why so religious? Do the Muslims believe that the Jews have to be fought and killed before the day of resurrection? And that the trees and the stones will give up the Jews. That is correct. I know what I'm talking about. I told you, Khan, you've only been a Muslim for 2 years. I can run rings around you, you silly fat twat. He's in the side chat. Stop getting triggered. You're crying. Your eyes out. If you want Kleenex, I'll give you one. So don't have a conversation with me about Islam because you've only been a Muslim, admittedly, for 2 years. So stop embarrassing yourself.
Moron.
You're an embarrassment to your religion.
You're an embarrassment, mate. I said that to you first.
Yeah, and you ate bacon crisps.
I can prove it. I can start showing. I think it's Sahar Bukhari or Sahar Muslim who says that you should fight the Jews wherever you find it, and on the last day of Earth, before Jesus Christ comes back, you must fight them and kill them.
Wait a minute. You want to do quotations in the Talmud?
And by the way, all Sunni Muslims believe that, which is the vast majority. So don't try that one.
Yes or no, Luke?
No, you can shut your mouth. You don't answer any of mine, so you can suck on that.
Bitch. You know the Jews hate Jesus.
You're way too triggered.
Jews hate Jesus. Shut up.
I don't care. What's Jesus got to do with Christ and Muhammad?
I got a question.
Only some of them, not all of them.
Where in the Bible does
What about ism?
Smash the heads of babies on the rocks, kill them all?
Say it again.
Where in the Quran does it say that you can?
Yeah, where in the Quran?
Can you share my screen? 1 minute.
Smash the heads of babies.
I mean, what is this?
Kill them
just
all.
for the sake of the comments, like if anyone's talking about Israel and Palestine and then starts bringing it down to like a religious debate, they're completely lost on the subject. Like this is a worthless conversation.
Oh, sharp, lazy. You've only been here for 5
minutes. Why are you getting triggered now? Why are you getting triggered now? He's not agreeing. What are you doing?
It's a geopolitical issue. It's not a religious.
Calm down. I was joking, man. Fucking hell. Pair of tits.
Just calm yourself down.
To describe, that the land belongs to Jews.
You're supposed to handle him with kid gloves. You got to look after him, Khan.
Oh no,
I'm joking. I'll throw a bone to the both of you. Like there is no such thing as an Israeli ethnicity. There's no such thing as a Palestinian ethnicity, but there is a Palestinian nationality, and that's strong enough ground for them to have their own.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with it. This guy knows what he's talking about. Khan is emotional stuff.
It's the opposite.
Can you have the screen, please?
The opposite is true.
Yeah, sure it is.
Palestinians
this guy's not based on emotion. He's based on facts. But these are the people that you're defending, by the way, Khan.
How can you say
these are the people that you are defending?
No ethnicity. That's ridiculous.
No, he's gone to get the evidence now. Now
there are also videos of Israeli school children being told that they want to bomb and kill Palestinians.
What do you say to Palestinian youth in the West Bank?
She's probably dead.
What do you say to the youth in the West Bank?
She's probably in bonds.
Yeah, this is peaceful people.
Luke,
peaceful people.
And scary all at the same time.
So when I say the savage people, I've got evidence to back it up.
Luke, that's your little sister.
Churchill say in World War II.
By the way, mentioning World War II, decided with Hitler. By the way, the Grand Mufti of Palestine sided with Hitler.
Yeah,
so they deserve whatever they get.
A lot of people sided with Hitler.
And they deserve whatever they got. And a lot of them, a lot of them, One minute. A lot of the certain countries, you've made a statement. A lot of the countries and states that sided with Hitler still do not have their countries and states back. What gives Palestinians a fucking right?
You are Italian. Your whole country sided with Hitler.
Yeah, and what we provided to the world.
You idiot.
A lot more than what fucking so-called Palestinians
have.
How
was an Italian telling us about siding with Hitler? You're fucking Italian, for God's sake.
My family moved over here way before fucking Mussolini.
We don't want to hear more stories about your poxy family either.
No, and we don't want to hear about your fucking granddad who bought a black slave. You hypocritical fucking fat turk.
Dukes, have a word with him. Fucking spastic.
How can you go anywhere spastic? You complain about racism, but your granddad bought a black slave.
This looks like about my family.
I love it.
You poxy twat.
You big fat bastard. Then you got tits.
You poxy little slag.
Crying because there's no such thing as Palestinians. And in 2025, Israel is just going to be completely victorious.
Left-wing Zionist like Owen Jones. Please don't compare me to Owen Jones. I'm not a socialist.
Owen Jones? I can't stand that cunt.
Why'd you bring Owen Jones?
Exactly, Miss Lottie. I'm like freaked out.
I'm responding to a comment. I'm responding to a comment.
Did you see Owen Jones' recent report about the BBC and their bias editing towards Israel?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. What have you got to say to that, based Luke?
It's not biased. I've done my research. I've done my research. And if you want to play, listen, 1 minute. I'm answering you. Calm down, react. You don't need to react. You asked me a question, I'm responding to you. So I can easily now share my screen and play a 2-hour video that I did yesterday, a live stream. Because the day before that, I called Palestinian savage, and Khan, like he has them say, had an absolute meltdown, like crying his eyes out. You could hear it he had to have water and everything. I told him to get milk instead. So the day after, I did a live stream, and I evidenced why the Palestinian people are first incorrect, secondly savage people, and why Israel has the right to exist where it exists. And nobody had an argument with that. Then, if you want to show it now and you want to argue with it, be my guest.
Talking about that, the topic that I
Gaza's never been part of Israel.
Editor, yeah, the BBC news editor, the Middle East news editor, who
Fuck the
only
BBC.
he would not allow anything that seemed disfavourable to Israel to be published. Yeah. So, for example, a child with Down syndrome who was set upon by dogs, his family were all killed, and he was left to starve and die from starvation. This.
Why did none of the Palestinians
was described by the BBC.
Why did none of the, wait, sweet child of mine. Whoa, sweet child of mine. You're saying that he was set upon by dogs and he was left to starve.
Yeah,
why did his Palestinian brothers feed him and help him?
How are they supposed to help him?
Because it's a lie. I've never heard of Pallywood. I don't believe a fucking word that comes out of Gaza.
Anything that's
no, because the only official information that's allowed to come out of Gaza is coming from terrorists.
This is BBC journalists.
Terrorists.
And the editor wouldn't allow.
Oh, by the way, Hamas have recently banned Al Jazeera. That's fucking telling you something, isn't it? Fucking hell.
So you don't accept anything that's
not that comes out of Gaza at this moment in time while they're in a war and it's run by terrorists. Absolutely not.
Who are terrorists?
Hamas, according to our government and many Western common sense thinking people.
True.
Okay, what makes them terrorists?
You have to Google that. Like you said to us, Google it. You Google why our government.
So you don't know.
Yes, I do know.
Do you know how our government declares what process they go through to declare?
I don't know why you're asking me. I don't make them decisions. That doesn't take away from the fact that they are recognised. Listen. It doesn't take away from the fact that they are a recognised terrorist organisation, and I am not defending them. You are.
I'll take your educated guess. It's probably not because of all the terrorist attacks.
Do you accept that Israel is an occupying force?
No.
Yes.
No.
I don't.
But our government has declared that they're conducting an occupation.
Yeah, I don't agree with many things that the government agree with.
But you agree with them describing a group of people?
Yeah, I can look at independent cases and come to a conclusion. Yeah, I'm not like
What's your
Palestine's occupied territory
decision making here?
No, I believe that so Israel, so the UN agreement was in let me answer. So in 1948, it would not be an occupied. I'll agree with you. I'll give you that it's occupied. I'm going to put that in quotations. But that would never have happened if the Arab nations didn't wage the 6-day war, and rightfully so under every single international fucking law. Israel could have took complete control of Gaza, but they never. They were still willing to do a two-state solution, and it's been the Hamas and the Palestinians who voted Hamas in who have not been willing to come to any form of peace agreement with them because they are savage people.
What gives Israel the right to exist?
So not only Britain but the UN, which you want to cry about the UN now. The UN was the ones who made that decision. And like I said many times before, every 1 minute, let me finish. I've got one more answer. Every single Abrahamic religion.
And now you're
true. And by the way, Britain abstained from voting, so it could be neutral.
Yeah, I think we're wrong on that.
You haven't established why they.
We should have, because it seems to be that the Netanyahu government's more so positioned to kind of take full control of the territory, which is that is completely misaligned to the British policy.
I think that's what might happen at first, but I think and people laughed at me. I said this about a year ago, and people laughed at me. I think that place is somewhere like I think Saudi or somewhere is going to take control. Somewhere where it's still going to be run by common people, but it's going to be a lot less backward, a lot less savage, and at least trying to coexist with the inevitable neighbours.
I don't see it happening unless there's any sort of significant sort of like expulsion from the area. I don't think it's going to happen.
That's my hope anyway. I think that's the only positive solution that could potentially come out of it. That another Arab nation takes control of Palestine and rids them of their terroristic government. Who pays the families to blow themselves up and shit. Who teaches the kids to stab Jews and that. That's no life for any Palestinian. They're teaching them to be savages.
Wow, this is incredible. You're incredibly brainwashed.
He's not brainwashed.
Wait. Brainwashed. I'm just showing you a video of a brainwashed child, and you're calling me brainwashed.
Wait. Brainwash would infer some sort of external influence on him. He's self-radicalized. That's what he's done. He's radicalized
Adam, you're right.
himself.
Palestine could have been like Dubai. Israel left everything. It left factories, buildings, monuments. It left everything when it left Gaza. And what did they do with it? What did they do with it? They stripped it to a ball and made rockets out of it and started fucking firing them over Israel. Yes, it is. It can be proven over and over and over. 3,300 rockets in 2020 towards Israel. The Iron Dome deflected it. There's a reason. Well, calm down. There's a reason why Israel have had to create one of the best technological warfare advancements in the world, the Iron Dome. It's a defense mechanism. There's a reason why they've had to create that.
So why didn't it work on October the 7th?
Because it got overloaded because it was also being fired at by Iran, and Iran have now been dealt with by Iran have now been dealt with. Listen, you might 1 minute, I'm answering you. You might want to laugh at the Iron Dome failing. You might want to laugh about the Iron Dome failing, but the people who made it fail have been taken out by pages and the fucking walkie-talkies. Who's laughing now, you silly twat?
That's lies. That was all lies.
Who's laughing now? It was Hezbollah who fucking aided Hamas on that day. It was Hezbollah who aided them, and Hezbollah have been dealt with by walkie-talkies and fucking pages. How embarrassing! How embarrassing! And listen, that was set up 10, 15 years ago. You don't even know the next step of the IDF for them take. You do not know the next step that the IDF will take, and none of the Arab world do. The disgusting, evil Arab world, the ones who are not willing to try and coexist with people, the ones who deserve to be taken out by the likes of fucking pages and walkie-talkies. And if you're not defending them, then good fucking luck, because I'm telling you, you are on the wrong side of history. Again,
right, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you all because I'm going to get some sleep. Scientific, thanks for having me. Give my thanks to Belly.
Make sure you come back again.
I'm up early in the morning. My son's starting nursery for the first time, so I'm up early.
Good luck. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, thanks for. If anyone's interested in any further discussions, I'm on TikTok most of the time, but I'll most likely appear in this again. But yeah, good meeting you all. All the best. Good night. And
take care, buddy.
Bunch of fucking crybabies.
Surprised he said that.
Surprised I said what? It'll come back.
You know what's interesting, Base? You're able to espouse these views, and nothing will happen to you. If you were to say,
why even embarrassing to it?
If you were to espouse the same type of views in support of the other party, you'd be put in prison as a terrorist.
No, I wouldn't. There's a clear definition of anti-Semitism. If you're educated, you can read up on it.
Oh, anti-Semitism. Okay.
That's what you're saying that I'll be done for, yeah. But there's a definition of that. So we've got the right. So listen. So not only. So obviously, I'm talking about Palestine here, but yeah, I could have a conversation about Islam and objections toward Islam.
But you don't have a conversation.
Just let me finish. Just let me finish. Let me finish before you get all fucking emotional, man.
You don't listen.
1 minute. Calm down. Don't make me fucking turn my microphone off.
2 fucking
really
hours he's been talking.
So we have the right. Listen, regardless of you might find it offensive and you don't think that I should be able to do it, we have the right to. So we have Section 29J of the Religious and Racial Hatred Act. It says that we're allowed to mock and criticise religions and its adherents and its practices and all that kind of stuff. So I understand you may find it offensive and uncomfortable, but that doesn't mean that I don't have the fucking right to do so.
And uncomfortable.
You're such a victim, Con. Honestly, you're a crybaby.
What's a victim? What's a victim?
A victim. A VICTIM. Victim bitch. You cry all the time.
You can't even speak.
God, from somebody who's like a descendant of the Ottoman Empire, you are weak.
I'm not a descendant of the Ottoman Empire, actually.
Well, stop fucking saying you are then, because you keep doing it. You keep. Oh wow, have you heard that, guys? Clip that. He's not a descendant of the Ottoman Empire. You can't. Don't be saying that you are moving forward, liar.
Well, maybe on my mum's side.
Oh yeah, now which one? The one who got? Is she the daughter of the black slave or what? You're such a dishonest, lying piece of shit.
They were black Ottomans.
You're a piece of shit, Con.
Why do I have to lie? Well, why is it such
I don't know. I can't answer that. You can answer that. Why do you have to lie?
The weird thing, reactionary. The weird thing is, if I was to speak to Turkish people and tell them I had a black ancestor, they would look down on me. But when I tell white people I've got a black ancestor, all of a sudden it's a flex. It's like you're trying to be cool. You're trying to be cool. You've got a black grandmother.
Don't twist it. It's the fact that your brown ancestor bought her. It's the fact that your brown ancestor bought her is the issue. Don't fucking try to get around it.
How can you buy
you said
someone?
Because she bought a slave. You said that.
No, I didn't say that. You misquoted it.
Wow, you're a liar, big fat lying bastard.
Bro, how old do you think my great grandmother was?
I don't care. These are your words, not mine.
These are your
words. You said it, not me.
You're an idiot. Why are you trying to
you
mock
said
people?
it. Because that's how you sound. You sound like a whining
eh?
liar. Whenever you caught out in a lie, you elongate your words and you just overtalk people. And you've been caught out in a fucking lie.
You're
again.
a dirty little mongrel.
And you're a liar.
You're a little bastard.
And you're a big fat liar-potamus.
Oh, I saw a clip on TikTok. Somebody shared that there's a bunch of Jews who are going to report Zubaydah to the FBI. Did you see that?
No. Someone should tell Zubaydah.
Yeah, but the FBI, what the FBI
they're going to report Zubaydah to the FBI.
What's the FBI going to do?
Oh, reaction of, you know something funny? You know all the Zios on Twitter, they went and tried to find things on Zubaydah. So they ended up finding all the stuff that she done at Speaker's Corner. And they tried to like expose her for like rapping in the back of Mr. Raps's car. Oh, it was hilarious. We were laughing.
Where was this?
It was so funny. On Twitter.
On Twitter?
You know Zubaydah raised, like, she's got her own charity, like she supplies water to Palestine.
Really? MashaAllah.
Yeah.
I thought you can't get in there.
So where's this takedown?
She raised over 20 grand.
How does she get it in, Parachute? Is she scamming people?
No, she's probably sponsoring another charity.
I thought you can't get aid in there, though.
No, she set up her own charity. Charity.
Also, they've allowed her to get in, but they've not allowed international aid to get in. That doesn't make sense.
I think there's a certain amount of aid
they've got aid. It's just that Hamas.
I think there is a certain amount of aid that goes in.
and it comes from Israel. It comes from Israel, and Hamas feel it.
No, there's a lot of British people that send through Egypt. Now, there's a lot of British charities that work through Egypt.
Yes, and Hamas steal the aid. That's been proven time and time again.
Yeah.
So what's the meaning of
Listen, if you want me to have a really, really honest conversation, I kind of understand. I can agree with you that
as
there's
long
a
as you're talking, you
listen,
don't give a shit.
I'm not speaking to you, Carl. I'm speaking to reactionary. I'm speaking to reactionary. I'm not actually speaking to you, so be quiet for 2 seconds. So I could understand the plight, but whilst Hamas are at the helm of that, there is no way that's going to change, and I don't find anybody else in the world who's oppressing the Palestinian people more than Hamas. So they've got to go, and they've been in power for so long, and they've been further oppressing the people and being a further risk to Israel. I totally understand why Israel have now made the decision. What they've made is that they're not going to stop until Hamas are wiped out, and it would help if other countries. And it would help if It would help if other Arab nations like Egypt would open the gates and let some refugees in. But they don't. They charge Egypt charge a Palestinian £10,000 to get into the border. Palestinian can't afford that. Why are Egypt not letting them in? Because they don't trust the Palestinians because they know what they're like. They've been indoctrinated with hatred by Hamas.
Hamas is because they are
you don't have a clue what you talk about, Corn. Honestly, you are buying propaganda bullshit.
Listen, they are an Iranian proxy and they want to stop all the Iranian proxies.
Corn,
that's why
honestly, the propaganda that you believe in is so fucking
they've attacked everyone. Why have they bombed half of Syria? Why is Israel bombing half of Syria right now? It's got nothing to do with Palestine.
And that's
they
why
just want Palestine.
How many Hezbollah are hiding in Syria? How many fucking of these leaders are hiding in Syria?
None.
Yes, they are. You're a liar. Yes, they are.
There's no Hezbollah in Syria.
I can bring up cases now where leaders of Hamas
in Syria.
1 minute. Don't lie, Con. Don't lie,
They're in Lebanon.
Con.
They're in Lebanon, you idiot.
Right. There's some in Lebanon. That's why they bombed there. But the reason why they bombed Syria was because there was also leaders of Hamas in fucking Syria.
No,
Stop being
that's not true.
No, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. It's true.
When Assad was leaving, when Assad was leaving Syria, he had to go through Israeli airspace.
You don't have a clue what you're talking about, Con. As always, Con. No, you can't because you're just lying. You make the things up as you go along.
Shut up.
You can do once you bring evidence in. All right, you can do once you bring evidence.
Bro, you've got no fans, bro. Just shut up.
You've got no friends.
You've got no fans. No one's listening to you talking. You're just doing this so you can record it, clip it.
No,
and
I'm doing it because I'm speaking on facts. I'm not recording anything.
Show to talk to you.
I'm not recording anything.
No
I'm doing this. I'm speaking on facts, and you're speaking on emotion. You're crying like a big fat bastard.
I'm saying to
you. Listen.
Can I speak to?
No, you can't.
Can I speak to Reactionary?
You can, but don't lie.
Can I speak to Reactionary?
As long as you don't lie. If you lie, I'm going to call you out. That's the only fucking qualification to this conversation.
So Reactionary.
I was on George Galloway's show yesterday.
There's no Oh, was you?
Yeah.
Oh, he's done that to you as well, George Galloway.
Shut up, man.
You shut up, you big fat
He's telling us something. Go on, Reactionary. Speak, please, bro.
Shut up. You don't tell him when to speak. He'll speak when he wants.
What were you going to say, Khan, anyway?
Exactly. He's going to say back to you.
Was I not correct in saying there's no Hezbollah in Syria?
I don't know.
Go on.
I understand, they're not, based on an interview I watched on Bikers. They're not. But
listen, look at it, not bomb Qatar.
Yeah, over there right now.
Qatar.
You got Turkish over there. You've got the Americans. You've got the Kurds, and you got Israel. So
and the Alawites. Don't forget you got the Alawites.
Alawites as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Con, I just want to see how honest you are. Right now. I just want to see how honest Con is. Do you agree that there was Hamas leaders in
2,000 troops in Syria right now?
Do you agree that they're in Qatar as well, Hamas? Con, that Hamas are in Qatar.
They get funded by Qatar.
No, are they in Qatar? Are they residing there, living there?
What the millionaire leaders?
Hamas leaders.
Yeah, but the millionaire.
Are they living there in Qatar?
I don't know.
Right, you don't know. I do know. They are living there, and that gives Israel the right under international law to fucking strike the fuck out of him. You honestly stop focusing on emotions. It gives them the right because they have invaded their country and committed a terrorist attack and have taken hostages. So under international law, wherever Hamas are, Israel are right in fucking taking action against them. Stop acting emotional about shit. No, it's just
embarrassing.
It's just the way it is, unfortunately. As Tupac once sang, "That's just the way it is, motherfucker."
Fuck Tupac and fuck your mum.
According to Jewish scripture, did God forbid Israel from having their own land?
Yeah, so I believe that's the argument that when you see like the Jews who argue against Israel.
Yeah.
So there's is it like Orthodox Jews you might call it? So the belief is that there can't be a land that's recognized as Israel until the day of resurrection. So that's until like the Muslims have killed all the Jews. And then when Jesus Christ comes, well, not Jesus Christ in their view, whoever comes down will then these Jews then become the chosen people, and the Palestinian people will then become slaves. All the people around the area will become slaves to Jews. I understand all of that, but if you even ask those people who believe in that whether the land is Palestinian land, they'll say no, it's not. It's not Palestinian land either.
So whose land do they believe it is?
No, they don't believe it's anybody's land. They believe it's the land of the God, and when God comes back, that's when the land gets recognized. So checkmate. It's not Palestinian.
I've got a question for you. Did the Jews ever get expelled from England?
I'm not sure. Maybe historically. Definitely not like recent history.
What do you mean maybe historically? What does that mean? Maybe historically.
Listen. Even if we did like 10 years ago, that strengthens my argument that Israel and Jewish people deserve a homeland. That was
so why don't they get a homeland in Germany, the place they were kicked out of?
Because every Abrahamic religion believes that land is theirs. It was named Judea. No matter how much like you want to try and eradicate history. Please don't interrupt me. It is true. Like there's no such thing as Palestinian hard.
You made a claim that every Abrahamic religion believes that that land is theirs.
So what does So does Islam refer to Jewish people?
Get out some word and then move on.
No, please just let me finish. Just let me finish. So does Islam refer to the Jews as the children of Israel?
You tell us, because you just need to back up your claim.
No, 1 minute, calm.
And what's meant by Israel here?
I rest my case.
What's meant by Israel is not a land.
Yes, it is.
It's the name of a tribe.
No, it's not. It's
the children of Israel, the children of Jacob.
And they've established Israel.
No, they didn't.
And the Palestinian leaders, I think it was Yasser Arafat, argued. One minute, let me finish. That yes, I think it was. I'm pretty sure. No, let me finish. So I'm pretty sure it was Yasser Arafat who argued that rather than the Jews being expelled around the world, it'd rather them all collectivized in Israel, in the land where it is now, so then he can slaughter them where they are. And then he doesn't have to kill them all. And what what also has come out from the Arab world is that they are willing to lose 15 to 20 million Muslims as long as that means that they get to kill 5 million Jews. It is a price worth paying, and only 40,000 Palestinians have been killed so far. Listen, let me finish this point. That's why there's no other Arab nation who's willing to help the Palestinians, because they know that they are cannon fodder. They are nothing but cannon fodder.
Yeah. Okay. So, who are Amalek?
I don't have a clue.
Amalek. You don't know who Amalek are?
I just said I don't have a clue, no.
So you don't know the Bible then?
No, I don't pretend to know the Bible.
So why do you hate Muslims then? Why do you hate Arabs?
I don't hate Muslims.
You do. You hate Arabs. You hate Palestinians because you said they're Arabs.
I don't hate Palestinians. I don't hate Arabs, and I don't hate Muslims. You're just making all that up.
You're claiming that Muslims believe that one day there'll be a fight where they kill Jews.
Yeah, it's that Sahaba.
Jews are actually right.
Oh, I can show you. I can show you that.
Muslims right now. It's Jews who are doing that to Muslims.
Right. Yeah, that's out of war.
Actually doing that.
That's out of defense.
You heard about Hindi Rajab?
Yeah, I'm not arguing with that. And when I put it down to a religious aspect,
ambulance workers. And
let me respond to your reactionary. Let me respond to you.
Guy's embarrassing.
So when you argue from a religious aspect, so why are you getting emotional? Let me speak. So when I'm arguing from a religious aspect, that's because how Hamas see it. So they see Jews as pigs and apes and the worst of creatures, like their verses say, and they believe that the day of resurrection will not happen until the Muslims fight the Jews. So they believe that. This is not me believing it. This is what Hamas believe in.
Enslave the world.
Okay, but Jews aren't trying to eradicate the Muslim people, are they? It's the Hamas are trying to eradicate the Jews. No, they're not. You may argue that, but a genocide is not 40,000 people. And if you look at how many natural deaths occurred in 2022 in Gaza, it was 17,000 people on average until 2022. There has been zero reports of natural deaths since the invasion, and therefore we can very easily come to the conclusion that out of this 40,000 people that are reported, 17,000 of them are natural deaths.
Scientific, can you kick this geezer?
No, you don't speak on it. None of you look at facts. You're all just emotional, and you
scientific. Please keep
first you base things on religion, and then when religion's thrown back at you, you're like, oh, this ain't about religion, and religion's got nothing to do with it. You're a bunch of hypocrites.
Why did the International Court of Justice?
It doesn't matter. I'll tell you, because the international court. I'm telling you, because the people who fought, I'm telling you, because the nations who are behind all of these fucking international courts are heavily dominated by Muslim nations, and Muslims, unfortunately, do not like Jews and agree that Jews need to be eradicated from the earth. So if the Muslim nations dominate the other nations in a group of nations, then unfortunately the vote's going to go their way, aren't they?
Why do you talk and don't listen?
Because you interrupt constantly. You ask a question. I'll tell you why. Listen, you've asked a question. I'm going to answer you. Because you ask a question, I start answering, and then you immediately interrupt with another question without me even finishing the first question. So that's why I keep ranting on, because I need to finish what I'm saying. Because I get you at one point, and then you bring in another point. You've got no argument to make. I've told you, if you want to argue about it, we'll play the 2-hour stream that I did yesterday, and then you can make some questions towards me. But I will stand. Listen, I will stand on my statement that the Palestinian people are savage people who have voted in a government who wanted to eradicate the Jewish people. They do not want to coexist with the Jewish people, and I will never ever side with the savage people who have that type of mentality. Savage people.
You're a disgusting person.
And you're just emotional. I've shown why they're savage. I've shown why they're savage. They teach the kids how to stab Jews. That's savage. They pay family. They give people families. If you go out and commit a suicide attack and you die in so-called martyrdom, that family will get a stipend from the government. They pay you as a thanks for doing it. That is savage. I can prove that they're Palestinian and Gordon are savage.
Martyrdom is savage, you're saying.
I can prove that they're savage.
I had a question for you earlier, which you wouldn't let me ask, and that was why did Jimmy Carter, who just died,
I don't know Jimmy Carter.
Why did he was the ex-president of the United States. Why did he describe Gaza as an open-air prison?
You have to ask him what, yeah. But I'll explain why it's an open air prison for you. I can. You can't ask me why somebody else said something. But the reason why Gaza is an open air prison is because ever since Gaza was established, they waged war against Israel and they forced themselves into this open air prison. Okay. And if you have a look at the 1 minute, let me finish. Please don't interrupt me. React. No. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. React. Don't interrupt me. I'm answering you. So if you have a look at the open air prison, it's not just Israelis who are imprisoning Palestinians. Who does Gaza border with? Is it Egypt? Does Egypt prison them as well? Yes, they do. There's a reason why, because they can't be trusted. Savage people. Hashtag savage.
Israel controls the border, you idiot.
No, listen. I will control them as well. If there's enemies who are trying to slaughter me non-stop, I'd put them more in a cage. I'd want to fucking wipe them out myself.
Egypt, no problem. But Israel controls that border.
Who is occupying?
Rightfully so. They wage war against them. They're looking at they don't control the whole land and tell them what to do.
Egypt, but they have no way of helping
Egypt can open the borders. They can open the gates. Yes, they can. Wait, 1 minute.
Israel
I've shown yesterday.
Yeah,
thank you. 1 minute. They don't control. 1 minute. They don't control Egypt's border. Stop lying. No, they don't. No, they don't.
There's only one
Reactionary.
border.
Reactionary. Does Israel control Egypt's border with Gaza? Yes or no?
Yes.
No, you fucking lying bastards. How many times have Egypt let people in and not let people in down to their decisions? They charge Palestinians £10,000 to cross the border. Stop being dishonest.
Do you know that Egypt just moved some tanks internally, right, towards the Sinai Desert?
Regardless,
and Israel is complaining, right? Well, no, Israel is complaining.
They can do.
Egypt
they can do what they want
in their own tanks in their own land.
Do you know why?
Yeah, listen, regardless. Even if Egypt was to wage war against Israel, they will lose.
Nuclear weapons.
The point I was making is that Egypt have a population of I think it's like 116 million. They can easily absorb the Gazans into them. They can easily open the borders. You be quiet. Can you guys be quiet for 2 seconds and let me respond to you? There's two of you, and you're asking me questions, and then when I'm answering your questions, you're immediately interrupting. So I'd appreciate if you just be quiet for 2 seconds. So Egypt, are you both saying now that Egypt do not have the right to open their border to Gazans?
That's right.
You are liars. You are liars because it has happened before, and they charged £10,000 for it to happen. You are both liars. And there's a reason why Egypt do that, because how many fucking suicide fucking Palestinians exist? How many times did Hamas wage war with Egypt themselves? You tend to forget all this shit. There's a reason why people don't trust the Palestinians.
Excuse me, can I just say something?
No, you are excused. No, you're excused. You're just arguing on emotion. I'm arguing on fact.
Reactionary. I don't know if you remember very recently.
Who's saying wait, how can 40,000, even if I buy your numbers 40,000, how's that ethnic cleansing of a population of fucking 5 million, and the same people argue that there was no fucking Armenian genocide from the Ottomans?
Genocide's got nothing to do with
it. Honestly, you're such fucking fake as fuck.
England does not accept the Armenian genocide.
Now I want to ask you both a question, because I asked this to Chrissy Morris the other night. I want to ask you a question that I asked to Chrissy Morris the other night. Reactionary, how many children died in the Syrian war?
In the Syrian war?
Yes.
What Syrian war?
You wouldn't know.
What Syrian war?
You wouldn't know, because you don't give a fuck about how many children have died. You genuinely don't give a fuck. I'll explain. I'll explain. So, but the reason that he doesn't know how many children have died in the previous war tells me that he genuinely doesn't give a fuck about how many children died during the war. It's only now because the Jews are involved. I see right through you. The second that you came on, you tried making it all about Jews in Israel. We weren't even on Jews in Israel. You are see-through, transparent, and you're anti-Semitic. And that's not my definition of it. It's your definition. You are fucking anti-Semitic.
Well, because he's a Muslim, he's automatically anti-Semitic.
That's your words, not mine.
Oh, so you agree?
I'm anti-Semitic because I'm only against killing.
No, because I said because we was having a complete different conversation before, and you was incessantly trying to make it all about Jews and Israel. Like the amount of shit that came out, like you was instantly quoting like conspiracy theories and that the Jews were involved. So you was desperate to make the conversation about Jews.
So you're saying the Jews are not behind 9/11?
No, the Muslims were.
What?
Muslims were.
You're denying that Larry Silverstein took out an insurance policy specifically for terrorism.
Are you denying that? Are you denying that Muslims flew a plane into the Twin Towers?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're
There's no
fucking
way they did
delusional.
that.
Because you're
There's
delusional.
no way they did that. Yeah.
Delusional. There's not even a point arguing with you on that. The fact that you're so dishonest.
Why don't you accept that Jews have committed terrorism?
Why don't you fact that?
Have you heard of the King David Hotel?
Mate, why do you accept the fact that Palestinians are savage?
Okay, before we go into the Palestinians, have you heard of the King David Hotel?
No. See, you just want to make it all about Jews.
He doesn't answer that.
I want to talk about the Palestinians.
Apparently, Jews can't commit any crimes.
No, I'm not saying they don't, but I want to talk about the actual problem.
So
if you have a look, if it was all about Jews, then you wouldn't get Palestinians and Arabs and Muslims in the government in Palestine, in Israel, should I say? Sorry, you wouldn't get Palestinians who are working in very high positions of power within Israel. The fact that Gazans can't do that, is simply down to their own doing and the fact that they are terrorist people. Savage.
The fact is, Israel is an apartheid state, and even if you work in the government, you don't get to make policy.
It's not an apartheid state. You can't prove that, and there's no evidence.
It is an apartheid state.
No, it's not. Muslims have the exact same rights as Jews in Israel.
It's not true.
Yeah, that is true. What's not true? What right? Okay. We'll put this down to it's simple. So what can an Israeli Jew? 1 minute, reactionary. I'm asking the question. What can an Israeli Jew do that an Israeli Muslim can't?
They decide the policy of the country.
Incorrect. There's Muslims in Parliament. Next.
Yeah, they work in the Parliament, but they don't make the decisions.
Yes, they do. They get voted in by the people. It's a democracy. Next.
It's run on
the
Torah.
No, it's not based on the Torah. No, it's not based on the Torah. No, it's not. They can vote people. It is a democracy. If the government who's been voted in focuses on the Torah and bases policy on the Torah, then that's down to the government. But an atheist government can be voted in because it is a democracy.
You don't know what you're talking about.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. Checkmate. You don't.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Israel is the only true democracy in that land.
It's not a democracy. It's a
democracy.
State.
How is it not a democracy? Does it not have people who vote people in?
Because it's a theological ethno state.
No, you don't have a clue what you're talking about. Like I said, all right. So if they were so anti-Muslim and they weren't a democracy, then why are Muslims in positions of power and in government?
They're not. Muslims are not in position of power.
Yes, they are.
Luke, who killed Jesus?
Oh, shut up! Now you're going way off there. I'm just let me have these 1 minute. I'm checkmating comedy. I'm checkmating comedy. So if it's not a democracy and they controlled everything and they hated the Muslims, why have they got Muslims in power? Checkmate.
They haven't.
No, they have though. Just because you say they haven't doesn't mean that they haven't. You're a liar. You're a deceitful, lying, fat bastard. You just lie off your tongue. You roll off your tongue. No, just no. The fact that you're a Muslim has got nothing to do with that. You're just a liar. You could be Hebrew, you could be fucking Hindu, you could be a fucking Scientologist. You are just a liar, and it comes from your DNA, your bones, and everything that's about you.
You're boring, and you're an egomaniac.
And you've got no argument. All your arguments tonight, Carl.
Subjects as long as you get to talk.
Okay, yeah, and all your arguments tonight have been, yeah, but shut up. No, but you're racist. Yeah, but you're not. No, but shut up. You've got no arguments. You've got no facts. You've not got anything.
Let me ask you a question. Test your intelligence. Let me ask you a question. Einstein said E equals MC squared. What does that mean?
Oh, shut up.
So now you're doing what you said I was doing.
Childish.
And now you're doing what you said I was doing.
Can't argue about Palestine. Who wants to try? Oh, fucking go on, man. Do you not think I see you?
You know what Einstein said about Israel?
I don't care what Einstein said. Who's Einstein when he's got fucking sausages on his head?
A minute ago, you were talking about Elon Musk. Now you don't care about Einstein.
Yeah, true. Good point, Khan.
What's Elon Musk got to do with Einstein?
Who's more intelligent?
Without Einstein, there would be no Elon Musk.
Shut up, you dickhead. Why is he related to him? Checkmate.
You know what Bobby Fischer said about
honestly, they're so desperate to try and get a point. But honestly, there's no point even having these conversations now. And if Scientific was to take itself off mute, I'd love that to have a conversation. But you two are just genuinely dishonest. Like, you're just lying. And I'm not just going to waste my night just arguing with liars who can't have an honest conversation about something and is too emotional to actually take on board facts about something.
All right, Luke.
That's not how it works. I will end. One minute. Now, calm down. I will end on one note, though. I will end on one note. Viva Israel, the Palestinian people, especially the Gazans, are savage people. and nowhere in history it's happened but always good has always been victorious over evil, and it's simply down to that.
Can I just say
2025 is the year that Israel will be victorious, and you pussyballs are going to be weeping in your bed about it. I
I
can't
just want to
wait.
say this is what happens when you mix Irish blood with
Shalom.
Italian blood.
Ciao,
You've got
ciao.
a savage Dumbo. A savage Dumbo.
Ciao, Cod. No, I'm going.
Savage
Wait, 1 minute.
Roman Paddy. Paddy.
Luke, of all the points we raised,
how
many of them do you accept as being correct?
None. I forgot anything that you said
Not
now.
one.
I'll leave you one thing. Knock.
Who's there?
Not me.
Okay, not me.
Yeah, he just likes the sound of his own voice. Have you noticed? He's not capable of even having a conversation.
Oh, because
he's so childish and pathetic. Like,
yeah.
He's just like my least favorite person in creation.
He's got like a northern accent from is it Manchester?
He's from Preston.
Preston. Oh, okay.
And that same speech he gave just now, he's given about 4 times on Israel.
It's the same regurgitated points that you hear online by all.
He's like incapable of being challenged on any point that he makes. Nothing that he says.
Every single point we raised, according to him, is pointless.
Yeah, he just skips over it. He can't be derailed from his repertoire of points. He just reels them off one at a time. He's just really, really autistic. Extremely autistic guy. Yeah.
He's got a fan called Diana B.
Oh, she's a dog as well.
What's a dog?
We just tolerate
That's
her.
a bit
around
strong.
here.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, she's extremely racist, and I can't stand racist because not because they love their own people more than everyone else. It's because there is an element of corruption that comes with racism where they can't really, be just, or they can't really evaluate reality. They're not really in touch with reality. That's why I personally have a gripe with racists. Do you know what I mean? I don't mind people loving their own people more or favoritizing their own people, thinking they're the best. I don't mind things like that. That's not the problem. The problem is that they have this kind of now because they take this stance that they're the best, they have to kind of reverse engineer everything to make sure that they always end up on top. And it's just irritating. Just can't bother to have a conversation with racists. This guy, Luke, is the biggest Islamophobe. He hates Muslims so much. Yeah. He will say, "Oh, I don't hate Muslims, I just hate Islam." Like, he's just one of those. Like, he's that much of an Islamophobe. Really irritating as well. He has no critical thinking or evaluation of anything what he's saying. It's just pathetic. Diana B's there supporting him. There's a few other people that support him. It's really sad, really.
Yeah, I didn't mind interacting with him. Seemed like a nice guy, except for the views. It's difficult to reason with someone.
He's not. He's not. When you say he's a nice guy, what do you mean? I find him an abhorrent individual.
Because I think you and him have some history. He didn't insult me at all. He wasn't rude. He didn't swear. He didn't use foul language. He did a bit of that with you, right? Calling you a player, etc. But I got the impression that you two have history insulting each other. So
not really. It's because I've opposed him more consistently than you have. That the other side of him comes out more. But in reality, if you used to kind of have long enough conversations with him, he would turn against you as well. Because there's that crossover between ADHD and narcissism where you can't tell if the person's ADHD or if they're narcissistic. And it's he sort of walks that line between the two. So if you object to him and you undermine him, he will actually turn really bad. He'll turn on you. But initially he'll start with love bombing you, telling you how great you are and how much of a nice person you are. He was doing to Easy Lazy. Because the first time he met Lazy, he was you seem like an intelligent person. And he starts love bombing you into agreeing with him. But when that doesn't work and you oppose him, then the narcissism comes out and he starts like, "You're a bastard, you're a bitch, I hate you." Like that's just him. There's no way around it. I don't know, like the source of his bipolar behavior, whether it's like I said, whether it's the narcissistic behavior or it's the ADHD, or it could be both.
Whose channels you been going on recently, Khan?
Veli's channel, which is this channel, because they shut down his other channel. These lot reported him, so Veli had to bring back this channel. Jupiter's got me blocked. Dave's got me blocked. Patriotic, whatever his name is. Jedi, I'm still good with. I'm alright with Jedi. Maku and Beefy and them, I'm alright with them as well. Zubida, I'm alright with. There's a Turkish Cypriot.
What channel she got?
She's on TikTok, right? So her charity is called Soul of Palestine. You can research it. You can find her. Or Zubida, I think she's got a channel, like her account called Zubida as well. I think it's Zubida Al Arabi, which is really good because you get some thingies jump on, some Zionists and some like rabbis even. I was having an interesting conversation with a rabbi the other day as well. Yeah.
So you're going on YouTube channels or TikTok?
Both.
All right.
Yeah, I was on with Beefy and Maku today on their TikTok. We're talking about Bantus and that.
Nothing
it was
changed
interesting. It's interesting because for me why that subject's interesting is because when we're looking at the out of Africa theory, we're always talking about the part where Africans left Africa and went and created these initial cultures all around the world. Right. I won't say civilizations because I don't know if any of them got to the level of being civilizations, but some of them obviously did. Right. But anyway, there was also a reverse migration of people from South Siberia all across Europe, but also going through the Middle East back into Africa. Right. So when I found this out, I started researching about a lot of people in Africa claiming to descend from people from outside of Africa. So, for example, in Somalia, you've got people that descend from India. The Kenyans, they say they come from Turks and Arabs. So it's really interesting to me and obviously you got the North Africans that they got the European influence. So we start looking at more and more of how much people influxed back into Africa rather than out of Africa. So then when we look at it, from Beefy's point of view, for example, he's from Zimbabwe. He's from. Yeah. So he's saying that my people are Bantus and I know the other Bantu people. And I'm telling you that the majority of Africans are not Bantu. They are from outside of Africa. And that really, for me, is really interesting because the second leg of this kind of human migration of people that left Africa maybe 100,000 years ago and up to maybe 11,000 or 14,000 years ago, there was a re-influx of people back into Africa. Really interesting to learn all this stuff.
Yeah.
Because the DNA evidence does actually back it up as well. Because now with the DNA evidence, you can kind of put mythologies and history and evidence and archaeology, for example, and back it up with a bit of DNA evidence, and you can get a better picture of what's going on. You don't have to sort of rely on just one science. There's a lot of corroborating evidence, which makes it interesting. Yeah, I really love all that. So I was on with them lot. Then it was like I said with Zubida, with smashing the Zionists. There's a lot of Zionists that are just dickheads. Exactly how Luke is. They come on with their points of view. They can't really be challenged because they don't really have any kind of critical understanding of the material. They'll always try to switch from religion to politics and to this and to that. They can't really make a coherent argument. They try to justify Israel's position from the Bible. Then when that fails, then they start going to DNA, and then they lie a lot as well. Luke was lying when he was saying Palestinians have never been an ethnicity. That's like bullshit. Like Palestinians' ethnicity is an amazing ethnicity because it encompasses Christian, Muslim, Jew, pre-Islamic civilizations, Canaanite belief systems. Like they go way back. Like their culture is like amazing culture. But to say that they're not an ethnicity is crazy because their ethnicity is actually their defining feature. They're not really Arabs. They're not really Muslim. You get me? It's like it's their Palestinianness that makes them indigenous. And like the DNA backs it up as well. There is a Canaanite DNA thing signature that you can say that these people are Canaanites. Canaanites do go back like almost like 30,000 years. Because I'm from Cyprus, right? So Cyprus is quite close to the Levant. Right, so when you like look at, for example, Cypriot DNA, you can understand how it fits in with that whole region. You know, like, and obviously, a lot of us know about Egyptology and the history of Egypt and the sea people, the Hyksos, and all that. Like, all that comes into that whole Canaanite period, right? That was even before Moses and them not even left Egypt to go into the Holy Land and create this so-called state or this thing that they refer to as the original what's it called? I think it was Aaron, the brother of Moses, that set up the kingdom that ran for like 300 years that they keep referring to. But it was 300 years, nothing special. Like, I don't know why they're like making a big deal out of a little kingdom that lasted 300 years. That was like, even someone referred to it today as a glorified town. It's like a town. They call it a kingdom. It's like a glorified town. It's just really like pathetic how they try to draw on this bullshit to justify their position. But like Zionists will do that. You know, like we was having a really interesting conversation with the rabbi about Amalek, and he was saying that who they refer to as Amalek isn't necessarily the descendants of the people who were Amalek at the time. Like they use the term Amalek, how we use the term, for example, Khawarij, or we'll use the term Munafiq. Like it's based on a characteristic. If you fit into the characteristic, then that term can apply to you. So then we said to him, all right, Rabbi, like what is the definition of who Amalek is? And he said, well, Amalek were the people who basically attacked the Jews on their way from, I think he said, from when they left Egypt to their journey to go to Jerusalem. These people just set upon them for no reason. So he said, like, if you're trying to attack us, that automatically makes you Amalek. But especially if you're attacking us for no reason, yeah, like we haven't basically done anything to you and you're attacking us, then you're definitely Amalek. Like he said, that's the criteria for being Amalek. So we said to him, is the criteria like befitting of the Palestinians who basically don't want you to have a state, like the state of Israel? If anyone's against the state of Israel existing, does that make them Amalek? He said, yeah. So we said, okay, so you when you treat someone as if they're Amalek, what does that mean? He said, well, obviously there's certain parameters you can use to basically go above and beyond when you're dealing with these Amalek people. Like he's saying, like you can basically kill their children and all sorts of things like that. So anyone who has a point of view that they can do harm to Israel as a people, he said that they can be categorized as Amalek, and then they're entitled to respond in a certain manner. And we said to him, well, that doesn't fit in with any kind of like United Nations or modern values, right? So would you say that Israel, the country Israel, is doing that? Like, are they going beyond what internationally they can do? And they're like referring back to this Bible criteria. And he said, yeah. He said, well, I am one of the rabbis that advise the government. And he goes, I meet with the officials. They have like Jewish courts, right? So he's explaining about Jewish courts, and he was saying like the smallest court is like 3 people. He said the biggest court is like 70 people, where 70 rabbis get together and make a decision. Saying that there is these kind of like government state endorsed rabbis that basically advise them on how to act according with the scripture. So he's saying he's part of that. It wasn't just some like random rabbi. It was like it was telling us like he does kind of like make these decisions, and he was agreeing that the scriptural understanding of how to deal with Amalek is really what the state of Israel is currently using, rather than international law. And we're saying to him like, don't you think that's wrong though? Like international law is like there for everybody. Like you should be operating within that framework. And he was like, nah. He's going like, we operate within our law. And we're saying to him, yeah, but like your law ain't even God's law, because like your rabbis make the decisions rather than like God. Like it's like your lot's religion is a little bit weird. And we kind of like delved a bit into it about how the rabbis sort of make the religion. Not like it's not like they go by scripture 100%. It's more like the tafsir of the rabbis is sort of like a higher usefulness to them compared to the scripture or the word of God. So they have the word of God, they create the tafsir of it, which is the Tanakh, and basically what the rabbis say is basically more important. So like, but we were sort of like working out like certain things, like we were saying to them, like if you're supposed to, like if your women are supposed to cover your heads, why do you use a wig instead of a cloth, right, to cover your head? And he was saying, yeah, well, you're not really supposed to do that, but it does sort of like it still counts as a head covering. We said to me, yeah, but you're covering your hair with hair. Like you're getting Chinese hair and you're covering your own hair. Like it doesn't make sense. And we're saying to him about the law about they're not allowed to fish on a certain day. I think is it on the Sabbath they're not allowed to do fishing, but they put their nets out. We're saying to him, but if God said to you don't fish on that day and you're putting your nets out, technically you're fishing still. Do you know what I mean? So we're trying to point out to him that wherever there's been a commandment, you've always tried to like work around it. Rather than just accepting what God's telling you, you're always trying to outsmart God, basically. Like, have it both ways. But it was kind of like talking to him about that and like trying to make him understand that from a Muslim point of view, like we have articles of faith that we stand on, and nobody, like no Muslim will go against it. It's like it's set in stone, basically. But they seem to always have this kind of like flexible position where they can kind of like make exceptions to every rule. And it's like they spend their whole lives as rabbis trying to kind of like find these kind of like catch-22s where they can sort of slip through the net. And it's like, rather than do that, they should be like focusing on being righteous and living by God's law, which they don't seem to really have the intention of doing. They always want to find the exception to the law.
Yeah.
So it was quite a good. Like we had a bit of an in-depth conversation with the guy. Like he was a good guy to speak with.
Mm.
Yeah. So you do speak to a lot of.
Is that still
clients.
online then, or is it?
To be honest,
like
there's now
online,
about no. The person who runs the live will have the recording of it, but they won't put it up like where you can go and watch it, because YouTube is like sort of like supposed to really be like a pre-recorded TV type situation, but TikTok's more like a live scenario where you have to kind of like be there to kind of witness it. It's not really recorded, no.
Yeah.
But I think the person who owns the channel does have the rights to the footage. Yeah. But it's an ongoing thing, man.
I was wondering why you could get away with saying you were being so smart in that discussion. Then I realized it's not checkable. I realized that.
Oh, is that what you think I'm doing? I weren't being that smart. Bro. It's nothing to boast about. To be honest, innocent people are being killed on a daily basis. It's not something we can really joke about, really. It's like, it's a bit of an awkward one because a lot of Palestinians actually do jump on. And it's very difficult to kind of like sometimes even to have a conversation. It's like you don't really want to step on their toes because it's their thing, innit? It's their battle that they should fight. We should just be there to support them in terms of like they're our brothers in faith, and we should be there to support them. Not really like take over, like, really the argument. Do you know what I mean? And especially my name on there, like I put my Turkish flag up and everything, and like I do get attacked by like Syrians that are like, "Oh, Turkey's in Syria now," and like I do get attacked a lot, but I just laugh it off. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna take it serious. But yeah, like a lot of Palestinians as well, like switching on me, like, "Oh, Turkey's an ally of Israel. Turkey's the enemy of Palestine." I'm like, yeah, but is there any evidence for that? Really? Like, there isn't. So it does get a bit hairy sometimes. It does get a bit dodgy.
I read, well, I mean, obviously, I've not seen personally evidence, but from what I've read, they're supplying water, gas, all sorts of supplies to Israel, as well as
No.
ammunition.
Turkey doesn't produce gas. It's Azerbaijan pipeline that goes through Turkey to go to Israel. So Azerbaijan has a different relationship with Turkey, but you can't expect Turkey to bomb Azerbaijan's pipeline.
They're also supplying water, like drinking water from a lake.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. No, it's not true.
Huge lake reservoirs providing water to Israel.
What lake?
I don't know. Somewhere in Turkey it provides drinking water to Israel.
No, there's no such thing.
Okay.
No such thing. There is, like, you got to remember, there's a lot of people, right, that are really upset about Muslims
This
having
was
a
about
country.
5 or 6 years ago. I read, yeah.
To be honest, the government has cut, like, I think $95 million worth of trade to Israel. And I don't think they can actually do any more than that. They can't control, for example, private companies that want to do business with Israel. They can't really stop them from doing that. So recently, I think the Yemenis did bomb or attack a Turkish tanker that was just registered as a Turkish company. But like people are like, "Oh, this just proves that Turkey are two-faced." But really, it doesn't, because it was just a private company that happened to be a Turkish company that had a contract with Israel. There's nothing really you could do about that as a government. Like, they can't really stop private businesses. But their own businesses, yeah, they can. So I think it was 95 million last time I checked it. So that's a lot of thing. But you got to remember now, Turkey and Israel, they're literally neighboring each other, because if Turkey's gonna, control what happens in Syria, they're gonna have to be responsible for like getting the Golan Heights back from Israel. So they're gonna have to have some sort of a relationship with them. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what the Turkish intention is, whether it's like an aggressive one or not. But only time will tell. Like, obviously, Turks will try to be diplomatic, but how far are they willing to take it? Like, when push comes to shove, will they militarily back the Syrians in taking back the Golan Heights? We'll find out. Like, nothing's set in stone. No, and I find it a bit like ironic that the Palestinians sort of criticize the Turks, because if Turkey said, "Okay, we're going to come through, fight Israel and take Palestine and set up an ummah there," the Palestinians would be the first ones to be like, "No, we don't want Turkey taking over Palestine. No, you're bringing back the Ottoman times. We don't want that." You've got to remember, the Palestinian struggle is like a struggle for nationhood. It's a nationalistic struggle. Like, do you know what I mean? People don't realize that. It's like they don't want the Turks in their business. Even in Syria, like, the Turks are kind of like only getting involved so they can deal with the Kurdish matter. Apart from that, they're going to let the Syrians run their own shit and maintain the structural integrity of Syria as a country. That's all they can do, because really that suits them. That suits Turkey, because then the Kurds can't have their separate piece of Syria and break it off. Which is really what Israel wants, right? Israel wants everyone to break a piece of Syria off. So then the Kurds can have their little piece. They can be a proxy of Israel. Israel can take the Golan Heights, which it has done, and a little bit more. They want to break up Syria, but Turkey doesn't. Yeah. So really, they're not really on the same side in that respect.
Yeah, the only type of Arab rulership they would be happy with is if it becomes just like another Jordan.
What becomes another Jordan?
Syria, meaning no threat whatsoever. Yeah, bro.
I always knew that this was going to happen after COVID, because you know what the fact is, every country has basically been funding terrorism in its neighbors. So Iran's been funding terrorism. Turkey's had its terrorists, these little proxies. Everyone's got their little proxies in everyone else's country, creating problems for everyone else. And I think they must have all sat down and thought, you know what, like we got to kind of like clean up this whole situation where we're going to now turn a blind eye to everybody getting rid of its terrorists. So the Chinese can get rid of the Uyghurs, the Turks can get rid of the Kurds, the Israelis can get rid of Hamas, and like everybody's going to turn a blind eye to and like basically abandon their proxies. And I think that's what's happening now. And the reason for it is it's a financial problem. You see what I mean? So when you look at countries like Russia withdrawing, people are like, oh, why is Russia withdrawing? Are they weak? No, it's just like the whole after the post-COVID world is a different world.
Yeah. Oh, is that why so?
How goes it, boss?
Why so religious? What's happening?
How you doing, reactionary?
Yeah, good, thanks. And you?
I'm well, thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
Why so? They changed your meds. You seem a bit different. Why so?
He's a born again Muslim.
He's different, isn't it? He's acting well different. No, he didn't even take the bait when I baited him.
He's gone.
Is he? Oh, maybe he didn't hear me. I think he just jumped on to say hello to Reactionary. Reactionary, what's this about you've been given a secret scriptural, was it scripture lessons to Jupiter? She's like, yeah, me and Reactionary, we have conversations, you know, he's been teaching me about things.
Secrets? No, I don't think we had anything secret going on.
No?
We've had a few conversations. Yeah, no. I enjoy talking to her, actually. It's quite.
She pretends like she's interested. That's what it is.
Maybe.
She's like listening. Any information she can use against Islam, she's like prepared to take it. She's like reactionary. Even Reactionary said, and he's very like. Did you see when you came on straight away? She tried to like label you as being a very what's the word she used?
Calm.
No. Extreme.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, what did you say? Sorry, I had a phone call.
Oh, sorry. I was saying, have they changed your medication because you seem a little bit calmer than usual?
No, dude, I'm still who I am. In fact, let's get going on this. Reactionary. I was wondering, do you think that Allah is punishing the Palestinians for like begging kuffar nations for like aid and money and help and medicine when instead of like turning to Allah, who is the provider of all these things?
I'd say I agree with half of what you're saying. Yeah, I agree. I would say I agree that Allah is punishing the Muslims, and there's no one to blame but Muslims for this situation. It's their
That's
own
an
fault.
extremely Salafist ideology, I would say.
Well,
I would say the Sufis, the Sufis will not agree with that.
I would say they're rather Islamic, but
there's no Sufis
even
currently.
non-Muslims would have the same view, right? For example, if you speak to high-end athletes or top performers, they'll say you are responsible for your own destiny, right? Don't blame others for what you're going through. Blame yourself. So it's the
Obviously,
same
but I'm
concept.
saying the extreme Salafist point of view, because Salafists don't believe that Allah even gets involved in the creation. They believe that He's outside of the creation. So then,
No,
obviously,
wait, what?
That's not a Salafi position.
That's not Salafi
yes,
at all. No,
of course
it's
it
not.
is. It
No,
is.
Allah. No, so everything is Allah is the one, you can just read the Quran. He's the one who provides. He provides for the believers and the disbelievers. But he's the one, right, that you're supposed to turn to. And the fact is, he uses in the Quran proof is that, like, how he'll bestow something on somebody, and then they'll turn around and they won't give thanks to Allah. They'll give thanks to themselves or to other individuals instead of Allah. He mentions this.
There's the hadith that says, trust in Allah, but also tie your camel to the post.
Okay.
Right? So that means that if Allah's giving you a brain, use it. Don't just rely on faith, blind faith, and leave your camel to roll around and say, come out and go, who nicked my camel?
The Salafi position would be that Allah's will runs everything in the universe.
Yeah.
So Allah is willing that the Palestinians suffer the way that they are suffering. And I'm wondering if it's because they historically have been begging Kafir nations, Kafirs, for food, medicine, water, for their own statehood, instead of stepping up and just, doing it themselves. They're begging the UN. They're trying to use like Kafir words, like, they're imitating them by trying to apply their laws, their human-made laws. So yeah, I would say that, the position that I'm asking is probably correct Islamically, that Allah is punishing them for various reasons, like he's punishing, you could say, the Ummah pretty much across the world.
Scientific, thing, reactionary.
It's a fair view, to be honest, and it's not just the Palestinians who are being punished; it's the rest of the Muslim world who's in a worse situation. That they're standing by and watching that happen. So, yeah, the only reason, how can a tiny minority of a world population such as the Jews, they're really small in number compared to Muslims, yet they're so dominant over them? It's just a complete humiliation. Yeah, it's terrible.
I think the fact that America's supporting Israel is the deciding factor here.
America and Israel are bigger than Allah's will, I guess, right?
Well, yeah.
Because
at the moment,
if Allah willed it, He could.
It is Allah's will. Yeah.
If Allah willed it, He could blow up every plane in mid-flight, make the bombs just spontaneously.
But why so? What would be the point of Allah creating a universe where He has to personally get involved and get the job done?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but can I say?
I'm saying if Allah knows everything from the beginning of creation, then He could set things in motion from then.
Nothing happens without Allah willing it. What are you talking about?
That's what I mean. But you're saying He has to intervene.
Guys, can you imagine? Yeah, that could it just be that same way it could be that they're being punished for whatever reason? Could it just not be that they're worshiping the wrong God and that's why they're being punished? Isn't that just as likely?
Yeah, they're worshiping the God of the dunya. They're worshiping the desires. I'm not trying to say Palestinians, because it could also be a form of reward, not just punishment. You get tested. There's two types of tests. One test is you get tested as a punishment for sins you've committed, but there's also tests you go through to see how patient you will be and for your rank to be raised in paradise. So it's not just...
So basically no one ever knows who's being tested and who's being punished and who's being rewarded. No one ever knows.
You will have an idea. Like, if you've committed sins and then you go through punishment, then you know it's because of what you've done.
Yeah, but you only know about yourself. You don't know about other people committing sins.
Yeah, no, that's right. But the prophets, for example, they were the most righteous of people, those who are close.
Yeah, but you don't even know that. As far as you could tell, they could well be cheaters and liars.
The prophets were the most severely tested as well.
But you don't know that. As far as you're concerned, everyone's tested, and everyone's tested, and everyone's rewarded.
Let me just show how Khan doesn't know what he's talking about. Because even in the Quran, Allah says He sent birds with rocks to kill elephants, right? Allah has intervened. Allah does intervene. He sent food through the paradise, through the temple ceiling into Mary so that she didn't have to leave the temple. So he does intervene. So it's like when you said, "Oh, create the whole universe," and he knows everything, and he has to intervene. Yeah, dude, he does it. He did it constantly. So, and you couldn't even say that he's not intervening right now, because it could be it's his will that these bombs are landing where they're landing and killing who they're killing.
I'll take your point. I do.
It would seem that Allah doesn't really like the Muslims' projection that they're on right now, the Ummah across
Well,
the
it's
world.
like Reactionary said,
Yeah.
we don't know if it's a punishment or not.
Well, it's
Okay,
obviously
when we look at what's happening, you can easily make the case it's by the will of Allah, right? 100% you can. But like Reactionary said, what is the end result of that going to be? We don't know yet. So we can't then say if it's a punishment or if it's a road to some sort of future benefit.
He said there's two different types of punishments. What he's relating to, this might be deeper theology than what you're getting at, because you didn't even think that Allah intervenes. But so this is probably deeper theology than you understand right off the cusp. So the concept here is when he's saying that it could be better for them, he's talking about the paradise reward of dying as possibly a martyr, and then
Yeah,
dying and
I
going to
agree.
paradise and being a green bird that flies around paradise.
I
But
agree.
what he's saying is, but we're talking, that's not really the punishment, right? You can't say that if you die as a martyr and you get eternal life and you get to live in paradise as a bird, that is that's a hardship, right? You just died, you got bombed, it's over, and then you're a bird in paradise.
But the
What's being brought
survivors,
no but
the
what's
rest of
being
your
brought
nation,
yeah, the what's being brought up here is that Allah is punishing the Muslims because more and more the Muslims are imitating the kuffar. They're not enforcing Sharia across the world. They don't have a caliph anymore. They're not doing the successor, which is supposed to be implementing the perfect Medina civilization. Muslims are going on to onto the internet making memes as if they're Christians or atheists. They're not properly teaching the deen. They're purposely trying to misguide people. So Allah is punishing them for their actions of trying to imitate the kuffar and begging the kuffar for everything that they want, right? Like they want food, they want water, they want medicine, they won't trade with the kuffar. They want the World Cup inside of Saudi Arabia now. They want all of this stuff that is not necessarily Islamic. So Allah is punishing them the way that He does, which is He punishes them in the worldly life of either physical means, starvation, dehydration, disease. All of these things are inside of Islam as a way that Allah punishes people.
It's true.
Definitely.
I'm really impressed with the why so,
But how can you turn that negative into a positive is by embracing the will of Allah and looking at it as a
You see,
lesson.
that's
Wait,
the
let me
ignorance.
wait,
That's the ignorance.
let me land. I'm saying if we're looking at everything that you said and take everything that you said as gospel up until this point, we can see that the only way out of it is for them to give up the dunya, embrace Islam, and then let the people who are currently dying, like you said, die and go to heaven or wherever they're going to go. And the remaining people will basically look at the people that died and say, we need to be like them. We need to embrace the death that Allah has put in front of us and run to that death victorious, knowing that Allah's going to accept us into His bosom.
No, you don't understand. It's
No, you don't understand because you're not a Muslim.
dude, I just explained Islam and the whole thing better than you even understood. So
I agree, but the thing is, what makes me a Muslim is that when you explained it, I realized that you were right, and I immediately said, "Yes, you are right." But you're not doing that. That's why you're not Muslim.
But then you said the wrong course of action. The correct
No.
course of action, course of action would be to reestablish the caliphate,
Which is to give up the dunya.
To reproduce Medina in the perfect
Yeah.
society. It would be to stop begging the
the perfect society. But that's simultaneous with what you're saying. Giving up the dunya, giving up the kuffar ways, and turning to Islam is the same thing as what you're saying.
Not what you said. That's not what you were
Yeah,
saying.
that is what I said. That is what I said. That is what I said. I said embrace the fate that Allah's put in front of you and run to it.
No, that's
knowing
not
that Allah's going to take you into His bosom. That means that basically, if you forfeit if you give up, listen, if you give up even the intention to stay alive, at that point, you don't care about MTV, borrowing money from the West, and all these things that you've laid out, that this is the mistakes that they're making. As soon as you embrace the fact that you're going to die and you want to die as a Muslim, which is what the Palestinians are doing, they immediately go from being punished to being saved. Do you get that?
That's not the concept here, dude. So if Allah is punishing you, then that and we could establish that you're being punished because the Ummah's being punished because that they're begging Kafir nations, they're trying to imitate the Kafirs. Then it's the complete opposite of what you're supposed to do for Allah to favor you.
Right.
So it's not how you try to present it. You try
it is because I'm saying to you, the moment you accept that,
it doesn't matter.
Listen, what I'm saying to you, everything you said was correct. I'm saying from a Muslim point of view, the moment you accept what Allah's put in front of you, in other words, you give up your will in favor of His will, you submit to His will. At that point, there's no more punishment.
No, that's not how it. That's not how, dude.
Reactionary. Explain it to him, bro. No, he's not listening to me because he thinks I'm a prick. Reactionary, tell him.
No, I'm just telling you. Like I said earlier, the Quran says that.
How can it be a punishment to die in the way that Allah wanted you to die? It's not a punishment, is it? If you embrace it and you accept it, and you run to your death, your certain death, you give up the whole dunya for the will of Allah. There is no punishment after that.
I don't think. I think you're lost in the weeds, dude. But whatever, y'all can tackle them.
Reactionary, any comment to make?
I'm not sure you're saying different things. To me, it sounds
exactly. We're not exactly. That's my point. We're not saying different things,
dude.
Exactly. I'm agreeing with him, but he can't even see that I'm agreeing with him.
No, all these Muslims know that. Or believe. Every Palestinian who got a bomb dropped on them, chances are they're a martyr. We'll say they're a martyr if nothing else. May Allah be pleased with them. We'll see whatever it is. It's up to Allah. Allah knows best. But what I'm talking about, right, is that to try to change Allah's will to favor the Ummah, you're not addressing that. You're just saying,
because you're thinking that trying to change Allah's will is what a Muslim should do. But I'm saying submitting to His will is what a Muslim should do.
Yes, everybody knows that. Everybody knows. But what is His will? Muslims are not submitting to His real will. His will is for there to be a caliph, for the society of Muhammad and Medina to grow again, for you to not imitate the Kafirs, for you to not beg Kafir nations for water, medicine, technology, food. He wants you to turn to Him to ask for provisions that you may thrive through the Ummah. But you're not addressing that. All you did was
I'm agreeing with you. But what I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. You're putting the cart before the horse. You're saying that a person who is a worldly person, and they've demonstrated that by wanting things that the kuffar want or Christians want, right? That person has now become a worldly person. You're saying that if that person turns his back on the dunya, well, I'm saying that. I'm saying that the person that you're talking about, for that person or for that nation to turn around and become the opposite, like what you're saying is they need to become, right? They have to forfeit the dunya. They have to give up even their struggle to stay alive. They have to run to their deaths willingly. Then people that do that can then establish a caliph and an Islamic state. But the people that are alive today, the ones who, like you said, beg from the kuffar and beg from the West, then people will not be able to establish a caliph or a ummah. And that's the position we're at. So
Yeah,
Allah
you're
provides.
begging,
Allah, yeah.
the Ummah is begging the Kafirs for some type of realization of what a statehood is. They're begging them for their sports events. They're begging them for their technology. They're begging them for food. So, but when you say, oh, they have to be able to run to their deaths for Allah, that's like nothing, dude. Like the real
That's nothing.
the real yes, it's nothing. The real
Why are you
faith
saying
of
it's
it,
nothing?
because the first Muslims, like the first Sahaba, right? What
Hmm.
did they do? They
Exactly what
they
I said. They weren't of the
they
dunya.
no, they immigrated, right? And then they got stronger. And then they came back when they were able to, and then they conquered. Not this concept of just like, oh, we go run to our deaths and hope that that causes some type of change. No, if you like, I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that really knows Islamic history, but what was the first hijrah? The first hijrah was that they had to flee. They did ask help among Christians, but also that Christian allegedly said that when the Quran was read to him, that he agreed with the Quran, which actually went against the Bible. So some could say that that would be a form of Islam, but he never renounced. But in general, what I'm saying is they made pacts, they built up, they also battled, and then they conquered. It wasn't this concept that you're saying that Muslims just ran out willingly, like, oh, I accept Allah's death of myself. Like, no, that's not how it is, man. That's not
I would
how
say
Islam was founded.
that's exactly how it is.
Well,
And
then,
those people
and I just
that
had
could
to teach you. I just
forego.
had to teach you Islam just a few moments ago. So we'll
Yeah, but
see
this
who's
is what I'm
right.
trying to say to you. There's something called a fitra, which means that there is an inclination towards Islam, and that means that no matter how much you study Islam or how knowledgeable you are, if you don't have that within you, you'll never be able to fully interpret or conclude any point based on the knowledge that you have. You'll always be misguided, and that's because Allah doesn't want you to be guided. Allah will allow you to accumulate knowledge, but will never give you that position of being a person who can share that knowledge in a constructive manner, which you never have been able to do.
So, Allah chooses and He makes the choice. So, don't if Allah Allah the Quran long ago when He guided me to say birds to drop on the fence. Once again, dude, your ignorance of Islam compared with my knowledge, and think that you saying, "Oh, I, Khan, am a believer, therefore Allah is guiding me specifically, and He can never guide you." So you don't know that Islam doesn't even like you. I would love to see some actual scholars from Ibn Taymiyyah, Rajab, or Kathir, Taj. Love to see their explanations that a disbeliever cannot be guided, because the fact is Allah had to guide them towards Islam. He had to guide them to the acceptance that He is true. So it seems like, once again, your theological concept of Islam you need to do some studying, my guy.
Yeah, you're right. I do need to do some studying.
Why? So have you been going on the Dawah channels recently? Or?
I went on to Dawah over Dunya like maybe 3 weeks ago, and because he just, dude, that dude lies, dude. Like, he cites Islam Q&A constantly. So I was like, so Islam Q&A says that the moon emits its own light. Ibn Taymiyyah says that the moon emits its own light. Al-Tabri says the moon emits its own light. I was like, all right, so pull it up, man. I sent the website to him, and I swear to you, he read a part that says the moon is illumination without heat. He read it, and he was like, you see, that doesn't mean that the moon emits its own light. So I don't know. I've just kind of given up on most of those guys, man. They just lie, refuse to say what Islam really teaches.
What about the Muslim Lantern? You spoke to him? I'm sure I saw you on Muslim Lantern.
I don't think I've been on there. I think I've seen him. I don't think
okay.
I've spoken to him. I haven't. But yeah, I don't think I've been on his channel. But I've watched him a little bit. He like went to Medina to study, right?
I had no idea. No,
Or maybe that.
absolutely no idea.
Oh, okay. I can't recall. Maybe I'm wrong. But no, man. I've gone, like, if any Muslim wants to do 101, let's do it. But that's the reason they all have to do panels, man. And they don't want to go on anybody like Hamza. He went on to he got upset and went on to God Logic's channel, and then he even had to call his homie John whatever. What's that guy's name?
Fontaine?
John? Huh?
Fontaine. John Fontaine.
Yeah. He even had to call his homie, and then John Fontaine corrected Hamza that what God Logic said was true, and then it's just, I don't know. These guys, man, they're weak, dude. But whatever. They're all imitators too, man. Like coming out with memes. Like Daniel Hakichachu, that guy likes to do memes. He likes to, like, who invented the meme? It was the Kafirs, dude. It wasn't, Muslims. You know what I'm saying?
He's
Like,
right. He's right about that.
And then you got Muslim Cowboy. And I saw you question him that day about him imitating the kuffar, and he didn't like it at all.
Yeah, true.
I thought it was funny, dude. You called him out on it.
And they just try to shut you down, and mute you and kick you off. They can't handle it.
It's kind of like today, or the past couple of days, like Jordan M. Oh my gosh, dude. Have you seen some of the videos he's put out?
No, what was going on with Jordan?
So, dude, he put out, he really thinks that he's like intelligent, dude. It's hilarious. So today he put out an Abu Dawood hadith that says, beware, do not be cruel. And in the English translation, it says, to non-Muslims. For the Prophet said, whoever takes from them, I will not speak for them on the day of paradise, or the day of resurrection, essentially. The word there is mohad. You know what that word means?
What?
Like M-A.
Mu'ahid.
Mu'ahid.
Yeah, so somebody who you have a treaty with, basically.
Yeah, correct. But the translation just says non-Muslim. It's purposely disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference between that person, a dhimmi, and what's that called? A mustan? A mushan? It's another version of a person. You got the person who's the treaty. You got the dhimmi who lives in the land.
Muhammad.
I can't remember it off the top of my head. It's another one. But the concept, like, just by the translation, when it says, beware, don't be cruel to non-Muslims, it's like, oh, that's any non-Muslim anywhere under any certain... No, dude. That's a very specific word, and it has a very specific meaning. And it's just purposely disingenuous to post that and think that, oh, yeah, this is true Islam. Just like how here's one that I came up with Veli the other day. Jordan M has gone around saying this thing that Muslims have to follow the law of the land, and he claimed to get married. He's not married under the legal sense of England. But here's so here's the thing. Here's proof that Muslims don't have to follow the law of the land. If they change the law and the law says you're not allowed to own a Quran, are Muslims going to follow that? If the law says you're not allowed to recite the Quran, are Muslims going to follow that? You're
No,
not
they'll be
allowed
forced
to
to
pray.
leave though.
You're telling me Muslims would leave a country? That's
But
all
they
it
will be
takes
forced to leave.
Wait. Is that all it takes for for countries to get Muslims to leave?
Why are you looking for a way to get rid of Muslims?
No, I'm just wondering because
Well, yeah, like
you actually believe that Muslims would leave the country instead of just
yeah.
break that law.
Well, the only reason Muslims find it permissible to live in England,
I asked you a question.
because wait. I'm answering your question, bro. I don't see why you can't see that.
Do you believe?
Yeah.
No, they wouldn't necessarily leave because if you look at France as an example, where they banned the hijab,
there we go.
People, not everybody is left, have they? They're still there.
No, but I'm saying that you have the option of leaving, or you can live in a scenario that basically puts you at odds with Allah and pray for His mercy.
So look, the point is, those are kafir laws. Muslims are not obliged to follow kafir laws according to Islam.
Really?
So the concept
I wouldn't agree. I
bringing
don't
up,
agree with that.
So if there's a law that says that you're no longer allowed to produce, sell, buy, and or eat halal food, you're claiming all the Muslims in UK are going to leave the country, or they're going to break the law?
They become vegetarian.
Oh my gosh! You see, this is how
There
disingenuous
hasn't always
Muslims are.
thing. One sec. There hasn't always been halal.
Do you think? Would you say that
You're
Muslims
being
are
really
gonna,
stubborn.
the Muslims are going to leave, or that the Muslims are going to break the law?
Like he said, some will leave and some won't. But the fact is, there hasn't always been halal food in England, and there were still Muslims here. So I don't know what you mean.
No. Look,
yeah, but it wasn't banned. So. YSO's point is, if something is banned, would you obey the law that conflicts with your law?
I personally am of the opinion that Muslims shouldn't be living in non-Muslim countries to start with. But if you're going to visit a non-Muslim country, it has to be a non-Muslim country that basically enables you. Excuse me, let me finish my point quickly. It has to enable you to fulfill your obligation to your religion while you're in that country. So if it's a country that has banned, for example, the hijab, then you shouldn't even go there to visit. That's my personal belief.
That's not the concept, Khan. We're talking about living in the country.
Yeah, you shouldn't be living in non-Muslim countries, and you shouldn't be allowing the Westerners to come into your country and stop you living according to Islam either.
Okay, so you live in a country that doesn't. Okay, I got you. So we can really just discount everything you just said because you.
No, I'm saying simultaneously, you shouldn't be living in a non-Muslim country, and simultaneously, you should not be allowing non-Muslims to come and turn your Muslim country into a democratic state where you can't live there either. Because then you're in a position where there's no difference between living in Turkey and living in London.
So the fact is, right, that they don't, like, if you look it up, dude, you are not supposed, that's the reason y'all develop Sharia courts inside, and you don't support Muslims going to the magistrate and getting married. So that whenever the husband wants to divorce the wife, she doesn't have the right to go to court and get a divorce, and she doesn't have the right to seek the custody of the kids, because that belongs with the man inside of Islam. So if Muslims really did have to follow the law of the land, right, then they wouldn't have invented Sharia courts. They would have just gone to real courts. It's just, like, what you're saying is illogical.
No, the Muslim court doesn't impose itself over the English court.
Yes, dude, we have documentaries. We have documentaries of women who are Muslim, who thought that they were legally married, and then whenever they wanted to divorce their husband or had marital issues, they went to a Sharia court, a tribunal of men, of Muslim scholars, and they told them of what to do. I'm just using basic logic here, dude. If Muslims had to follow the law of the land, then they would go to a real court and not to a Sharia court. A Sharia court is not the law of the land. That is a Islamic law court.
You can't expect the British
Do you
courts.
understand? Simon,
No, your
Michael,
premise
do
is
you
wrong.
understand
Your
this
premise
logic?
is wrong. You
How is
can't
my
expect
premise
a
wrong?
British court to understand Islamic law intricacies and preside over the
They shouldn't be
population.
they shouldn't be doing Islamic law because they're supposed to follow the law of the country, right? So they shouldn't even be practicing and telling Islamic law
Look,
and
look, look,
enforcing
look.
it on
In
people.
in England, we got
Do you
English, we
understand?
got common law, and we got civil law. We got Jewish law courts, we got Muslim law courts, and we even got Hindu and Sikh
No,
law
none of
courts,
that.
right? Now,
That's not
these law
no,
courts are
that's not
there to
that's not the argument.
advise.
Once again, that's not the argument. The argument is if you believe that Islam teaches to follow the law of the land, then they would not have their own Sharia courts inside of the law of the land. Because the
But
law of the land, they would, you know what? If they
bro,
did,
listen to what I'm saying to you.
it would just be this. Oh, yeah, go
Why
to the
can't
real
you
court.
observe both? Why can't you
Go
observe both
to
at the
the
same
real
time?
court.
Why can't you observe both at the same
No,
time?
because, dude,
Where's the
because it's
contradiction?
illogical.
Where's
You
the
understand?
contradiction between English law and Islamic law?
Okay. Where's the contradiction between them? Okay, here's one. That you're allowed to, that Sharia law is that you're allowed to kill homosexuals. That's not inside of
What? What? No,
yeah,
that's not true.
Sharia law
That's
you're
not
allowed to
true.
kill. Yes.
No way. No way.
Reactionary. Are you listening to this?
All right, reactionary,
Yes,
speak
Sharia
then.
law, you're allowed to Sharia
Let him
law,
speak.
you're
Let him
allowed to
speak. I'm not going to
execute
interrupt.
homosexuals. Throw them off of a high building if you want to. That's not inside of. Why do you think that 50+% of Muslims in the UK at least want homosexuality to be against the law and punishable by prison time at the least? This guy claims to be a Muslim and just said that Sharia doesn't support executing homosexuals. Can y'all believe this? Can y'all believe this? Okay. England's law does not support that if you are a different religion than the Church of England, then you have to pay a jizya, a head tax that is separate than the people who pay the Church of England's tax. That's a contradiction right there too, because they're not the same.
There is no such law.
Yes, that's the point. That's the contradiction. That's the difference between a Sharia law,
Now,
like
listen to what I'm saying to you. Listen to what
a
I'm saying to you.
Sharia court,
If I'm
and
living in England, right, and there's the English law, and then there's the Muslim law court there on the side, yeah, at a lower level to the English court. And I'm living my life according to the English court, and there's nothing in that law that basically contradicts my religion. I can live in England quite freely. Now, when I need a specific judgment based on a marriage or some sort of
I'll give you a marriage. I'll give you a
something,
marriage. Very
yeah,
simple.
all
Very
right.
simple.
So then I might
Sharia.
need to go to a Sharia court to give a verdict over my,
So
let's say, for
firstly,
example, my inheritance that I'm going to give out.
Listen. If you're
Can't I use
married
both courts?
if you're married in England, you go to the magistrate to get married,
Yeah.
and then you
Okay.
go to the England court system. But what's happening is that they're telling Muslims, don't do that. Jordan M is a perfect example. Is just married through the ceremony of Islam, and then you go to a Sharia court. And the reason is,
but how does that contradict English law?
Let me firstly, because they're not married. So
But
secondly,
you'd be common law. You'd be married by common law.
No, there is no such thing as common law marriage.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Dude,
Dude.
dude.
Listen to me. Listen to me. If I marry your sister, listen. If I listen. You don't know about English law. Let me tell you something. If I'm married, bro, listen. If I married, listen.
Last April.
You would still be married common law.
No, listen.
You would.
No, listen. We covered this last April. Okay.
But we never covered common law.
Yes, we did. We covered it, dude. It doesn't exist inside of common law. Marriage does not exist inside of England. It doesn't. Look it up. Come back next time.
Bro,
With your
I live
evidence.
in England. Listen to what I'm saying to you.
Dude, that doesn't matter.
Listen. Can I just say one point? Can I just say one point?
That's a
If
fallacy.
I listen, if I married your sister tomorrow, right, and she had a kid from before, and I lived with your sister for 5 years and basically brought up listen, if I brought up her son as my own son, right, and then I divorced her, or she kicked me out, let's say, because we're not legally married, right, it's just common law, living together as a family, I would still be able to go to court and get visitation rights for that child.
Listen,
because technically I would have been married to her common law.
No, there's no common law marriage. You go find it and bring it back. Stop changing the subject. Stop. Okay, Khan, we'll disagree to disagree. You go fucking find it and bring it here tomorrow for me, because there's no such fucking thing. But back to on topic, right? Islam does not allow custody to women for children. Okay? They don't allow it.
I agree.
That's a separation. They are telling men to just do the ceremony.
No, I'm asking you for a contradiction.
That is a contradiction, because the law.
No, you're saying it's a separation.
No. It's a contradiction, because the law inside of England is that the women can have rights to custody of children, as opposed to Islam, which doesn't allow it.
You're not getting the concept here. The British law is the superior. Listen, stop calling names, because you're not going to get us anywhere. You're wasting time. The fact is, if British law is higher than Muslim law, right, and Muslim law cannot contradict the higher law, and I live according to the higher law, and there's nothing in that higher law that contradicts the lower law or the Muslim law, that means I can live according to both of them simultaneously. Now, if you're showing me that people are using that, if people are using that as a way to escape certain responsibilities, that's on them. But me as a Muslim, I can live according to both of the laws, because they don't contradict each other. You're not showing me any contradictions.
Dude, I am showing you a contradiction.
Go on, name one.
So look, these courts are ran by imams. They're ran by sheikhs, by scholars.
Agreed.
They're the ones teaching their ummah. They're teaching their ummah that, oh, you have a wife and you have a husband, you have kids. Or you want to get married. Don't get married through the magistrate. And the reason is because if there's ever a divorce, the woman can incite the divorce and not the man. We don't accept that in Islam, so don't do that. Do a ceremony. Years later, right, they have kids, the woman wants a divorce. She goes to the tribunal, they say, has your husband said talaq, talaq, talaq? She says no. Well, then you're still married to him. She comes to the court. She comes to the Sharia court. My husband said talaq, talaq, talaq. I want the kids. You can't have custody of the kids. Islam says that it goes to the man. Oh, but what if I went and got married to the magistrate through the UK? Oh, well, firstly, that's un-Islamic, because we don't accept that. Secondly, they would have given you the availability to divorce your husband instead of waiting for him to do talaq, talaq, talaq. Thirdly, she would have had possible custodial rights. Not saying it's guaranteed that she would have got custodial rights, but she at least has the possibility to get custodial rights. These are all three contradictory views.
Wait. Let's clear this up. Are you suggesting that if a woman chooses to marry her husband in an Islamic law court in London, rather than the civil ceremony where the government's involved, she forgoes her right to take the children when they separate? Is that what you're saying?
Say it again, man. It's like you don't
understand. I'm saying if the woman and the man get married according to Islamic law in London, right, and then they separate without, like you're saying, the Jordan M style marriage, without going through the government system, and they stay off the books, right, and they only do it according to Islam, Does that mean when they separate that the woman has now foregone her rights to keep her children?
She has no custody rights.
That's crazy. What, in England you're telling me this is true?
Yes, that's the reason.
You're completely wrong. You're completely wrong.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not,
you are.
dude.
Yeah, you are.
Dude,
yeah, you are. I live in England.
Dude, that's a fallacy, dude. Saying that just because you live in a place, then you know something better than someone else is a fallacy. That's like saying that somebody couldn't be in America.
Based on the evidence that we have available right now, this is the only evidence that I can put on the table is the fact that I live in England. Now,
That's
compared
not
to your evidence, which is just your opinion, I would say my evidence trumps your opinion.
No. That firstly,
Yeah, it does.
living in
Given
a
the current
place,
situation, yes, it does.
Dude, no. Living in a certain place is not evidence. You understand that? There's people who live.
It's more evidence than the evidence that you're bringing.
No, if it's not evidence, then it can't be more evidence. Do you understand?
Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
No, it can't.
Yes, it can.
Listen, Con.
My personal life experience is evidence.
No, Con. Here's. I'll just like earlier, you tried to say that because you're a Muslim, you understand better than me, but yet I taught you Islam.
No, I said I've got a better fitra than you.
Same thing.
I said you have understanding that based on knowledge.
Con, why don't you just get off here and search on YouTube?
Bro, listen to what I'm saying to you. Whether you're married to a woman in an Islamic law court or you're not married to her at all, if you have children with a woman in England, yeah, she is the main parent. You cannot take those children away from her unless she's an alcoholic.
Dude, you asked what would be the contradictions of going
you
to
haven't
a
mentioned
Sharia
one.
Court. Yes, I did. A Sharia court would not allow a woman to have custody of kids.
That's not true because the Islamic court doesn't have jurisdiction over that in England.
Dude, you're asking. I guess this guy's just a fucking retard.
Am I speaking French? Do you not understand what I'm saying to you? The Islamic law courts do not have jurisdiction over the children in any legal situation whatsoever.
Dude, nobody's making that claim.
Yes, you are. You're saying that the Islamic law court is going to tell the woman that the children have to stay with the father if you divorce this man. No, they have no jurisdiction to do that.
Dude, the Islamic court is going to tell them that under the Sharia, they're going to be.
Yeah, but you're not living in a Sharia state, so they have no jurisdiction.
Dude, shut up, dude. They're gonna.
Bro, you're talking bollocks, man.
Dude, they're gonna tell them. We have evidence of them doing this, dude. BBC has covered it in I can think of two documentaries of women who have told that firstly, they were talked into never going to the magistrate from the Sharia courts, telling them that this not accepted in Islam, that they had to do the ceremony Islamically, and that when they go and try to get a divorce, they're told no, but when the husband divorces them, they're told that they don't have custody of the kids.
Yes, I agree that that's what they would be told, but I'm saying to you, in actuality, because there is no jurisdiction of that court, because that court does not have any authority over you apart from the guilt trip that they're laying on you, there is no actual. Yes, it is. You're saying to me that what the person tells you is automatically what's happening, and I'm saying no, that person doesn't have any jurisdiction.
Dude, that's not. Nobody's talking about jurisdiction, dude.
Bro, listen to what I said to you. I said to you, does the Islamic court decide who gets the children? You said yes. That's not true.
Dude. You are so fucking stupid sometimes, dude. Like, the point that was being made was at the beginning of the conversation. Go back and watch it. The point of the conversation was that there are contradictions between what a Sharia
but you haven't named one
versus what they have rights to, inside of the England's court. So the concept here is that you have people who go to tell them, don't do this, don't do that. No, of course.
It doesn't matter what they're told. Listen, it doesn't matter what they're told. What they're told is not the point. If
Nobody said that they had jurisdiction. Yes, it is.
It's not, because the whole point, if somebody with no authority is telling you something, bro, listen to what I'm saying to you. Somebody with no authority over you is telling you something. You don't have to listen to them. Therefore, the person who does have authority over you tells you what to do. You can't then turn around and say, well, this person said something else, and there is a contradiction between what you're both telling me. There is no contradiction because the English court is superior to the Muslim court in England, and the Muslim court cannot contradict the English court. No way. It doesn't matter what Sharia tells you. In this country, Sharia courts cannot contradict English law. Full stop.
They are contradicting them. That's the
How?
thing. Like,
how are they contradicting them?
In what they're telling people.
Regardless of what they're telling people, regardless, I can go to two doctors and two doctors can give me two separate bits of advice. It's up to me who I listen to.
That's a false equivalence, dude.
No, it's not, because the Muslim court doesn't have any jurisdiction. They can just advise you. Their job is like mediation. I can go to a mediator and get the same level of help as I can from a Muslim court. It's a mediation between two parties. That's all it is.
I think most people understand what this conversation
I don't think they do. I think you're trying to tell me that if you don't go to a civil ceremony by the government and you go and get married in an Islamic court, when you divorce your wife, you get to keep your children. That's ridiculous. That means every single Muslim man in England would do that.
Yeah, dude, because that's what they are doing.
No, they're not. They're not doing that. The only way you could get away with that is if your wife listens to what this Muslim court tells her. But no woman on earth is going to do that. They will say, you know what? If the Muslim court ain't giving me the rights that I want, I'm going to the English court.
They're telling them that it's a sin to go to the real court, to the Kafir courts. They're telling them that it's a sin to take the custody of.
If it's a sin or not, the woman will still do it. There's no woman that will say, I don't want to sin against Allah. Listen, there's no woman on earth that would say, I don't want to sin against Allah, so I'm not going to take my husband to court to get custody of my children. There's no woman on earth anywhere, even in an Islamic country, that would do that. That's bullshit.
This guy even.
What are you talking about? You're telling me that a woman who could get custody of her children just because some Muslim sitting in a court somewhere that you never met before tells you, oh, it's a sin. You're telling me that woman's going to give up her rights to her children. Are you crazy? Are you crazy?
This guy even said that the Sharia wasn't to execute homosexuals.
I'm saying to you that if you're living in a Sharia state, if you're living in a Sharia state and there's a law to execute Muslims, then yeah, you would be able to. But that's not the argument. The argument is, in an English country where there is a civil law, can the Sharia law supersede the English law? And it cannot. So you're talking shit. You're a spastic. You've always been a spastic. Everyone knows you're a spastic. I don't care if you know every chapter and verse of the Quran backwards. You still cannot interpret Islam because you're a kafir. In your heart and soul, you're corrupted. It doesn't matter what knowledge you put in your brain. When it comes out your mouth, it's corrupted by your evil, disgusting soul that you have. End of. Fuck you.